3 already in the chat. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. I found some glasses that aren't fucked, but I had to go in my camper van to get them, to dig them out. And I've not been in there for quite some time. So get this. This is what I found growing between the windowsill and where the soft furnishings, which would be the back, like the cushioning of one of the seats inside the van. Look that out. That's the stem. That's the top. I will invest in a better camera. Obviously, at the moment, I've got to focus my finances elsewhere. Bear with me. I just need to get rid of this. I was trying to find my the media is the virus t-shirt. Let me move that kind of a bit more like that. Is that better? Yeah. Can everyone hear me all right? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me, just to make sure that everything's all right. And we'll crack on. We'll crack on. We're doing it live. I love saying that. I've been wanting to say that for ages. This is one of the gifts that I got for Christmas present. Storm and Zephyr. Old photos, very old photos. That Mister. That's a very short and sweet and straightforward YouTube name. Love your creativity there. Assuming you're a fella. Much love, brother. TC. Happy New Year to you too, sweetheart. NG8. Yeah, that's just down the road. I'm NG10, you know. You're either two better than me or I am. I'm not quite sure where NG8 is. Yeah. Is that Ratcliffe Way? Let me know. Ficus Blue. I don't recognise that name. So it's if you've not been here before, good to see you. If you have been here before, good to see you again. Hey up, Lana. How you doing, chat? Good. Yeah, I do need to get a better camera because I mean I can see myself, and it's bad enough being able to hear myself. Yeah, good. Ryder, how's it going, mate? Yeah, it's been a very, very interesting. Yeah, I've told you all about it. You know, if there's any little details you want to know about, just let me know. But it was just it was a sequence of events that kind of led to a moment. And when I finally got back, thanks to Annie, see all my friends, they were all pissed, so they couldn't drive. And another friend that I thought would be definitely sober, a friend of 3 decades plus, has broke his leg in 3 places. Truck driver, and he's self-employed as well. So I mean, he's going to struggle for the next 3 months, 3.5 months. I mean, ankles can be very tricky. So everyone who I could possibly think of were tanked up, and but I knew that Annie wasn't really much of a drinker. So I thought, a long shot, give it a go. You know, I'm up the paddle here, and I had breakdown cover, like proper full-on breakdown cover, but they just refused to sort me out. And then I've spent all afternoon, literally hours on the phone, going round and around and around and around, and got nowhere. So I still don't know where I stand with the insurance. So I mean, if they pay out what the car's worth, then I'll be able to put that towards a smaller car. I do need a smaller car because the road tax is just ridiculous now. They're trying to price us off the roads. You know, it's really evident to us. We're trying to explain that to a normie. It's like, no, it's just the way things are. Car crime's on the way up. You know, fuel's on the way up. Well, why is fuel on the way up? Because it's just the way it is. This is how these people are. Which, you know, like I said, we've got to move forward, being the voice of reason. You know, to compensate for their lack of common sense and foresight. You know, it's down to us. Wollerton. I like Wollerton. I love Wollerton. It's rather upper class. I don't think there's a single shit house in Wollerton. And Wollerton Park, to anyone that's not familiar with Wollerton Park, it's got its own wild deer herd, big herd, and it's just beautiful. And you just see these stags when the stags are rutting. You know, you're expected to keep back and that because they're in the zone. All they want to do is just make sure that they just keep fighting, because the payoff is that they get to shag 75 females. You know, like a deer version of an Allen snack bar, but deer instead of virgins, and reality instead of myth. Oh, the attitude of your breakdown company is it is disgusting. It is. You know, when you look at what you're covered for, you know, you don't really we're all guilty of not looking at the 75,000 pages. I use that number a lot. 75,000 pages of small print, because things should just be. I don't know if I've gotten rid of that delay. You know, I don't want to mess about too much in case I fuck it all up. I do not want to do that at all. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out if it's possible for me to get rid of the delay. I should have done that before this. I do apologise. It's only this afternoon, and even after I've not sorted anything out. I'm still nowhere near having this dealt with. But they are open tomorrow, 9 to 5, so I can get it sorted out. Do you mind if I smoke? Because I know that some of you don't smoke. I don't want to get. I know it makes your clothes smell and your hair smell. So I'm just a considerate guy. You all right? Yeah. Okay. You have to laugh. Never lose your sense of humor. You know, it's one of the most powerful tools you have. Hey, Lulu, how's it going? Hey, Lulu, are you going to be out there in the thick of it all this spring and summer, when the whole country is taken to the streets? Because that's how I see this going. Okay, in the Matrix, yeah. When you know you're not, when we know we're not. Oh dear, Lana. How long did it take you to find that emoji? I'd have been there for hours. Come on. So I just usually use the same ones. You know, I don't really yeah. Took me ages just to find the Santa one. Moderation activity. community moderation. I don't know. I wouldn't know where to. Does anyone know how to get rid of the? I mean, if I click on edit, no. Right. We might have to leave it. We might have to leave it at this, guys, for now. I'm sorry about the delay. It was. It's been one of those days, and yeah, I just didn't think it. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. I spent. I was sidetracked by trying to sort the insurance out, and then trying to liaise with the police to try and find out where my car was. And then I went in the van and found that. You know, I had to get rid of it because there's not much room in there. Hello, Maria. How you doing? I'm not diverse. No, I'm not diverse. I am diverse, but in the right way. You know, there's their version of diverse, then there's our version of diverse. Our version of diverse comes from a place of sanity and common sense. Theirs comes from the opposite place. You know, I mean, look at that stupid bitch that's meant to be in charge of the protection of children in this country. You know, again, I'm still trying to work out what Musk's, like, what they're all up to, because I don't trust Musk. I don't trust him. You know, I'm not going to go on about him, but I've made it very, very clear that I just don't trust the guy. So for him to be making a big splash like that about, you know, our government, and I don't know, we'll find out at some point. We'll find out at some point. It'll all become clear, and we'll all be ready for it. I don't know why I shielded that. There's no wind in here. We do have some twatty habits, don't we? Yeah, honestly, Lorna, I think we do trust our guts. I think we trust our guts. Again, it's taken 5 years of getting the right kind of people together, you know, and I think we're very, very different. I'm not saying we're better, worse, or anything like that, just different, you know, but the right kind of different. I trust my gut. I'm with you, Lulu. Yeah, you know, until they start to until they show us some evidence or demonstrate what they can do to improve our lives and our country, which is what their job is, then I've got no trust in them whatsoever. You know, actions always speak louder than words, and I've seen no actions. You know, I'm sick and tired of people going on about Farage. Sick of it. Please put in the chat one thing that Farage has done single-handedly that's improved your life in all the time that he's been involved in politics. You know, name one, just one, and I'll tear it apart. Committed myself there. How people have changed. Do you know what? I had this conversation with one of our little tribe on the phone, and I did say that I don't think it's necessarily everybody else has changed. It's our perception of everyone, because we've changed, and that's really that is quite profound when you really think about it. And as a result of that, we've kind of, our tolerance levels have kind of slipped quite significantly, and we can't allow that to happen too much, because we've got to be about unity, because they're all about division. You know, we've got to be the balance, and it's quite an undertaking. Yeah, They Live. Yeah, what a great film. What a great film. Again, if you've not watched it, please watch it. I don't even know when that was. That an 80s film? I think it was an 80s film, judging by the clothes and the hairdo. Yeah. Heroes. They create. Yeah. They create. That's what they do. And let me just so I get I'm sure you guys are all part of little groups and stuff, and you share information with them, they share information with you, and you start to build your kind of memory bank and your knowledge bank up, and they do the same off the back of stuff that you share. And there's this one particular guy, and he posted something in this group, and I just thought it was really unusual because it was a comedian, it was a snippet of a cut of one of his routines. He's quite an irritating to me. He's an irritating comedian, and I use that term loosely. He shakes his head around like, blah, blah, blah. I've forgotten his name now. He's got dark hair. Yeah. After about 2 minutes, it makes me angry, which is the opposite of what comedy should do. Can you name him for me? You don't need to. So let me just make a little bit of a profound point here, and I need to go and put the kettle up. I'm not drinking, you know, so I'm on herbal teas. Got back with Annie. Annie had a coffee, and I just kept on saying, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? She should have been saying that to me. And I had a ginger and lemon tea. You know, I'm on herbal teas now. If ever I could have done with a drink at that moment. Herbal teas and vapes. Yeah. I mean, my vape's falling apart. I need to buy a new vape, and and I've not got a spare one. Well, I have. It's at the caravan. I've got a spare of everything there. So I'm going to play you something. I don't think I can get done for copyright, but I'll give you some context before I play it, and you'll get it. So this lad, he just posts some deep stuff, you know, and he posted a little segment of one of his routines, and it wasn't until it was out of character, because you understand, you start to follow people's style, the kind of thing that they're into, the kind of thing that they're trying to show us, and then I post my stuff and the kind of stuff I'm trying to show them, and between us we end up with a very, very balanced picture, which is good, you know. So he posted a little cut of this comedy sketch that I'm going to play for you now, and whilst I'll go and just make a tea, you know, just bear with me, and I'll leave you to listen to this, and then I'll come back, and we'll see what you take from this, right? So I'll play it for you now. I'm going to leave it on here. I'm hoping you can hear it, and I'm just going to make a brew. I'll back in 1 minute. Just listen to this, okay? It doesn't seem like there's any point to it, but I was very surprised that he posted it. So there had to be a point, and then I understood what the point was.
I don't know what day it is. Should I start my diet today? And then, quite frankly, you are into the strangest 6 days of the whole year. It is 6 days between Christmas Day and New Year's where nobody quite knows what's going on, who they are. You don't even know what day it is. We get so confused by they've started to change. The days are called Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Now they're called, Boxing Day, Christmas Eve. So you lose track of it. And you're so full and hungover as well. People are just wandering around in a daze. What day is it? I don't even know what day it is. Are the shops open? Do the shops open? Have the sales started? I don't know what day it is. Should I start my diet today? I started today. Is there post today? Does the post come back? Can I park here today? What day is it? Can I park here? When do the bins get taken away? I've never had more rubbish in my life. Can I eat this bit of the turkey, or is the turkey finished? Can I have this bit of the turkey? What time is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang on?
So I don't know if you've all heard that. Yeah, I can't stand him either. He's more irritating than bleach in your eyes, you know, or when you've been chopping chilies and then you go for a wee and you end up with yeah. So there's this, yeah, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point is what he said. So this guy in this group posted this into our group chat, and it was completely out of character, because I'm pretty sure that he can't stand him either. Yeah, but more than that, Fecus blue, or is that feces? Feces blue? Feces is very close to feces. I'm hoping it's ficus. Is it ficus blue? Let me know. The point is that between Christmas Day and New Year's Eve, we are kind of, you know, with everything's out of whack, which is a perfect time to throw psyop after psyop, or you know, just distraction after distraction, psyop after psyop. You know, so much has happened between Christmas Day and New Year's Day. It's ridiculous, off the charts. When you really think about them all. So it's almost like they know. This is just my interpretation. It's almost like they know that we're all kind of in a state of almost like a daze for those days. Does that make sense? Because it makes sense to me. And yeah, you know, they've been studying us like little lab rats for so many years, and like I've said to you before, nothing's been done like this on this scale, you know, on a global scale, with this you know, amount of population. So there are just so many things that can fuck up. There are so many things that can go wrong. It was a massive gamble on their part, and this is how, in my opinion, this is how completely out of touch they are with real people, which makes up the vast majority, 99% of the planet. They're out of touch with us. They're completely out of touch with us. None of these people have experienced real life, all of the hardships, all of the pain. You know, am I going to be able to pay next month's bills? You know, everything's coming at once. You know, and the list goes on. They've never experienced that. They are completely out of touch with the reality of a normal person's life. So, and probably a lot of the social scientists, the psychologists, and the psychiatrists out there will be out of touch with people like us as well. You know, so it can only go wrong for them, in my opinion, because they fucked it up right from the start. It was a massive gamble that's not going to pay off. It can't pay off. Yeah, Lulu. The fog thing, right? So it didn't just happen. It happened over between a third and 2/3. What would that be? About 60%. About 60% of the USA was under something very, very similar, and a lot of people were saying the same. But we have to remember that at this time of year, I'm trying to look at this. I scrutinize everything, you know, and I try and look at logic. Again, you can get you can get 10 people that command a big audience, you know, like hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of subscribers, all saying the same thing, and they've all got that from the same people, all converging down to one source, and that source could be wrong. It could be. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying it could be. Now, we get ill this time of year, especially in our hemisphere, because we end up becoming so, because we can't, you know, all of the veg that we eat, the fruit that we eat, it's all imported from a different kind of part of another hemisphere, because we can't grow this time of year. So, and we don't get much sunshine. So our vitamin C levels generally are low. Our vitamin D levels are generally low. And these are two absolute musts for our immune system. So we get ill this time of year. We can't forget that it's ever since I was a little boy, there's been a cold season, cold and flu season, which is now. So we can't it could have been a distraction. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. This could be another psyop. You know, maybe, you know, because then there have been people saying I could smell chemically smell in the fog, and that's because there's no heat on the ground sending all of the pollution up into the sky and out of the way of us. It kind of lingers at ground level, so we end up smelling it all. So it's like the pollution from cars and trains that, you know, are all diesel and various other pollutants, you know, that have been going on for years, more so now. So it's sorry, Zephyr's drinking, and I know I've told you about this before. I'm just trying to maintain that thought. Bear with me. I'll read the comments until she's done. Fog lights, brilliant sunsets. Oh no, it's storm. I wonder why it was so loud. Does anyone else have misophonia? Anyone else that have a problem with that? It's too much. It's too much. Operation Sea Spray. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. And I thought I'd heard of. Bear with me. Hold that thought. I was going to put my headphones on because they're noise cancelling, and that's it. It's just us then. Yeah, so I'll look into Operation Sea Spray, because I've never heard of it, and I'm aware of most operations, you know, and so yeah, what I'm saying is that this could be completely normal, you know. We've got a bigger population and a weaker population because a lot more people have got some mild form of autoimmune problem, you know, of some description, because of the DNA, foreign DNA that's been pumped into the, yeah, there's foreign DNA in there. Hey Ray, better late than never, chick. I'm not sure if this is going to be a short one, and I do apologize, but this is why I'm trying to do walk and talks in between. I'll try and do at least 2 walk and talks for every live stream, but I can't guarantee this is going to be a short one, guys. You know, every time it's, you know, been a 5-hour live stream, I've not realized it was 5 hours because we just get lost in it, you know. So yeah, it is possible that everything's just normal. Everything's just not healthy, not great, but not normal, but normal, you know. But because people are putting it out there like it's some sort of death fog, and Tucker Carlson, you know, he's been putting stuff out as well, saying, you know, that was it 26 states or something like that were enveloped in a very similar fog, and lots of other people were saying, oh, I'm really ill and blah blah blah. We get ill this time of year, and North America, a lot of North America, massive chunk of it, they get the same sort of weather as we do, the same temperatures, same time of year, very very similar. You know, unless you go right down south to like California and what have you, where it's just warmer, you get more vitamin D, and you know, you can grow fucking oranges there, so you've got a constant source of vitamin C, fresh fruit and stuff that can be grown most of the year round. But I don't trust Tucker Carlson either. He comes across as very genuine, and I find he's another one that I find quite a tricky one, because it comes across as very very naturally genuine, but I'm aware of who his dad is, you know. So as you know, has he been manipulated to the point where, because it is possible to tell the truth and lie at the same time. It is possible, because if you believe that what you're saying, you absolutely believe what you're saying is true, but it's not true, then you're not lying. Not intentionally. Does that make sense? So to you, you're telling the truth. So if he's been manipulated, you know, and if his dad was part of the CIA, I think it takes a certain kind of person to be part of something like that, you know. You could end up shaping your child into becoming something, you know, where he believes everything that he's saying, and so he comes across as really really genuine. You know, that's a proper head fuck of a psyop. So yeah, you're in the bath. I'm glad that you didn't take your laptop in there with you, you know, because that is the most dangerous way to get rid of unwanted body hair, by burning it off. Was so strange. I have a friend in Poland who, at the exact same time as Britain and America was getting the fog, correct time of year, but so strange, it was all the same time all over much of the world. Yeah, that is probably the only aspect of this that's made me a little bit suspicious, just a little bit. But then when you think about the fact that our weather systems are so complicated but natural, you start fucking about with that, you can end up with a runaway. And these mad, twisted, on the spectrum scientists that are part of this weather manipulation and geoengineering thing, I always use thing when I can't think of a better word. You can end up with a runaway. So you can end up with, you know, like a blanket of fog that envelops a massive chunk of the world. You can. And then there are loads of other things to take into account, like, you know, certain parts of the world that have got, you know, massive wildfires, and then you've got China that are just bellowing out massive amounts of pollution from their big cities, and you know, it does have a knock-on effect around the world. It does. It's inevitable. Was the fog a way of seeding the earth and us with the vitamins, minerals, and enzymes that we need? Good medicine doesn't taste nice. No, it doesn't. No. Someone I've sent off some, because I do trust, and I know over time I can profile, to a certain degree, profile certain members of our little tribe, and I know if I can, you know. So yeah, someone, what was it called? Oh, I've lost it now. It's a type of tea, and I think Lana might have mentioned that. And so and I said, I bet it tastes fucking disgusting, you know, because pretty much anything that's good for us is either boring or tastes nasty. Storm's licking her bits. I'm just going to close the door. Don't go anywhere. I don't know where my headphones are. I've left the door so she can push it open if she needs a drink, you know. And Zephyr's just always with me. Oh. You were a bit hairy, were you, Ray? Just joking. Hey, look, if you wanna look like a 1970s porn star, you fill your boots, Ray. You be you, you know. Plus, the more hair you've got on yourself, you know, as unattractive that's going to be to 99.9% of men, it's going to add an extra layer of insulation into your body, Ray, so you can keep your heating down, you know. Silver linings. How's it going, Adian? Or is it Adian's mum? You know, you never told me, you know. So I don't know if I'm addressing Adian or Adian's mum, because I know that you've hijacked his account, which doesn't, you know, it doesn't bother me. But it's nice to know whether I'm talking to Adian or his mum, you know, because you're both lovely. Hi, Lily, how you doing? You all right? How's things going over there? And I'd just like to, I hope you don't mind, Lily, but whoever, you know, to those who were there in the live stream when Lily was kind of a bit iffy about going to a do. We call it a do over here, Lily. You'd call it a gig or an event, your wedding or whatever. And you were, I think there was a little bit of apprehension there because you knew that your ex was going to be there. And I'm glad that you went there and you owned it and you stayed there, and you glad you did. And Lily sent me some footage. It might be on I'm not sure if it's on a channel or not, but she sent me some footage of the gig, and I would have loved that. I would have absolutely loved that. Live music, everyone was happy, you know. You get lost in it, you know. So fuck your ex, Lily, you know. You just enjoy yourself, love, and yeah. Don't forget to hit the like button. Oh, yeah. You'll have to say that because I'll never say that to you. You know, you like that. You hit that like button if you like what you're hearing and what you're what we're talking about. That's down to you. I'll never ask you, never. Yeah, I was. I know that Angry Prepper probably doesn't even know I exist. Pretty sure, 100% sure he's not a subscriber of of our little tribe. But if he gets to if he ever got to hear this, I'm sorry for your loss, brother. I'm very, very sorry for your loss. He lost his son yesterday, which is rough. You see, hard times, shit times, don't give a fuck what day it is. It doesn't care if it's your birthday. It doesn't care if it's Christmas or New Year's Day. It doesn't care. It doesn't care. It just, life rolls on without you. But yeah, my heart went out to him. I've like I said, I mean, I'll never experience losing an actual biological child, so I can only imagine. Operation Sea Spray was 1950s. I just keep thinking, what on earth do they have now? Yeah. A lot of these things that are defying gravity, as they're saying, and people saying that we're being invaded by aliens and stuff like that. It's just tech. It's our tech, I believe. Maria Spoon, what do you make of me? Interested. If you had a question mark instead of a full stop there, Maria, I would say yes. I am. It's raining there, Lily. I'm sorry to hear that, but a good rain makes you appreciate it when it's not raining. In England, it's always fucking raining. But every now and then it will rain in between the rain. Ray Darmanin. Oh. Did you say that was Italian, Ray? We can't afford to heat the house now. I can burn in the hair. Do you know, when I was in my because I've not got a hairy back. I've not got a single hair on my back. Never have. But I've got a bit of a hairy chest. It's not, it's not like a plush shag pile pubic hair sort of carpet, and I can remember I lost a bet in a pub in my 20s, and I just kind of put a lighter there, and the whole fucking thing went up. So there was just me surrounded by my friends and just this plume of smoke. And burnt hair, it's nasty, but yeah, my chest, it was like the day I was born. So yeah, just burn your hair, Ray. That'll sort you out. That'll warm the house up a little bit if you're that hairy. You want me to profile you, Maria? I don't think you're one of the ones that I have fully profiled, if I'm honest. But I know that you're strong. I know you're very strong-willed, but also quite sensitive. And I do believe that you're a true empath. And let me go into the whole. Is my hat straight? I don't know. Yeah. I believe that we've accrued a tribe. Maybe not everybody, but I think our core group are true empaths. Now, empathy, the road of an empath is a really, really fucking hard road. A really hard road. So it is a blessing and a curse, but it's way more of a blessing, because a true empath, we see more. We see way, way more. Our peripheral is way, way, way broader. We see more. And that is your superpower. So, yeah, I'm sure you did fine. I'm sure you did fine, Lily. You know, I had absolutely no doubt. And I appreciate you sending me that footage, by the way. Thank you, you know, because it kind of lifted me up as well. Because I was kind of there with you, if that makes any sense. Yeah, your ex is going to be rather dull in comparison to you. You know, I've listened to watch loads of your videos, and yeah, you're far from dull. So the only downside to you is that it's going to be a challenge to find someone that you feel deserves you. And I don't mean in an egotistical way. Stay single until you know that you found. You'll know. Works for his wife. So I've had, yeah, again, you know, there shouldn't be an overpowering side of a relationship. You should be working perfectly, you know, revolving around each other whilst allowing each other to grow, you know. And as long as you keep at it, you can still grow differently and still be together. It's possible. I have had more adventures and exploration than he never would have been up for. Exactly. You maybe you weren't right for each other from the start, Lily, you know, and sometimes it just takes time for you to realize that, and you grow apart, and then you start to realize that you weren't really meant to be together, you know. Have you got kids connecting you, Lily? Let me know. Because if you have, you're never going to get rid of the bastard out of your life fully, you know. But you can find your, you know. Oh, I always find it sad when people retract a message. I do, because I'm so pro and encourage freedom of speech, because no one should ever be able to take that away from you. You know, speak freely. You know, I encourage that. No matter what. Fuck them. Got to pop out and get me some Henry Westons. What's Henry Westons? Is that a cider? Henry Westons. I like the fact that she's put "I'll be back" with an emoji with sunglasses on. You know, she's gone out there, Arnie. You know, and Arnie, you know, one of the shittest actors that's ever. He was perfect as the Terminator, because it didn't really take much talent, you know. And his attitude towards everyone and everything throughout the COVID-19 nightmare, he was just pushing it and saying that you're nothing, you're scum, you don't deserve to be able to share the same air as us if you don't get jacked up, you know. Horrible fucking man. Yeah, I knew it was Italian. Like I said, I only know one. I know how to say hello and bye, stuff like that, and a few other bits and bobs. But the only thing I really know how to say in Italian is how to earn to buy around, order around drinks, and I know how to chop and change that. And yeah, uno bere, due vino rosso per favore, or you can change that from red wine to Chianti. I love the Italian language. I love Italy. Seriously, I'm as smooth as pasta. Oh, Ray. Still up for that wild camping trip? I'm sorry, that was highly inappropriate. Who have you profiled? I was trying to profile Maria. Do you want me to profile you, Lulu? A proper no nonsense, proper British lioness, proper brave, courageous, no nonsense, won't take anyone talking down to you. A proper formidable woman, and that's just the basics. But a soft side to anyone that's lucky enough to find their way into your heart. Let me know if I'm right. And apologies if because you know me, whenever I get comments on a video, I'll always respond, even if it's just a heart, but usually you'll get a very unique individual, which again, that could be hard work, trying to make an individual response, an individual reply to each individual comment. But I think I do all right with that. But I've not responded to anyone's comments. I just needed a break. I needed a break. So I do apologize, but I will respond, at some point tomorrow, once I've got all this insurance shit sorted out and I know where I am with the car. I'll get on to responding to all your comments in the walk and talk. So I know you understand. I know I don't need to apologize. I know you understand. Yeah, Prepper Nation, Big C. Hope he's okay. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's taking its toll on a lot of people at the moment, and this is where you'll kind of learn where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, and then focus on your weaknesses to make those weaknesses strong too. Hope you're well and chilled after your nightmare of a trip. Bo Ritchie, yeah, I am. I feel better now. I needed a day off yesterday of just nothing, and it's done me the world of good. So thank you, Bo Ritchie. I was meaning to kind of click onto your profile picture, just so I've got a face to put to the name, and you look a little bit gothy, but very interesting. So that's the kind of witchy thing, Are you into like white? Is it called white magic? Are you into anything like that? It wouldn't surprise me. But you're lovely, all of your comments and stuff. They're always lovely, But all of you are, We've built up a relationship without even most of us without even meeting each other. So if we can do that digitally and virtually, imagine how it would be if we were all in one big room together, or on a campsite together. It'd be amazing. Well, yeah, Bo Ritchie, I'm all good now. I can walk into a room and know who I need to comfort, who to avoid, etc., within seconds. very overwhelming at times. Yeah, Lana. Yeah, and I think a lot of us can relate to that. I think I'm assuming that's off the back of my description of an empath, because the more you see, the more you feel. The more you feel, the harder it can be, you know. But I think if you were to weigh up the whole kind of being an empath thing, if you were to weigh it up, and this is negative and this is positive, it's like that. It is a superpower because you can understand people, you can read people better, you can read situations better. Yeah, I think a lot of people have lost that, or some people have just never had it. I think it's one of those things. Again, I think it's one of those things you're either born with or you're not. You know, I don't think it's something you can properly develop, and I think it takes. I think you have to. Yeah, I thought it was cider, Lily. You into your cider? Yeah. So I knew it was a cider. Yeah, I do like it. I do like cider. When I've travelled down south around Cornwall and Devon and that, you'll just see, you're driving along some country lane and you'll see a piece, just some random piece of wood that used to be part of a fence at some point, and then just someone's just kind of, without any artistic talent whatsoever, just written the word cider on this piece of wood in paint and then an arrow down some bumpy, fucked up little lane that ends up costing you 50 times more for that cider when you've got to get your suspension fixed from going down there to get it. But when they give it you, they just give it you in anything, whatever they've got to hand. You know, people just drop stuff off, containers off to them, and then you end up walking away with what looks like a giant, massive bottle of apple cider with bits floating around in it. And you get it back, and it's just the best cider ever. You know, I love cider, which is why I'm you know, I've got the equipment now to make my own, and I will do that every year. And I've got access to apples every year. And I just need to get more demijohns in. That's all, because it produces its own yeast, so you don't need to add yeast to it. It just does it. Everything happens organically, happens naturally. It's amazing. Nieces, nephews, kids of my friends. Yeah, so you would have had lots and lots of people around you that you could have bounced off. You know, the fact that he was there, I'm assuming he was there. The fact that he was there it became irrelevant. You know, irrelevant. Screw your freedoms. Just remember, TC, we are the 99%, and that's going to become very, very clear this year. Skim the surface with a stone. Yeah, I've got no doubt that your undercurrents are very, very deep. Maria Spoon. Is Spoon really your surname? Is that a married name, or is that your maiden name, or do you just like to spoon? You know, who doesn't love a spoon? Because spooning is comforting, because you kind of I can't really do it with my hands, but we slot together in bed. You know, we slot together when we spoon. I love spooning, and I think the only downside about spooning is it just kind of it promotes lazy sex. You know, well, I'm near it anyway. I had to bring the standards down. That's just what I do, you know, because I think we're quite good at that, and we're British. We're British. We do that. We do that well. So I've come quite close then, Lulu. Shiraz. Shiraz. It's a bit like Shiraz. I do like a red wine. I miss drinking. I don't, but I do, you know. And again, I could have really have done with a drink when I got back with Annie, you know. And then yesterday as well. Yesterday, even more so. I could have done with a drink just to kind of, you know. And I've got loads in the loft, and it's all accessible, but I still chose not to go up there and bring any down, you know. Where we're going? Bellissimo Bella. I love that. Yeah. Ciao Bella. Beautiful woman. Up 4 before fella in the house. Yeah, we have survived yet another year of Clown Planet. And again, I can't bring that home enough to you. I can't. I think sometimes it takes someone else, like me maybe, you know, to point out the fact that you've gone against the herd for the last 5 years in a very profound, massive way. You know, most people feel really uncomfortable with doing that, which is why we've ended up with the problem that we've ended up with, which is going to change. It's going to change. But honestly, you should give yourself a pat on the back. I know that none of you guys have got an ego. I know you haven't, which is why we fit, I think. But yeah, that was one hell of a challenge, and you pulled it off. So if you can manage 5 years of that, and then off the back of that 5 years, realizing that all of your life before that was a kind of a lie, an illusion in many ways, if you understand what I mean. That's an extra thing to take on top of it, you know. So if ever anyone was prepared for 2025, it's you guys. Congratulations to surviving another year. Yeah. So we have, and I think one of the problems that we've got, I think, in some ways, is that we don't really know what's around the corner. We don't know what they're going to throw at us next. We've got loads of ideas. You know, will it be another pandemic? You know, will it be a cyber attack? Are all these just kind of distractions for something that's much bigger coming? Maybe a natural event? We just don't know. But we can't allow it to eat us up, you know. As soon as you start to display and feel fear, you're playing right into their hands. You know, I've been very, very low over Christmas, and it's impacted me, but that's on me. That's completely on me. I allowed that to happen, you know. But even when I was going back to approaching that car with the hazards on, and I had all these, I've got a very, very, very vivid imagination. So I was kind of, but even then, it wasn't fear. It was just, it wasn't fear. I wasn't fearing what I was going to see. It was a very, very strong form of apprehension. You know, I don't feel fear. I don't feel any fear. No fear. But I do have low days. You know, there is a big difference. There's a massive difference. You're all way, way stronger than you can possibly imagine. especially as an empath. You know, sometimes it comes across as a curse. It's not a curse. It's a gift. It's a gift. As long as you use it right. You know, you're a voodoo priestess. Well, Lily, I didn't get that from any of your videos. That's quite interesting. So a voodoo priestess can allegedly bring people back to life, like in some sort of zombie format. And we live in a world where we're surrounded by zombies, so you should flourish. I love it when you chat amongst yourselves. I do like that. It's lovely, proper lovely. I used to visit my sister in New Orleans. Lots of voodoo. Yeah. The New Orleans is probably, if anyone was trying to think of North America, and then you threw in the word voodoo, I think anyone that's kind of a little bit worldly wise would think New Orleans. And I do think there is something in voodoo. I do. Off to get more herbal shit tea. Hey Lulu, you know what? You know, it does seem like a little bit of a crime that I'm drinking some sort of forest fruits herbal tea that smells and looks and sounds way nicer than it actually is. It's such a fucking disappointment, but it's something different. And it just, yeah. Alcohol is one of the most powerful depressants known to mankind. And as long as you keep drinking lots and lots of it, your vibrations will always be low, you know. So once you kind of start to get a grasp on it, because it's an easy thing to grab hold of and use as a coping mechanism for so many people, you know, more now than ever. And all it does is just ends up making you spiral more and more and more down. And then you go to the GP because you're in a mess, and they turn around and say, right, yeah, right, here's some pills. And then eventually you become very tolerant, you build up your tolerance to these pills, you go back and they turn around, let me give you something stronger. And so it goes on and on and on. And before you know it, you've got you just there, just got there. Dependency. So I'm not saying give up to any of you guys that might be on some sort of prescription meds to help you get through. You know, you do what you've got to do. No one's judging you, nobody, you know. But just be aware of big pharma. They want to keep you hooked, you know. There's no such thing as a profitable, healthy person, whether that be in physical or mental, you know, no profit in it. I'm very spiritual, but don't tend to practice much witchcraft. Ah, so you did. Anymore apart from divination? I've never heard of that. I am quite skeptical and scientific alongside. That's a nice balance. Very nice balance. Have a lot of strong gypsy blood. Haha. You're not a pikey, are you? All those times where I've slated pikeys, you know, there are good pikeys, there are bad pikeys, and I've had 35 addresses from birth. 35. I'm 52, and I've lived here for nearly 2 decades. So yeah, let that sink in, you know. So I kind of get the whole, yeah. I like to just up and move, up and move, up and move, up and move, up and move. because I've got a contract of £75 million on my head. Was that 75 pence? I can't remember. It's irrelevant now. Just allow me now and then just to read the comments. I've had a few messages from a few of you guys saying, don't worry about the comments, just talk. But I want to interact, you know? So I have to read the comments. I have to. I love it. I love to read your takes on things. A blunt as a spoon. Spoon is because I can be as blunt as a spoon. Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with that. I think sometimes take the seeds out of apples as it contains a small amount of arsenic. Yeah, but Maria, the amount of seeds that you would need to consume out of apple pips in order for the cyanide to affect you is ridiculous. It's mental. So you better if you kind of just obviously don't get carried away. You don't just get like a massive fruit bowl full of apple seeds and then start getting them down your throat, because you'll end up fucking yourself up. But pectin is powerful, and there's a lot in apple seeds that are so good for you. Nothing wrong with eating apple seeds. Get them down you. The amount that you'd have to obviously look into it, do your own research, but the amount of apple seeds that you'd need to eat in order for the cyanides, the trace cyanide in there, to become a problem is, you just wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to get enough down you. Not really, unless you've got some sort of mad, crazy, very rare, fucked up fixation with eating apple seeds. You know, a condition that's not been found or given a name yet. Who is behind the Deagle report? I'm not quite sure. I'm still looking into that. Hey, vulnerability to smile. Yeah, keep smiling, mister. I don't think I'm an empath. I think you are, Lulu. I think you are. I think you're very straight-laced and tough, but I think things have happened to you that have made you that tough. And when life makes you tough, it can also soften other aspects of your personality. Let me give you an analogy. So a traditional proper antique samurai sword is made from top quality tempered steel, right? Now, that metal needs to be sent up to ridiculous temperatures and have the shit smashed out of it. Bang, 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 bang. And then through the fucking heat again, extreme heat. Bang, 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 bang. Over and over and over and over again. And what you end up with is the toughest steel known to mankind, you know, and the sharpest and the most durable. So I think you're an empath, Lulu. I just think you're a tough one. I think it would probably take someone quite you I don't know if you've got one already, I don't know, but you need a yin to your yang, because anything less than that, you're just not interested. It's been really hard, but hard times have made us strong men and women. Yeah, they have. Yeah, look at us now. Look at us now. We have our days. We have our bad days. We do have our bad days. And fucking rhinos, you know, you fucker, you know. And then you're like, right, let me just get me around this rhino, and then bang, another rhino gets you from the other side. But you get up quicker, faster, harder, and move forward and become more resilient. As long as you allow it, you know. I was quite conscious of the fact that when I put that walk and talk out, and that little kind of short from the back of the police van, that I might have come across as some sort of like bloke with a victim mentality, and that's not me. It's not me. I was just layered. I was layered, and I don't want to go through the whole layered thing with you again. I know that you all know what I mean. Lisa Sheridan from a beautiful generation. How you doing, sweetheart? Glad you've joined us. I'll bell you later. I will. Provided this doesn't go on until 2 in the morning. We do need to have some sort of cut-off point. What we're on? Yeah, it's only an hour and 17 minutes. We're good to go. We're all right. I'm looking forward to the next gardening season too. You always have a look forwards in everything. It's balance. It's just balance. But I am a realist. You know, I won't turn around and say, look, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to fly through 2025. Nothing's going to happen. Don't worry about it. I'm a realist. I know shit's going to happen this year. But you can put anything positive in the chat now, and I will flip it and turn it into a negative. Anything you like. But I can do that equally with anything negative. You put anything negative that you think I couldn't even possibly think of a positive, and I'll flip it. But I'm a realist. I'm not an optimist. But I will turn things around. I will, you know. Where was I? No cure, only customers. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. I don't know how far back this delay is. I don't want to start messing around with the settings, because I think I'll fuck it up if I do. And I don't really know how to. Yeah, I don't know what to do. If anyone knows what to do, to kind of get into I wonder if it's in there. I don't want to lose any of your I don't want to lose any of your conversations. I don't want to miss any of your chats. I want to respond to everyone, because that's how it should be. That's how I am. Community interaction. Oh shit, everything's just gone off the screen. Let me get rid of that. Right. I don't want to touch anything, because that could be it. Look at my beard, look. Oh my god. I've been thinking about, because ideally I would like to grow it really, really long and then have it plaited. I learned how to plait hair. I can plait your hair. And that's going to lead me on to something profound again. So when I worked for Mencap, I was here, there, and all over the place, and I ended up working at visiting support, community support in Ilkeston, which is just down the road from next town along from Long Eaton. And I'd never worked on that particular scheme before, and I'd kind of had shadowed, so I'd kind of had some interaction with the people that I was about to work with. And one of these ladies had, I mean, she was in her 60s, and her hair was in pristine condition, pristine, and it was all the way down to just above her arse. And part of her morning routine was her meds and making sure she had something to eat, have a chat with her, and plait her hair. So I had to learn how to plait hair. I can plait hair, but this is like, her hair was very fine and easy to, and malleable, you know, just kind of, it was very therapeutic. I think it was more therapeutic for me than it was for her. But I could plait her hair. Yeah. I got good at it. But this is just, like I said, I've got a face like a 1970s porn star fanny. It's very, very thick and pubic-like, so it's very difficult to plait this. So I'm at the point now where I'm thinking, shall I just take it all off and just have a normal goatee, or shall I just let it grow and then go down to one of the many money laundering Turkish barbers that are all over the place at the moment and say, can you plait this, mate? I think I've just lost loads and loads of chat there. Oh, hold on. Shit. I hit something. Oh, it's all right. We're back in the room. Let me just make sure I've not missed anyone. I'm sorry I keep having to go back, guys. I don't want to miss anyone, you know. So glad to hear you lot are pikey, Bowitchy. Just want to say cheers. Although I did put a video out where I ended up with I just went local with a camper van, and some pikey girls turned up. I didn't realise that they were the precursor of the fair that ended up coming to town, because a lot of pikeys, you know, the travelling, a lot of travelling community move with fairs all over the country. So that was a precursor to the fair arriving, but I didn't know that. And yeah, there was two pikey chicks and a soft top BM papping the raw and trying to get my attention. I came out and we just like, yeah, but I didn't interact. I didn't video any of it, because I think you can lose the magic of the moment by doing that. You know, we see that so many times, and you go to like gigs and stuff, and people have just got the phones up. They're not appreciating the moment, you know. I remember seeing a photo and it was a meme, but it was an actual photograph, and it was just a shitload of people, hundreds of people, all with the phones up, recording stuff. And there was just this one woman just leaned on the barriers like that, just taking it all in, you know. Your grandma was old school Romany gypsy. Now they're like proper traditional, you know. So your grandma, at some point in her life, I'm pretty sure, would have had one of those horse-drawn gypsy caravans, you know. And when you think about how small these things are, they had a proper wood-burning stove in there, and they'd cook on that, and you could have a family of 6 in there. Fuck knows how that works, but they managed to make it work, you know. And yeah, 3 years ago, and noticed literally zero difference. I was very strong antidepressants since right, okay, since your road trip, right, okay, yeah, and a coma of 6 months. Fuck me. spinal broke, lungs, ribs, everything. Wow. You know, David Gooner, you know, you'll see him come up every now and then. He's got an Arsenal shield as his profile picture. You guys have a lot in common, you know, sustained a lot of damage. And look at you now. You know, God's got a plan for you. And yeah, good on you. It's a demonstration of your physical stamina and endurance. And you're only getting started on your mental endurance and realizing just how much you've got in you. This year is going to test all of us. But I genuinely believe that we've all got the minerals to make it through this. I really do. I think we've got all of the we've all got the five senses, you know, smell, sight, hearing, taste, touch, right? I believe we've got way more than that, and they need harnessing, and we need to get back to that. And yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but it was going to be, yeah. I'll give that glory to our Saviour. Long may he remain in our hearts. Yeah, you see, another lovely thing that I like about our tribe is that we're all open to other people's opinions, and I've never seen any of our proper tribe, not the trolls that come in from time to time, which are very rare. Surprisingly, they are. Where we all kind of allow each other to have our own perspectives and opinions on things, and religion is one of them. Now, I refuse to believe in a book, you know, and the fact that it's been, you know, I mean, it's gone for, and this is since the reinterpretation of the King James Bible. It's gone from Mark in the hand to on the hand, in the head to on the head. There's loads of others that have changed since that translation. So then on top of that, imagine how much has been lost in translation. So I'll never believe in a book. I'll never believe in a Bible. You know, I think the Bible could serve a half decent purpose as maybe a guide of being a good person. But I'll never believe in a book. I do believe in a creator, you know, whether that's God or whatever. I do believe that there is way more to this, way more. And I do believe that something or someone or something or whatever is definitely looking out for me. And I know how woo-woo that sounds, but if I can't really explain it. I can't explain it. Well, there's this far too much for it to, and I'm a very rational guy, very rational. And I mean, going by books, you know, books can be good and bad. You look at the Quran; it's full of violence, you know, and the Bible's not really. Isn't there a bit in the book where it says, if thy eye offends thee, pluck it out? That's a bit rough. But I don't think there's much in there that's that bad. We are very strong. I give that glory to our Saviour. Long way. Yeah, like I said, Lulu, I'm you know, I do have faith, but it's my own faith. It's my own personal faith that I can't really I can't really kind of elaborate on it and do it any justice. Big pharma only interested in profits. I've only just begun learning about natural remedies. After all, lion's mane. I'm telling you, lion's mane. But I just need to get a better product that produces lion's mane. It's got to look like the mane of a lion as opposed to a cauliflower. But lion's mane, honestly, look into there are so many other things, so many other. I mean, fungus and fungi. You know, the world couldn't exist without it. Trees can't exist without fungi, and fungi can't exist without trees. And I don't know if you've ever watched Avatar. Sigourney Weaver plays a part of it, like a biological scientist, and she picks up on the fact that everything was connecting with each other. The trees were sending information to each other. That's what happens in reality. You can end up with a forest, and it's all connected by mitochondria. I don't know. I don't want to say that in case I'm wrong. But all of this fungus is connected from root system to root system, from tree to tree. And a tree can send out signals of distress. This is all scientific, peer-reviewed studies, facts, actual, real facts. And a tree can send out signals that it's in distress. And other trees, even different trees of different species, can send nutrients through the fungus, through the fungi, to that tree to try and help that tree recover. Where were we? Yeah, so Ray, you know, like I said, you know, they try and get you hooked, and it's not just antidepressants, you know, painkillers. A lot of people have got bad backs, and there are lots and lots of other things. Again, you know, this. This upside down. One of the most amazing books I've ever encountered. It's mad. It's absolutely mad. And books are so important for us. You know, it's got fainting, fever. I've just landed on F. I was going to make up a word then, right? Because it just landed on F, and that word was there. So flatulence. Did you know the digestive biscuit was formulated for very posh people in high society in the Victorian era to combat flatulence, because, you know, posh people don't want to fart because it just meant, oh no, I'm disgusting, just like the peasants, you know. Fungal infections, gallstones, kidney stones, genital herpes, cold sores, gingivitis, glaucoma, gout. Or there are so many different things. There are so many different things in this book that you would never think about finding an alternative natural remedy or fix. You just wouldn't think that it was there. So in order to combat whatever the problem is that you've got, you go to your GP, who was trained in a system where big pharma are on the board, literally on the board, of stating how GPs and doctors should be trained. Everything's upside down. But if ever I was to Oh, for God. If I ever was to recommend a book, that's probably it. And yeah. Right, so where was I? We are very strong. Big pharma, only interested in profits. Yes, they are. That's it. That's it. And there are a lot of profits, because unfortunately there are a lot of people out there that just they don't know about books like this. They don't know about people like us and our depth and our yearning for an alternative life, a healthier life, a better life, you know, and in many ways a more simple life. So many people are just so caught up in the matrix that they don't, a lot of people just don't understand people like us. They just don't yet. Natural remedies, after all, as I'm sure you know, modern medicines are derived from nature. They are. And then what they do is they synthesize it chemically and make a chemical alternative. And because when we aren't really designed to take in chemicals, really, we end up with side effects, you know, and then it starts to affect our purification system, like our kidneys and our liver, you know, and yeah, you don't get that from nature. Anything that's chemically synthesized and fucked about with to mimic what nature can do, that's all it's doing. It's mimicking. It's not actually fixing the problem. It's not solving the problem. It's just suppressing the problem whilst giving you side effects, which then you need another medication to sort the side effects out, which then comes with side effects. Yeah. After all, as I'm sure you know, modern medicines are derived from nature. Yeah, so I totally agree with that, brother. Shit, I'm not sure. I can't remember if outright it was a man or a woman. Oh, fuck me, that jumped quick. There was only like a little bit to move down in the chat, and so I clicked down and parsnip. I've just bought some parsnips tonight because they're on special. You just need a good old peeling, proper good old peeling. I tried to grow my own parsnips this year, and I failed. You know, but we've just got to keep trying. And anything that you've grown in your garden, or in your house, or in your grow tent, or whatever, or your allotment, anything that's continued to not let you down, you've clearly got the science of growing that nailed. Accidentally, fluke, whatever, doesn't matter. If you've managed to pull a decent, healthy crop and grow a decent, healthy crop year after year after year, keep doing that and then master it. Because Frank, who's mastered that with carrots, and Joanne, who's mastered that with onions, then we swap, you know. But yeah, I do. So I'm living in a van. Parsnips. Oh, parsnip. Yeah. You see, that was one of the reasons why. Hey, Annie, I missed your message there. I've had to go up. Annie. So Annie drove all the way out to the middle of fucking nowhere, the middle of nowhere, to pick up me, the girls, and a few bags, and brought us all the way back. You know, just an amazing woman, and yeah, I'd like to just say publicly, Annie, thank you, you know, because no one else was in a position where they could come out and help, and you did. And it's almost like you didn't even, you didn't really think about it. It was just an impulsive, instinctive thing, which makes you 10 times more beautiful. You're lovely. You're lovely. So yeah, thank you. Where are we? So you're living in a van, but if you got on a small boat, you could live on a. You could live. Small boat. I could live in a hotel, but I'm old English. 3 in here right now. So now dinner is done. Just doing hot water bottles. Oh, I know a few people that do that. They're doing the whole kind of like cold house thing, and just relying on hot water bottles and stuff just to get nice. And that was my childhood. That was normal for me. Waking up with a layer of frost on the inside of the window and on my covers glistening, because they were frozen. We've become so used to this to so many luxuries that we forget what it's like to be tough. But I do think again it's a muscle memory, and your brain is sort of like a muscle. So I think people like us that have been through that and experienced that sort of upbringing where we didn't have central heating or anything like that, no mod cons, nothing. We all adapt a lot easier than people that have never experienced that, So yeah, I know a few people that are using hot water bottles, and I think that's great, because it makes you more prepared because you're seasoning yourself. Where are we? We also have intuition and common sense to add to our senses. 2 of many. I believe that we've got a sense, an innate built-in sense of direction, which is based on the magnetic north, which is being fucked about with at the moment because of solar weather, a weakened magnetosphere, and a traveling traveling magnetic north, which is causing problems. But generally, yeah, our sense of direction. I believe that we have an ability to locate water. We don't need little sticks. It's all in here, And I think probably the last civilization or society to have that, to be able to find water instinctually. It's probably the Aborigines, the native Australians. Where you can move out into the middle of fucking nowhere, build a pond, nowhere, miles away from any other water source, build a pond, and at some point you'll have a frog in there or a toad. It's like, where the fuck did that come from? So we've all got it in us, we're all one. We're one big massive organism. The planet is one big massive organism, or the world is one big massive organism. Again, lots of theories on that. Oh yeah, you've jumped a bit. Nothing wrong with being free. No, there isn't. No. And we have to do whatever it takes to maintain that. And I prefer the word I was going to say unity. I do like that. Unity. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. I'm having another fag. That's all right. So just open, I don't know, crack a window open or your door, just to let it out. It won't take me long. Yeah, I was wondering about, because the value of my van has gone through the floor, and you know, this part of me. So I have got. So yeah, I might not have a car. I've got no car now, right? And I do believe it's a write-off. I do believe that. So I've got no car now, and I can't afford to get the camper van on the road just yet. And it doesn't make for a very practical run around. You know, it's a motorhome. It's classified as a motorhome, not a camper van. But that is there is an asset that I can fall back on financially. So not having a car has fucked some certain aspects of you know, the convenience of having a car. One is that my local shop only sells Muller shit, you know, so I've got no access to putting milk or cream or whatever in my drinks or my cereals or whatever. I haven't got that. It's a half an hour walk to a shop where I can find. So there's that, which is, you know, it's a half an hour walk. That's it. But there's the picking my dad up from the other, right on the other side of Nottingham, picking him up and going training, doing a proper shop, going somewhere different for the girls, so it's a bit of a difference. So they don't keep doing the same circular double lap. Get into the caravan. It's made everything way more complicated. It has, but not impossible. I just need to work harder now. That's it, you know. And if the insurance company turns around and says, yes, you're right, and you know, we'll pay you what the spot value of your car's worth, blah blah blah, then it's all good. But I can't see that happening. Was you a raver, Lulu? As in Lulu Pepper Pad? Was you a raver? Yeah, luckily there's no video evidence of me raving in the 90s. Oh, I can just picture, is it? Little box, big box, big box. What's for doing that? Yeah. Oh, do you know what? I can remember the Dielectric Club in Leicester, and it was all floorboards, you know. Now, so imagine that scenario now, right? So hear me out. So everyone in there was off their tits. Everyone. It was all about the music, peace, love, and unity, and dancing, right? And everyone was giving it everything, you know. Everyone was sweating profusely, and especially during the winter. So you'd have all of that moisture rising up off all of these hot bodies, connecting to the pipes above you, and then that rain, then you get rain, you get a rain of sweat. What is perspiration going up into the air and then coming down and landing on you like rain. So to all of those of you who are aware of the whole kind of shedding thing and blah 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 blah, that'd be a fucking nightmare for us now, you know. But I loved raving. I loved it. I fucking loved it. It's an era that that, and when house music kind of kicked in as well, and but drum and bass is still going strong, you know. So whenever there's something local, I will go because I just love drum and bass. I get lost in it. I've never listened to. Music is a very, very, very good medium for lifting your spirits up, and helping you kind of. But sometimes we just forget to listen to music to lift us back up again. And some music can send us down memory lane to depressing times or emotional moments and blah blah blah. But drum and bass has never done that for me. And I like opera. I like opera as well. I mean, opera. How can a drum and bass head, a raver, like opera? But opera and some certain classical music, the voice of mainly a female. They've both got something different to bring to the table, but female and male opera singers, their voice just moves through my soul, you know. Where are we? Oh, that I know I'm going to click down and there's going to be a shitload of comments there. And a few of you guys have said, don't read all the comments, just kind of just talk and chat and blah, blah, blah. But I struggle, I don't want to do that, because we're the right kind of inclusivity, you know, we're the right kind of it, and it's special. So I don't want to, I kind of get where they're coming from, but I also want to make sure that I am part of it. Common sense is more than they know. It's an extra sense. Yeah, I think I read that. But common sense is a sense. It's an extra sense. We've got so many senses that we're not general society in general, and the way that we live now, this kind of modern era. We've lost touch with so many of our senses, and a lot of people have just lost the appreciation. The normies, I mean, lost the appreciation for the senses that they have got, which are like gifts. They're gifts, you know, especially your eyesight. I've seen some beautiful, beautiful things in my life, you know, from a massive dragonfly landing on my hand to the point where I could just look at it and it was looking at me, you know, and they're one of the most intelligent insects. Down to, well, the list goes on and on and on. I don't know where I was going with that. I do apologise. Yeah, sight. We can see so much beauty. There's so much beauty out there, but on the flip side, we can see some bad shit too that we can't unsee. You know, doesn't sound woo woo. I know it doesn't sound woo woo to you, Lulu Prepper Pad. I would love for you to start your channel back up, but there's no pressure. No pressure. I just think you've got such a lovely kind of endearing quality to you, and people like endearing people, you know, especially endearing people. And yeah, your channel kind of it added that extra kind of thing, you know. So I hope maybe you reconsider starting your channel back up again. You know, the more prepper channels we've got, the better. When you look at sacred geometry and the patterns of it, yeah, or ley lines, and there's definitely something in it. We are definitely intelligently designed by something. I agree. The whole kind of Darwin's, but then I also didn't fall out with someone, and I don't know if you're listening to me. It wouldn't surprise me if you're part of the 24 people that are listening or watching. When I said that we are part of the primate family, they insisted that we weren't, and I just said, well, keep it light, because it's something that we could have gone round and round and round with. But the fact that we've only got we've got one chromosome different to a chimpanzee. I believe that we are sort of part of the primate family, if you like. Just an extremely evolved version. That's all. And in some cases, not in all the best ways. Where are we? But yeah, I believe in a creator. So whether you want to call it God or whatever, you know, you fill your boots. So Ray, Darmanin, that sounds lovely. Darmanin. It sounds chilled. You're very spiritual. In your car in my car accident. Oh, right, yeah. I had a near-death experience and it changed me forever. Again, I don't know. I've heard of stories where people have been able to recount, and they've clearly been, you know, that they've had defibs on them. You know, they're gone, and they've been able to point out who was stood where, what each person was doing, what they were saying, when in actual fact you were clinically dead. So, you know, there's no scientific, rational explanation for that, and there are no scientific and rational explanations for a lot of other things either. There's so much to this world we don't understand. So I'm on the fence about the kind of the as a body experience thing. Although I did have one too many mushrooms once, but even then I was in complete and total control. I've never been one of them. So yeah, I do think that. So your near-death experience. I mean, I'd love for you to elaborate on that. You know, or email me if you don't want to. If you don't want to, you know. I love that. Where there is a will, there is a way, and you're doing it. Yeah, there is where there is will, there is a way. You know, because we just don't quit. As long as you've got will, you won't quit. You won't quit. You'll find a way. You'll find a way. You know. I really struggle with people with a proper full-on defeatist attitude, because no matter what you say to people that are defeatists, it doesn't really matter what you say to them. It doesn't matter, because they'll just, oh well, I don't think that's going to happen, or oh, I don't think I could ever feel like that, or there's always an excuse, a negative excuse. I spend my time, I never spend any time around people like that, because they just pull you down, you know. But like I've said, I'm not an optimist either. I'm a realist, and so I'm not going to turn around and say, you know, that this is going to be a piece of piss when it quite possibly is not going to be, you know. But we just find a way. So not having a car has made things very, very. Not having a car has made things slightly more difficult than they were, you know, for all of the aforementioned reasons, training and my dad mainly. But yeah, but that's it. It's just made it more difficult. It hasn't made it impossible, you know. We find a way. We're preppers, you know. Like preppers, the word preppers, or the word prepping, or the term preparedness community, they're just words that humans have made up. But when you really get down to the bones of what we are and who we are, we're problem solvers. We're solution-based problem solving people, you know. So you know, we might not all be kind of mega technical. You know, I wouldn't be able to rewire a fucking house, but there'll be someone out there that's quite spiritual and on our level that can. And that's the sort of society that we need to sort of start leaning towards, and finding ways of making ourselves useful in a new society, whether that's kind of in the new world order society temporarily, or whether it's some sort of parallel society and communities that we've kind of just built up, and we live kind of outside to some degree until everyone catches up and thinks, actually, you know, we're watching. Again, leading by example. You've got to lead by example, otherwise your actions are meaningless. I've lost a bit here. I don't want to click too far because all of a sudden it's just like bang. There's just this massive list of things, which I love. You know, don't stop commenting. Don't stop commenting. You know, I'll keep up with you. You don't need to keep up with me. I also do not believe in heavily edited numerous times book, although some truths hidden in parables. I don't know why I struggled to read that. I think I'm having a thick day today, but I understand now. It's the pennies drops. I understand where you're coming from, and yeah, I think quite a lot of us kind of relate to philosophy, and I believe that most of the philosophers and seers and great thinkers over the last few thousand years, I think the vast majority of them were empaths, because we've got a much broader bandwidth of we take in more, we see more. Yeah, someone gave me this book to take away. I didn't read it. Maybe if I'd read it, it would have kind of made things a little bit easier for me. But I'm finding it a bit of a hard read because I'm not much of a reader. Again, I'm a listener and an observer. You know, we've all got our own unique learning styles. But I'm sure some of you will be familiar with this. So I'm dipping in and out of it. I'm just chuffed that book was loaned to me by a neighbour. So if a neighbour has got an expanded mind, which I know he has, his missus, I don't know. His missus is Chinese. But she's starting to kind of she's going down the looking into the teachings of Buddhism and everything that goes with that. And I don't think she's the right person for getting into that. I think she's getting into it for all the wrong reasons. I think she's getting into it to get to a certain degree where she can make money out of it, which to me is, yeah. Anyway, so my next door neighbour, nice bloke, switched on, and but I don't know how switched on. E.g. David and Goliath. Yeah, now David and Goliath. That's a very, very. I love that. I love that story. And I wrote. Let me see if I've still got it. Just bear with me. I sometimes have these profound thoughts, and sometimes I've got to write them down. I've got to write this down. Got to write this down. So just give me 15 seconds. No, I think I ended up with a bit of a collection, and I've just ditched it. But it was along the lines of because this is what came into my head, and I had to write it down. And it was something along the lines of when I became fully aware, it was like coming out of a cave and seeing and feeling the sunshine on my face for the first time. Then I looked into the distance and saw Goliath running at me at great speed, and all I had was a stone to throw. And yeah, that kind of I have these profound thoughts, and sometimes I've just got to get them down on paper. I've got a fucking drawer full upstairs, you know. But look how that turned out, you know. Have faith in yourself. You wouldn't believe what you're capable of doing, and you wouldn't believe what you're capable of enduring and achieving, you know. You just need to be put to the test. Where are we? Goliath, the Nephilim, fallen angels mating with humans. Who knows? You know, going back to the it's gone, and I don't want to spend too much time thinking about it, because then I'm not talking and interacting. The Sumerians. Were they gods? You know, were they the first architects of genetic engineering? We just don't know. Well, I think some people do, but it's not good. This information just isn't given out to the lay person until we take our world back, which will happen. You know, I can't see this going any other way than a global revolution. You know, I can't see that going. I can't see it going any other way than that. And that's the only way that we can bring about change. Whether it happens like almost overnight, or whether it's a sequential, you know, sort of phased in or to phase out type process or not, I just don't know. You know, I'm not Nostradamus. I've got a Nostradamus down there as well. Bear with me. You see, again, my issue with the Bible and my issue with a lot of Nostradamus stuff is the fact that there's just so much left open to interpretation, you know. So how can we take something for gospel if it can be interpreted in so many different ways? But at the turn of the second millennium, the twin or two hollow mountains will fall. You know, the Twin Towers. You know, there are loads of other examples as well that are just a little bit too accurate, you know, for us to be thinking, well, that's a load of bollocks, you know. But I don't like it when things are too open to interpretation, because you'll find whatever you're looking for, whether it's true or not, and that I find that frustrating and irritating. And this is why I can't push just keeping an open mind, and don't kind of remain fixated on any particular aspect of that. Just let it in, let it float around, it will do its own thing, and doesn't apply any extra pressure to you, you know. The Book of Enoch, yeah, interesting, very interesting, yeah. And again, I have kind of looked into certain aspects of the Bible, and again, I'm not going. I don't believe in a book. I just don't believe. I refuse to believe in a book that was written by a man and then translated, possibly loosely, into other languages. And I think that there could be so much information that was lost there, and then loads of people have got their own interpretation of it, and that's just not, to me, that's not healthy. It's not. A critical mind is healthy. That's a healthy mind. Right, where was I? Bear with me. Vitamin C is my go-to That stuff is brilliant. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I don't know if you know this 4x4 fella. Oh, fuck me, where did all that's come from? Let me just get back to your message, matey. My dad wasn't a tool maker. Oh my God, shit. Right. You know, because a few people have kind of given me a little bit of constructive, because the whole live streaming thing is still a relatively new thing to me. And people have said, don't focus on reading all of the comments, just talk, and then kind of get in there on whatever's there and elaborate on that. So there is that inclusion and that interaction, but don't focus on trying to read every single comment out. And I am trying to learn to find some sort of balance with this. So if I don't end up reading your comment out, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It's not. Just know that. Okay. Yeah, we had no central heating. We had a tin bath that used to hang on a big massive nail on the kitchen, outside in the kitchen, and we used to, next door would lend it off us to bathe their kids, and we'd have a bath in front of the fire during the winter and have a bath in the backyard during the summer. Tin bath, no bathroom. We didn't even have a toilet, an indoor toilet. We had an outside toilet, and we had pails, buckets, in each bedroom. So we didn't have to go out in the freezing cold or the snow for a wee in an outside toilet where the water in the cistern, the flushing water, just freeze over. I've got to sit in the garden to have a smoke. Go for it, Annie. Hey, if anyone's ever, I'll tell you what, mate. If you were here, I'd roll one for you, sweetheart, for what you did for me. Let's open a window whilst I admire. Where are you then, mister? And mister, what's your name? What's your name? Come on. You're part of this tribe. You're part of this tribe. Come on. What's your name? Mister. I've only ever got called Mister when I've been in trouble. Oi, mister. Or when I was working for Mencat, I was called, there was one girl, and this is before Trump ran for office the first time round. There was a girl with Down syndrome, right? And she used to call me T-Man. T-Man. She never called anyone, and I'd never called myself that. None of my work colleagues ever called me that, And she called me T-Man. Now he's well known as T-Man. Yeah, you see, again, the stuff that we used to get delivered to our door was all healthy stuff. It was good stuff, And I do think the more that we start to, we need to become more cooperative. And I think that the way forward is for us to start using farm shops more often, and especially farm shops that are attached to a specific farm that have got other connections to get stuff imported in, and become a cooperative. So we just cut the government out completely, And the more of us that use a cooperative form of buying our food, healthy food, organic food, the more of us that do that, the cheaper it will get. On top of trying to grow our own as much as we can as well, it's all utterly doable, it is. It's doable. It's just a matter of time and a few more people waking up and commitment and the ability to be able to sustain change, massive change, because that's what's coming. We all used to get chili beans. Oh, fucking hell. Chili beans, my God. Chilblains. No one mentions them now. No, they don't. No. But then there are shitload of things now that kids didn't have then, like rickets. So we've gone from being better off in so many other ways, but worse off in others. So we've got British kids now that have got rickets. You know? And that's a proper massive telltale sign of you know, just not enough nutrition. And the last time we had this scale of rickets in our children was when they were working in workhouses in the Victorian era. All of this has got to stop. All of this has got to stop. I've got right, okay. Yeah, Jack Frost. Do you know, it's funny you should just mention Parsnip about Jack Frost on the inside of your windows. I was watching a criminal podcast. Again, I was a raver, you know, and I remember a lot of these people kind of moving off into their own direction and trying, you know, a different niche. And yeah, this criminal, I remember Jumping Jack Frost. He was a drum and bass and jungle DJ, an artist. But yeah, he was into so much bad shit. It was unreal, which shocked me, really, to be honest with you. Anyway, it just reminded me of that. Yeah, I used to get dressed for school under my sleeping bag. I'd have a sleeping bag, and then like a really, really old fashioned quilt, because I couldn't handle blankets, because the dust that would get into the blankets used to affect my chest. I had chronic asthma as a kid, so I was quite limited. But yeah, I used to get changed underneath the covers to, you know, get into my school uniform under the covers, you know. So it's in us. We've experienced hardship and shit, and from, you know, in comparison to today's standard of living, it was completely different to this. You know, I've got the heating on. Yeah, where were we? Who remembers the juice vans that came around with the red cola and the fluorescent green limeade? Fuck me, Lana. I think that might be a Scottish thing, to be honest with you. We used to have a pop man who used to come around with a pop. You get pop delivered off, and then you get money knocked off for returning the bottles. You know, we need to get back to that glass production, and then incentivizing people to return the glasses intact so they can be cleaned out again. And we've got to get rid of plastic. It seemed like a great idea at the time, but it's so fucking bad. It's so bad. It's so bad for us. Fellow Gen X here, who remembers the juice funds? Yeah. And I was looking into Coke earlier on. I was just thinking, it was not Coke. Not. How are you doing? Not that kind of Coke. Coca-Cola, and the fact that, you know, you look at, you can take the dimmest of a 2 pence piece, drop it into a glass of Coke, leave it for a little while, it'll come out like a brand new coin. So imagine what that's doing to your stomach, you know. Red collar. So you've still got a scar on your leg when you stood too close to the 3-bar electric fire. I've got it. Oh my God. I don't know if it's still there now, because like obviously I'm not going to turn around and say, can I just ask you a question? I hope you don't mind. It is a little bit left field, and I understand if you don't want to go for it. But can you just check my left arse cheek to see if there's a grid-shaped scar on it? It's not something you'll ask someone. But I was in a flat once, just got out of the bath. There was no heating in the bathroom. There was no heating in any other room other than this very small dining room. And it was one of those storage heaters. So they take forever to fucking heat up, you know. But even then, even these things, even these storage heaters are more efficient than these heat pump things they're trying to push on people. So anyway, I got out, you know, obviously when you get out, your skin is softer because it's taken on a lot of moisture. Everything's kind of, you know, and I went straight out of the bathroom, straight into the living room because that was warm. It was warm in there, and I got myself dried off in there, big massive towel. So I went down to dry me shins on my knees, and I just heard my arse go. And yeah, a very, very, very bad burn on my left arse cheek, but it was in the shape of a grid. You know, there could be some sick, twisted fuckers out there that would be thinking, how much would I pay to have a bloke bent over whilst I can do bingo or noughts and crosses on his arse? Because I've never done that before. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, gosh. Anyway, moving on. Still got a scar on it. Yeah, so I've got to start. I think I've still got a scar on my arse. I just don't know yet. But I might have a look later on. I've got a big mirror upstairs. I just need to kind of. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'll give it a go just to see if it's still there. Weird segue, but playing opera keeps my chickens happy and laying. Yeah, because it's vibrations. It's vibrations. You know, there was a CD that was released called Through a Dog's Ears. So when you go out, you put the CD on, or a download now, or whatever. I prefer to have a physical copy of something that I paid for. And it's called Through a Dog's Ears, and you play that whilst you've gone out, and it keeps your dogs chilled. But that's more classical as opposed to opera. But I love opera. I love opera. It moves me. It does something to my soul, you know. And some classical music, you know. I don't know who of you might remember Tiesto, right? So no one had heard of Adagio for Strings. No one had ever heard of it, or most people had not heard of Adagio for Strings. And he took that piece of classical music and made it into a dance track, right? Now, I remember Platoon and Adagio for Strings was played in that. That was my first. So my first experience of that piece of music was in that film, which was an amazing film. So Adagio for Strings was made kind of modern by making it into a dance track. I think Tiesto's dead now. I don't know, but it was incredible. You know, it didn't take that beautiful piece of music and make it shit. He just brought it into the 21st century and aimed it at young people. And I think statistically, a lot of young people would have become fans of classical music to some degree off the back of that. But then I can remember playing Adagio for strings, the full length version of this piece of music. And yeah, my eyes were welling up. It's very, very, very emotional piece of music. Adagio for strings. Absolutely beautiful. Unbelievably sad. My dad wouldn't have central heating. He had a gas fire fitted to my bedroom, but he used to bollock me for putting it on. Yeah, well, everyone wanted to keep the costs down, especially tight bastards. You know, I'd be thinking, look, if you're cold, just keep it on for a while, warm the room up, then turn it off and go to bed. That's what I'd say. But I think everyone has like different parenting styles, don't they? You know. Yeah, but yeah, a little gas fire fitted. I'd love to know if anyone actually went out and bought that Marksman gas heater that I demonstrated in the kitchen a few years back. Good little backup system, especially for a small bedroom. As long as you've got CO2 or carbon monoxide alarms knocking about, 2, because you don't want to die. That was another thing, you know. I got so yeah. Again, I don't want to come across with some sort of defeatist victim mentality, because that's not me. That's not what I'm about. I allowed myself to get that low, and yeah, there was a point where I was thinking, you know, if we ended up with carbon monoxide in this caravan tonight, we would all just drift into a deep sleep and just not wake up again. You know, I wasn't suicidal. But I want to clarify that, right? I wasn't. But I was just thinking, what a peaceful way to go. You know, I know that might sound a bit macabre to some people, and I do apologise. It wasn't meant to bring the on that note, we've got someone here called Much Joy, one of our Canadian friends just joined us. I've not seen your YouTube name before, mate. I'm not sure if you're male or female, but yeah, much love back at you. You know, we're all in this together, and you've got control. Yeah, spelled properly. And I have absolutely no idea. No idea. I was going to say I've got absolutely no idea why you're tolerating that man, but we are doing the same. But it's just for now. It's just for now. We need a lot more people to just catch up to where we are, and we'll take our world back. We will. And then even then, there's going to be a shitload of teething problems in trying to restructure a society all over again, when it shouldn't be that difficult, because all of the infrastructure for a decent democratic society, all the infrastructure for that is in place. We just need to get rid of these fuckers that are in the Houses of Parliament and you know, House of Commons and the House of Lords. We've just got to get rid of them. We've got to go and replace them with people that are prepared to serve the people, because that's how it was meant to work. We've given them far too much reign, you know. So yeah, much love, you know. Ontario. Do you know the only thing that's ever put me off about Canada is it's just so fucking cold, you know. I was designed. You stick me in Thailand, where you've got people like me from, you know, that pale skin that have come from the West, all going, we couldn't go out during the day, it was too fucking hot. You'd never hear me saying that, ever. I love the heat. So yeah, but you've probably come from generations of living in Canada. So yeah, you've kind of, you're seasoned for it. And again, in Canada, it gets the temperatures get so low and there's so much ice. You just get out there and they just blast all the aircraft off. Right, go on, take off. Your trains, they just run. Some of them might have plows, snow plows on the front of them, but they just run. In England, historically, we've had a couple of leaves that have fallen from a tree and landed on a fucking track. Cancelled. You're in Canada. I think Canada's quite similar to Russia in that way, as in where you are in the higher part of the northern hemisphere. But yeah, much love to you, much joy, and I love your YouTube name because we need more of that. Oh, look at this! I love it when people interact. It's gorgeous, gorgeous. Hippie guy. Yeah, going back to vitamin C, the whole reason why I'm called Rose Hippie Guy is because someone chose the name. It was City Prepping UK, but there was a City Prepping channel already out there in America, and he's got over 1 million subscribers now. So the channel was starting to get a lot of momentum, and I wasn't happy about that. I didn't want that. So I asked someone to choose a different name, and I'd gone through rose hips because rose hips have got 7 times more vitamin C than an orange. They are super rich in vitamin C. So if you can dehydrate them and then pack them down to see you through winter, it's an organic and very powerful source of vitamin C. And all rose bushes, no matter what type of rose, all rose bushes, even dog roses, all rose bushes produce rose hips, and that's how the name of the channel came about. So I don't. Yeah. Again, I said, what about rose? Because I'd gone on about rose hips. What about rose? And that was it. It was perfect. So yeah, going back to vitamin C and make sure that you can keep your vitamin C levels topped up, I would strongly recommend that you start processing rose hips, dehydrating them if you can, or just saving them up in your fridge and making it like a rose hip tea out of it. Or there's loads of uses for rose hips, and they're everywhere. I've got loads packed away. Oh, why have you retracted your message, Annie? Some of your messages. Was you effing and blinding it? Hey, was you fucking this and fucking that? Are you guys any nearer to getting rid of your tyrant? Again, because we're all preppers, but we're also by default. This is to you, much joy. We're also by default conspiracy theorists. We don't have any faith in our political system, just like you don't have any in yours. But the fact that Elon Musk is kind of putting his 10 pence worth out there on what he feels about the woman that's meant to be in charge of the safety of our children in this country, in relation to the Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. I'll just call them what they are, because that's what they are, the vast majority of them, and she's just doing fuck all about it. It's still a problem. It's still a massive problem. in our country, and our politicians don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care. So yeah, in answer to your question, yes, we still have our tyrant, as you do yours for now. Where was I? Beginning to think you had trauma. He would sit down and fix you. Awesome person. I've lost context on that, Mister. I do apologise. It does happen from time to time. It's not through lack of trying. Believe me. It's coming. It will happen fast. It will, But I think what they'll try and do is, I mean, when they froze all the truckers, because we were all watching that Much Joy. We were all watching that. We were watching those truckers, and whatever was said in that meeting, because there was a lady and a couple of guys that were leading the whole truck movement thing. Whatever was said to them in that room had rattled them. It had fucking rattled them. But we can't allow ourselves to cave into fear, because that's exactly what they want. And as soon as they get that, they've got you, and it'll be hard to wriggle out of it. So no fear. Absolute mass non-compliance to any of these tyrannous fuckwits that are leading any of our countries. The rats are in their own little bag. Yeah, I like the way you put that. Yeah, I love rats. I've had pet rats. The only reason I'd never have another pet rat, or you've got to have two. If you're ever going to keep rats, you've got to have two, because they're so intelligent. They need stimulation. If they can't get that from you, they need to get it from each other. So 2 females, or a male and a female, but I get the male done, or the female done, or whatever. And the only downside to having rats is the fact that they just don't live long enough, and you can become so attached to them that it's just like heartbreaking. Yeah, at least with dogs, I've got a longer time with them, But I love rats. So yeah, to compare these bastards to rats, they're nowhere near as good as rats. Nowhere near. What's happening? Following what's going on. So yeah, honestly, we were all watching the truckers because they were inspiring. They were inspiring people, and there would have been a lot of people out there that were just so fucking fast asleep, and they would have clocked that. And like, what's this all about? Before you know it, we've got more awake people, or people waking up at least. Hugh McBeath. I don't recognise your name either. I'm sorry if I missed your TC. Again, it's just jumped. I've got a shitload now of messages, and I don't know where to start. Keep smiling. Yeah. Cheers, Parsnip. Enjoy your dinner. Hope it's something nice. You are the right place. Yes, he is, Lana. Yeah. Thanks for joining us, Mister whoever you are. So, Hugh McBeath. I do try and do the accent a little bit, because I just kind of, when I go, if I go abroad, I'll try and learn a little bit of the language, or I'll just try and, just out of respect, and so I might throw an accent in there now and then, but it's not. It's playful. That's all it is. So, Hugh McBeath, where do you hail from? That was fucking dreadful. I had to do a bit more practice. solfeggio frequencies are awesome. Another reason they took down a lot of the bells, the frequencies they rang out, healed. Yeah, there's a lot of science that have gone into churches, and if I can find it, I'll post it in the community section, because there's something about the spires as well, and certain parts of Italy, they're these spires were just standalone spires. They were harnessing something. And yeah, and they've built proper old churches. They're built for residents, you know, which is a frequency. But I think most churches were just built to extract you from your cash. If you look at the way the Church of England's gone, woke, and I'm christened Church of England, you know, but that means fuck all to me now. And then you look at Catholicism, and you look at the, you know, Italy. I think Italy is the only country in the world that's got two other countries that are in it. So you've got Italy as the country, and then within Italy, you've got two other countries. One of those countries is San Marino, which is where I have visited, and it's got one of the highest GDPs in the world. And the other one is Vatican City. That is its own, like the city of London. Shut up! That's like the city of London. It's a separate country. They've got their own police force, their own laws. They've got so fucked up. So, but with Catholicism, it's just full of nonsense and dark people, dark lords. You were in two magazines, Ray. Is that off the back of your illness, or were you like a centre spread? And when I say spread, I'm sorry, sweetheart, I couldn't resist it. You're all getting. Let me send some heart back at you. There you go, look. That's the nearest I can give to love to you all, and it's meant. And thanks for the hearts back, guys. Where was I? Well, you say it wasn't really important, Ray, but you know what you've been through is, you know, it's kind of that's a lot of people don't come back from that. You, David Guna, there's a few people that have thanks for all the hearts, guys. It's lovely, very lovely. I always notice. I do notice. You've been through horrific. She's drinking again. I don't know where my headphones are. So yeah, what you think isn't important can be inspirational to other people. It can. It's another example of just how well and how proficient and efficient we are at bouncing back physically and mentally. You know, we're incredible. We're incredible, especially empaths. You know, that ability to see more. You know, that's your superpower. But it has its downsides, you know. Every up's got its down. Where are we? Mr. Can Terry or anyone in the community help? I've generators. Again, you know, because I love the English language so much. When there's a serious misspelling of something, but don't worry about it, mister. It's nothing against you. It's just my head. I do think there is some sort of OCD thing going on in my head, and that's my problem, not yours. So you've got generators, but no land to keep safe. Can I diamond drill through the wall and have the exhaust connected to heat-proof piping out the building? Is probable or a no-go? It's absolutely possible. Yeah. In fact, if you're gonna go down that route, mister, I would probably. I'm assuming your generator is petrol. Now, if you can afford it, fuck your petrol generator off and buy a diesel generator. Then buy a shitload of jerry cans and fill as many of them up as you can as possible with diesel, because diesel lasts a lot longer than petrol. Petrol can go off. If you put out-of-date petrol, say a year and a half old petrol in a car, it might judder. It might judder a little bit. And the same can happen with your generator if you're not using it much. So if you get rid of your petrol generator and get a diesel generator, which are more expensive, you could also then get a shitload of diesel in storage if you can, if you've got room for it, and then invest in a diesel heater, because a diesel, but then you're going to need batteries, 12 volt, and solar panels to provide those batteries with. I'll tell you what, mister, look in the description box, and it will say about, and I'll have in there somewhere, I'll have my email. Email me, and I'll go further into it, just so I don't get lost in the chat, and I'll go further into it with you, and because there are lots of solutions there, lots. But yeah, you can have a diesel. You can have a generator, petrol or diesel generator that needs an exhaust. You just need to find out what the diameter of the exhaust is. Make sure that you can get one that fits around it. Bulldog clip it, drill through a wall, seal it off with heat-proof sealant, which you can buy. It's very cheap. And yeah, you know, that's it. You've got power indoors without letting half the neighbourhood know that you've got a Jenny. And then on top of that, make sure you've got your generator mounted on sponge, so it's sending less vibrations out, less noisy. There's so many things you can do to minimize the noise of a generator. But definitely, thanks for the hearts, guys. I'm seeing them coming through. It's lovely. But if you get a diesel generator, then get a diesel heater. Diesel heaters are amazing. I've got a few. I bought some of the cheap, cheesy shit Chinese imports. They're not good. If you're going to go for a diesel heater, then go for something called Eberspacher, which is German. They're not cheap, but they'll last forever, and they're extremely efficient. And once you've got your room, once you've got your room warm, you need to turn that thermostat down, because it's when it kicks in, it's like, fuck me, you know. It can be -50 outside, and you'll be sat inside with jeans and with a pair of shorts and a vest on, and still be sweating your bollocks off. Yeah, petrol, Jenny. Right. Okay. Right. So yeah. So maybe invest in maybe consider, if you can afford it. Again, it's all down to affordability. If I was to turn around to anyone and say, right, if you've got a very, 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 very limited income, I would just be saying get food, and backup water and water purification. Water, you know. So I hope you've got something from that. And if there's anything that I've kind of missed or not, you want to go into anything else, this entire all 21 of us, you know, it's a wealth of information. We've got so much knowledge between us. Yeah, I feel like I went on one there, but it's stuff that I'm interested in, so I'm quite enthusiastic about it. Democracy, yeah, but you know, the model of democracy should work, but it can only work on a local level, you know. So you're picking a plumber, you know, or a you know, a till worker in a supermarket, or an electrician, or you know, a bus driver or something like that to represent. You know, it's got to be local. It's got to be local. Democracy on the scale that we've got it now, and their approach towards a one world government is just, it's just, that can never ever be a good thing, ever, you know. And there's a big chunk of me that just thinks that China's behind all of this to some degree, because they have something called, I mean, if you look at Xi's history, you know, and his kind of admiration for Mao, and yeah, just look into a bit of Xi's history, right? He is a proper dictator. He is, but he believes in what's known as the heavenly mandate, right? So China has the heavenly mandate, which means that there can only be one, you know. So China can't be dictated to. China dictates. That's the heavenly mandate. And yeah, take from that what you will. Where was I? I've got a feeling I'm going to click down there and it's just going to go, it's going to do that. Yeah. Doobie doobie doo. Doobie doobie doo, Annie. I clock that. Let me just go up a bit. Doobie doobie doo. I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by that. Oh, got you sauced. Where were we? Yeah, they are demons. They're devoid. Again, look at who they've put in. Look at who they've put in position of safeguarding our children. You know. Well, look, we don't want to upset this particular demographic who are raping your daughters, because we need the votes. So we've got to try and be as democratic as possible with these people, and you know, and meet somewhere in the middle. Fuck off. Not sure. I am from Dublin, and you're 30. I like that, because we've got you're a younger generation, because in the what's its names, you know, the analytics, the vast majority of people that watch these live streams and the walk and talks and the odd prepping video that comes out now and then, it's generally around my age, around like 45 to 55. So it's nice to see a 30-year-old chap in the chat, and by default part of our little tribe. So much love, and all you'll get is love from us. That's all you'll get, you know, because that's what we're about: love and encouragement, and keeping each other pushing forward, and communicating, you know. But it's a very, I think generally it's a very positive place, our little tribe. So Tony, fuck me, how far back is this chat? I'll not make the same mistake again, guys. I do apologize. It was something I'd say I'd sort out in the last live stream, and I've not got around to it, but I've just had so many things to deal with. I just didn't think, so I do apologize, but I will get it sorted for the next one. So yeah, nice to meet you, Tony. And I love the Irish accent. I love the Northern Irish accent's a little bit it's a little bit harsher, you know. Get up those stairs now. I know where you live. Do you know what I mean? Whereas the Irish, it's like, say, would you like to go for a nice pint down the road? You know, it's lovely. It's just so friendly. It's such a friendly, lovely accent. I fucking love the Irish accent. Always have done. Always have done. So yeah, welcome aboard, Mister, aka Tony. Yeah, those videos from Dublin are heartbreaking, Lily, because it's such a tiny country, you know, and a lot of people in Ireland were duped because they were turning around and saying, right, we need to find people that are prepared to take in Ukrainian refugees, and there would have been a few people, and again, not meaning to stereotype, but say Paddy down the road is thinking to himself, I could end up with a really, really fit, gorgeous Ukrainian lass that's got a couple of kids, who's lost her husband on the front line of a meaningless war that should have never, ever happened. And eventually she might like me and fall in love with me, and, you know, I'll be sorted. When in actual fact, what happened was, because he put himself down for that, and this has happened right the way across Ireland, not just Dublin, all the way across Ireland, not Northern Ireland, Ireland. And people were duped. So next thing you know, they've received a call or a text to say, right, your new the people you're taking into your home and giving a bedroom to, or a couple of bedrooms to, blah blah blah, you know, sharing your house with for X amount of money, will be arriving at 2 p.m. today. So if you can be home and be ready for them to receive them, that'd be great. So Paddy's like sat there looking, doing a bit of clock watching, you know, and then sort of ding dong, goes to the door, opens the door up, and there's Mohammed, his brother Ali, and his other brother Mohammed. And he's looking around like, where's Olga? You know? So many Irish people were duped. But then so many British people were too. So it's not just exclusive to Ireland, my friend. It's happened right the way. It's happened right the way across the entirety of Europe, and well, just the entirety of Europe, because I don't think anyone in America are offering their homes up to these Venezuelan gangs, and they've got their own version of shit over there. Oh, do you know what? There's, you know, honestly, I feel so blessed. You know, so sincerely blessed with having you guys. You know, that was just someone checking. Honestly, much joy. You should have, you know. It's I'm glad that you've just, again, this, because of this is a different medium within the whole YouTubing thing, and it's a relatively new thing for me. It's only been like the last couple of weeks or whatever that I've realized I can do, you know, live streams. So there would have been a lot of people that wouldn't have left, you know, maybe kind of like just reserved their comments in the comment section of videos and stuff, that feel more confident and more comfortable to get involved in a live chat. So that's why I'm trying to sort of like make a bridge between the two. So we've got both, just so that there's something for everyone, you know, the right kind of inclusiveness. Inclusive, you know, the word inclusive. There are so many beautiful words that have been, yeah, but we know what's what. Where are we? The real Cabbage Patch Kids. What have I lost? What have I missed? 30 years and. Oh, right. So much joy. You're 60. Minimum of 60, not 30. Right. Oh yeah. I'm misunderstood. I mean, 30 years in Dublin and 30 years in Canada. Right. So you're 60 plus. So yeah, you're in our general. I misinterpreted that. Sorry, matey. Energy. Yes, Lana. Yeah, those spires, and there are so many. If you look look into the history of Bologna. I've been there. I avoid tourist traps. I avoid them. But Bologna was somewhere I needed to go. It was a yearning, and yeah, look into the history of these spires there. There was something, you know. There's so much that's been hidden from us. Petrol goes off in months. Diesel last year's. That's right, Annie. That's right. That's why I've got a massive stock of. Well, I've got no stock of diesel whatsoever. But it goes on forever and ever and ever. You know, you can go down to a scrapyard, just looking to see if the actual engine, the body of the car is fucked. It's gone. There's no coming back. You know, it's gone to car graveyard. But sometimes you can go down to these places. You could stick in a fully charged battery in these cars that have been trashed and just been left on a heap for 3-4 years through extreme temperatures during the summer and extreme temperatures during the winter. Rig it up to a new battery on a diesel engine, start it, and it'll start on. It'll start on, no problem. If that was petrol, not happening. Diesel. This is why they're charging us so much for it now, and will continue to, you know. But then there are old diesel vehicles that you can use chip fat on, you know, as in cooking oils, not lard, but cooking oils, you know. Yeah, a lot of our history has been either hidden or altered, and I think a lot of the answers to a lot of our questions are under the Vatican. Thank you. Will email. Bless you. Yes, Mister. Yeah. Don't worry about. Hey, mate. I'm assuming that message. I don't know how far behind I am now. I'm assuming that message was about the way you'd spelled generator. It means fuck all. It doesn't matter, because I end up trying to say things sometimes that the way my brain is what my brain's trying to say and what comes out of my mouth can be different. But I've had a build up of 5 years of people coming together that can read between the lines of what I'm trying to say. So you're no different to that. You know, don't worry about spelling. Don't let that put you off commenting and leaving. You know, getting involved in the live chat and commenting. That was not a negative at all. well, email me, and we'll come up with loads of solutions. We'll come up with loads of ideas between us, and that goes for any of you. If there's any holes in your preps, or if there's anything that you're not quite sure about, anything that you think can be improved, anything that you can't get your head around, email me. I'll try my absolute best to find a solution for you. I will. The dog has an issue with the Vatican. The Vatican is just pure evil. Whereas I think that there are lots and lots of really, really beautiful, God-fearing, honourable, moral Catholics out there. But I believe that they might just be following the wrong religion, because if you look into the Vatican and its history and its connection with some really, really bad, sick, twisted people, including Hitler, the Italian mafia, the list goes on and on and on, and then you look at all of the paedophilia, it's so fucked up. You'd be better off becoming a Jedi, following the religion of Jedi, than Catholicism, in my humble opinion. Mister, don't keep apologizing. We get you. You're loved by default. You're fine. Funny as it is, I can plaster a home, make a building, dig you a bunker. Email me. I'll give you my address. Just big enough for me and my girls, and my Frey Bentosh pie stash. It shouldn't be too expensive. There was a bunker advertised on eBay recently, but the amount of groundwork required to get this thing in the ground, in and of itself, is a massive task. Imagine what these billionaires have got, or trillionaires, 30 years in countries, I still sound like I got off the boat yesterday. I like that, because you've maintained and held on to your identity, your original identity. I love that. Apologies if I've missed any of your, because I've jumped straight down. I'm trying to keep on top of it now. So if I've missed any of your comments, please forgive me, guys. And I will sort this out next time around. No delay. I think there's a minimum of 60 seconds, and 60 seconds when we're going at this pace is significant. We can lose context, and I don't like that. I like to know what you're talking about. Oh, Joanna Morgan's in the house. Love you guys. You're 68 this month. How does that happen? Yeah, time flies. It flies faster the older you get, which makes it more important for you to make sure that every day of your life you live. We've got a Miss Hinch. I'm going to have to go up now, aren't I? Because we've got a Miss Hinch. I don't know how far. I'm really sorry. I'll make up to it. Make up to you the next time, Miss Hinch, because I can't see you. Joanna, yeah, have a good birthday, chick, and have one on me. A port. Not Bud Light. Where are we? Oh. Can you confirm? Right, so can I confirm if you feel you can't join the chat, please do. No, I'm saying please join the chat. Yeah, join the chat, and any walk and talks or any little prepping videos or little kind of prep food meal idea videos, get involved. The fact that you've got dyslexia, that doesn't make any difference to us. None. Makes no difference to us. You know, as long as you've got a good heart and you're a decent person and you want to kind of get through all of this madness, you'll be fully accepted here no matter what, you know, warts and all. We'll read through any spelling mistakes. We'll read through it. It doesn't matter. We'll see through it. We'll know where you're coming from. You're one of us now. So kind. Yeah, they are kind. Yeah. Don't think anyone here would be horrible. No, nobody. And the more you interact, the more you'll understand, and the more you'll realize how special our little tribe is. 5 years in the making. Tartarian, right? So Tartaria, there are lots of, thanks for the love arts, guys. Beautiful. It's just you know, straight back at you. Tartaria, I do believe that again, going back to, if we look at how they are changing history right in front of us now, they're changing history literally as we speak, right? So what's to say that 200 years ago there wasn't a completely different the same sort of landmass in the same position, but just a different kind of empire, but an empire that works. So I do believe in the whole Tartaria thing. I do think there's something in it, and I think we'll learn a lot more about that as we go along. There's a channel that I've been following for a while, and I just can't remember what it's called now, so which is useless to you. Can you just bear me a second, because I am for some strange reason, I'm starting to feel a proper chill. I'm just going to put a top on, but I've got the top just over there. So, and I need another ginger and lemon tea. I wish I'd found that other, because I don't actually agree with those 3 words there. You know, just those there. Back to the slaphead. Yeah. I mean, so I had to go in the van to get, I went mushroom picking and glasses hunting at the same time in a camper van, you know. But the other glasses that I was going to wear, because these are, you know, I got so tired of, and because what didn't look straight to you didn't look straight to me, but because everything's the other way around, left is right and right is left, I was, instead of straightening my glasses up, I was making them even more wonky. So I'd forgotten that I had these in the van, so I went to get them. But before I did, these are the ones that I was going to wear tonight. Are you ready? So just picture, if you will, that I've got a little tiny bit of a fro, right? Just a bit, right? And I'm anemic. So an albino Trevor, what was his name? The newsreader. Trevor McDonald. An albino Trevor McDonald with what looks like a Muslim convert beard and no hair, right? Fuck me, properly built that up. You know? So this, I knew that no one would take me seriously if I wore these, because I look a fucking idiot. So I went on a mad mission to try and find those other glasses, and I'm glad I did. And I can read everything perfectly in the chat. Oh, you get to see me without any glasses, but I can't see you. I can't see a damn thing. There we are. Back in room. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so Mr. You know, check out the message from Lana, and I'm sure a few other people have said the same. You know, you're in a place of positivity, but you're not in a place of needless, mindless unrealistic people, if that makes sense. We're all very realistic. We're all realists, and I think just like any other kind of like profound element of society, I think realists find realists because we relate. You know, that's human nature. You end up, so if you went to a jail, for example, and this is what happens in America, right? So if you went into a jail in America and you look like me, for example, you would have the Hispanics, you would have the Afro-Americans. I prefer to just say black people because, you know, you're either African or American. You know, that does irritate me. It's not a racist comment. It does irritate me. You know, you're either from Africa or you're from America. You know, that's it. Where were you born? America, right? You're American then. You're American. You know, you're a black American, not Afro, because you've never been to fucking Africa. Things like that bug me. So if I was to go into a prison, and I would probably be more drawn to people, you know, if a certain group that looked the most like me, you know, and that applies throughout society. You always kind of try and you'll lean towards people that you've got the most in common with. It's human nature. It's normal. And we're a tribe of absolute realists. We don't we don't kind of like, we don't put frills on things and stuff. We do try our level best to be positive in a very, very negative world. And we do look out for all of those silver linings, because they are there. We do try and look at the positives, but we remain realistic. We're very, very realistic people. So anyone that joins our little tribe and is after something like that, you'll fit right in. You will. Flat Earth and Antarctic. The Ariana. I love it all. Yeah, again. So Lulu, Sherez, are you saying that, are you a flat earther? No issue with that. Just saying. I do think there are interesting aspects of Antarctica that I would love to investigate, but we've got very limited information, really. Just what just what they want to tell us. Yeah, functional. I need to look at the job, price it, etc. Bit of OCD, and I'd be damn proud to advise anyone who wants the bunker cheap style. Lol. Yeah, I've thought about it. I mean, I wish that there's part of me that wishes that maybe we'd kind of found a house that had a cellar. But then, having said that, I do believe that fate led us to this house, because if I do think I can, maybe there's a lot more I can do to grow more food. I've got the space, I just haven't got the soil, because it's all slabbed. It was devoid of any. If ever there was a garden that could discourage any form of wildlife, that was our garden. But now we've made it sort of neutral. And again, the word neutral, they've taken so many words that were all right before. We understood it, but there is balance in this garden now. All sorts of wildlife and trees, and a little tiny mini orchard, but no room for a bunker. Well, there is, but it would be a logistical nightmare. And but it's good to know that if you can do that sort of shit, and if you can lay your hands like this is to you, mister. If you can, I'm sure it was you that was talking about the bunkers. Yeah. Was you magic mushroom hunting, Terry Long? Not today, Lulu. And not for a while. But it's something that I wouldn't discourage at all. I believe that there is immense benefit to microdosing magic mushrooms. Microdosing. I think it can cure a lot of mental conditions. Well, that's just my opinion, What are you laughing at, Annie? You see, I've got no fucking idea what you're laughing at, because I'm about 60 seconds behind you plus. But I'm still glad you're laughing, That's all that matters. What we got? This place is such a refreshing place to be in. X. Just going to give my cat her supper. Yeah, look after your pussy. Your pussy comes first. Know that. Your pussy's counting on it. And we'll see when you get back, Joe. All sorted. Terry, you'd be in the KKK group. Do you know what, Lulu? I was just thinking that, you know, because I've got a shaved head. And because there's safety in numbers. It would be a challenge. It would be a challenge for me in an American prison, because I'm principled. You know, I don't agree with racism. I don't agree with it. And but the only group, you know, because there's safety in numbers, I don't want to get fucking shanked up. I don't want to be a human pincushion, you know. So I would end up probably kind of going to, you know, be in a group that I just don't want to be around, just to survive. Although I don't know. Maybe I just do my own thing. I don't know. You know, American jails are very, very different. But one thing is for sure. One thing is 100% sure, that there are a lot of Muslim gangs that are running a lot of jails in England, and they would want me to convert, and that would never, ever, ever, ever happen. I'd rather die. I'm fucking telling you, I'd rather die, and I'll die fighting. You know, all this kind of attack me in the showers thing. I'll be ready, and I won't fucking stop until I can't do anything. I won't stop. I'd never convert, never. But American jails are different. They've got different dynamics, you know. Oh shit, where are we now? But I do like that, Lulu. That's fucking funny. Yeah, the KKK group. Even though I'm not racist, you know. Again, I can't speak highly enough about the Hindus. You know, I just, all the Sikhs. I've not got a problem with them living in you know, our country, my country, their country. I've not got an issue with that, not at all. I'm learning a bit more about certain because there are different types of Muslim, right? And then there are different types of Jew, right? Now there is a type of Jew. There is a type of Muslim as well. But then, having said that, the following Muhammad thing, you know, I won't follow anyone, because I follow myself. I will follow myself. I'll always follow myself. I'll lead myself. But even if I kind of, if I wasn't like this, I would be questioning, why would I follow the words of a man who took a little tiny girl to be his bride? I wouldn't be able to do that, you know. So that's the whole Muslim faith in a nutshell. They all, you know, follow the words of Muhammad off the back of him being a conduit of Allah, right? So that whole thing, I just can't do it. I can't do it. But then you look at Jews. There are different types of Jews as well. Now, there's a particular type of Jew that would state that they are the chosen people, and they believe that, just like Muslims believe that Allah spoke to the Muslim community or faith or ideology through Muhammad. And it's problematic, because when you end up with a view like that, you know, that's the Jewish version of looking at us as infidels. You know, It's all so extremely fucked up. Who was it who said, why can't we all just get along? Who was that? Who was that? I can't remember. You see, even Malcolm X. So Malcolm X, he witnessed his entire family getting brutalized by racist white men. And he grew to fucking haters. So Malcolm X went on to went on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and that changed everything. We came back and realised that we're all kind of one. And yeah, so he went from being a kind of a radicalist, white man hating man to turn into a good man, and a realistic man, and a very broad-minded, ahead of his time man. The way Malcolm X has been depicted as a hater of white people is just is incorrect. Maybe in his early days, and understandably so. But yeah, him, Martin Luther King, a lot of people that held a lot of influence, and John Lennon, a lot of people that held a lot of influence, with a vision of how beautiful the world could be if we all came together and just didn't see each other's skin color, and we just looked after each other and became one. They just wiped them out. We'll have none of your peaceful ideologies here. Bang, bang. I got a bit carried away there. I understood, concrete, etc. You see, Mister, you've got a lot of skills that are going to be very useful moving forward. Very, very, very useful. I believe we all have. We are going to learn. We are going to need to develop some sort of skills that are going to make us useful moving forward, and to benefit others, whether that's carpentry or roofing, gardening, holistic medicine, whatever, we all need to develop some skills to make us useful in society moving forward, to make us more dynamic in what will be initially some sort of subculture that will become mainstream, and then we'll revert all the way back to this again, on top of all of the natural catastrophic events that we're all overdue for. Thanks for all the hearts, guys. All of them. Yeah, right. So let me just go back up to that comment. So Lulu Shiraz, St. George, right? So St. George, he'd never actually stepped foot in England. He'd never actually been here, Yet we have the St. George's flag, so that our identity as England is of a man that had never been here. And whether or not he was put to death for not converting to pagan worship or not is, again, it's theory based on the fact that they've manipulated history, and yeah, it is problematic. It's a problematic issue, not knowing the truth It wouldn't surprise me. And I don't know if anyone follows Thomas Sheridan. I found him quite useful during the Rona Chronicles, maybe 2020, 2021 into 2022. But then I lost interest because some of the shit he was coming out with was just ridiculous. So I think I'm still subscribed to him, but out of curiosity as to what bollocks he's going to come out with next, because I think a lot of people were influenced by him, in some in good ways, you know. That he had that kind of hold the line, hold on, this will pass sort of attitude. But one of our beautiful, lovely little tribe here, who I talk to on the phone regularly, you know who you are. Yeah, she was saying that, you know, it'll kind of lead you down a path and then drop some bollocks on you, you know. I plan to take a breakthrough dose one day so I can meet the entities. I've learned a lot about it. Sounds very interesting. Yeah, outright. So I think you're going back to microdosing, or even going full on for it. I would probably, I think mushrooms is probably the best, the safest route to go down to make realizations and understandings, and not just of the world around you, but yourself, which is the most important thing of all. Yeah, magic mushrooms probably, you know, yeah, over ayahuasca or taking acid, you know, because it can change you. You can become a different person overnight. It's quite dangerous. Whereas microdosing with mushrooms, it's completely natural. So is ayahuasca, but it's just a different level. I had a little bit. It didn't really affect me. It did, but it didn't. But then I've had sessions back in my 20s where, you know, I'd have trip after trip after trip after trip, as in taking, and I'd be in complete control of my mind. I'd know that whatever I was looking at that was unusual, strange stuff, was just all in my mind, you know. But I ended up babysitting so many people that just couldn't handle what they were seeing, you know. But yeah, it will definitely. I believe. So my personal opinion, from my personal experience, I've benefited from microdosing magic mushrooms, natural psychedelics. He's Muslim and he's a nice guy. Yeah, yeah, Joanna Morgan. I don't know if you ever watched a video I put out. I was so I had a very, very good friend who was a practicing Muslim, and he used to practice. You know, he used to pray at every single appropriate time to the east, and which was sometimes, you know, in middle of the night, you know, but he'd do it very quietly. You know, he was very considerate. He was one of the most beautiful people I've ever met, one of the best friends I've ever had, and he was a practicing Muslim. So again, reverting back to the fact that I can't understand why good people would want to follow the words of someone who we would deem as a paedophile. So that's my main issue with that. And I even thought about it back then, but I overlooked it because he was such an amazing guy, and he moved to Australia. I was best man at his wedding. You know, they compromised. They ended up having a non-religious wedding. You know, she wore all the regalia, and he, you know, didn't. Yeah, but they moved to Australia, and I'm not a very. I don't see the point in long-term friendships, long-distance friendships, where you just can't. Friendships, you need to be in the presence of your friends. You need to be in the presence of them. Not every day, you know. But it does seem that the vast majority of extreme bad Muslims, you know, these grooming gangs, you know, they're from specific. So Ali, this friend of mine, he was from Lebanon, and yeah, you know, some of the things he told me. Once I'd finally gotten him to open up, yeah. But there are Muslims from different countries, you know, and each country has its own kind of variation of its own culture, and but the vast majority of the bad side of Islam is Pakistan, you know. And I've got experience, I've got life experience of this that can back it up, you know, so I can put it across as statistical facts, you know, and our own government statistics that they try and manipulate so that they're not lying to you, but they're not telling you the truth either, you know, just so they can get those votes. Much joy. Only did it once. Amazing experience. Yeah, it is. It can be. You know, I ended up putting a meme out, and it showed you like a 1950s kind of picture of a woman, and like a cartoon style 1950s picture of a woman holding a turkey with the family in the background, and she's saying, I'm going to lace this with acid or with LSD, and then we'll see who really does have their shit together. And I love that. But yeah, just moderation, anything in moderation, you know. That my son has the same goal. Demons love to play with you in the fourth dimension. Yeah. It's about mental strength, and you don't know if you've really got mental strength until you've really fucking channeled it and challenged it, you know. And I have. But I've seen plenty of people that weren't able to, you know. So moderation is key. TMT. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's right. You're right, Lana. You are a wealth of information, lass. You know. I'm amazed that your cranium is a normal size. You know, it should be like that, because I know what you, a lot of what you're qualified in, and yeah, smart girl. Same skinhead that loves everyone, but yeah, you same as me, but a target. And to be honest with you, you would be fighting and encouraged to convert. Truth hurts. I'll never convert. I'd rather die. And you are relatively new to our little tribe, and anyone that's gotten to know me over the years, and any of my friends will tell you that my principles are absolute. They are absolute. You know, I would never convert. I'd fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight and fight until I'm dead. That's it. That would be amazing. I'm sorry. This is the bit where I tipped down that, like the down arrow, and all of a sudden, yeah, boom, there it is. It's not about the individual people. Most people are great on a one-to-one, but we can't be taken over and our religion trashed. No, we can't, and we cannot allow that to happen. And I think that the passionate protests that we saw during July were indicative of what's to come. And these fuckers need to know that they are still in the minority. They might have taken over a couple of cities to some degree, but they need to know that they are in the minority, and they are a threat to every other religion. So that when you have a common denominator, a common cause, a common threat, certain enemies, not that we've got any, I'm just saying certain enemies will all come together to fight a common. So not common enemies, people that we just get on with, just other people from other cultures will unite with us to fight a common cause. And the Hindus are definitely one of them. My best friend has been my best friend for 63 years. That's beautiful. That's a long time. Yeah. Is she still switched on, Joanna? Is she switched on? Is she with you? I hope I didn't miss saying good night to you, Annie. If I haven't, good night and sweet dreams, and thanks again for what you did for me. It was it reinforced the fact that I know that there are good Samaritans out there, and she's one of them. I used to flow through Thomas. That's how I connected with you, Terry, a year ago. Wow. That's from Much Joy. Is that from like me commenting in the comments section, or yeah, elaborate. Yeah, I'm just going to sort of kind of hold that there, and I'll come back down. When he was saying certain things, and then kind of leading like the whole moon landing. He's completely convinced that the moon landings occurred back then, but that was just one big massive propaganda experiment just to throw back at the Russians because they'd sent a guy into space. And then when he was saying that he really, really likes Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think the guy's an absolute woke knobhead. And I've always thought that. I've never liked the guy. I've always found him really, really irritating, Well, I could reel a list off as to what has put me off Thomas Sheridan. He has got an interesting take on some things. Good night, Much Joy. Sorry if I missed that, in time. I do apologise. But if you're hearing me now, good night. God bless, and sleep well. Sleep well. UK preppers have zero exposure. I'm going to ask others to share, etc. Zero exposure. I don't know what you mean by that. I meant you would fight. I know it. Yeah, we would. We are a nation. This is the thing. If you take the UK as a whole into account, which we should do because we are a united kingdom. And each nation is built up of warriors. What we're warriors, and it's in us. It's in our DNA. It's going to happen. there is going to be a revolution, and it's not going to be pretty. It's as simple as that. But there are a couple of nations out there. There are a few nations out there that are seen as soft touchers, and it's a shame. And Canada is one of them, and Ireland is another. You know, well, everyone's got a tipping point, so we don't know how this is going to pan out. You know, you might end up just kind of uniting everyone. It only takes one. It could just take one person to light that, to create that spark that lights the flame, that creates the fire, that intensifies the furnace, that turns absolutely everything around. We just don't know. As a Christian, nobody will ever take me away from God. No one would ever expect you to you know, go away from God. Again, I've always said I do have faith, but I refuse to follow a book, you know, that's been edited, messed about with, maybe misinterpreted. I just can't do that. I'm a man of logic. But my gut, every fibre of my being tells me that there is more to this, and that we are all divine. You know, people look towards a book, and then there are people that look towards Jesus. You know, and look and look and look and look and look, when everything that you ever really needed to know is all in. It's already in you. It's already there. I got the retard thing, annoyed with myself. I know you'd fight forever. Just hope I was with you. Oh, you'll be all right, mate. You'll be all right. Just don't allow yourself to be pushed about. You know. Yeah. You know, England was built on Christian values. I love the values. I do love the values. You know, I just can't believe in a book. You know, so, but we've grown a beautiful community here that allows each other for our differences and our you know, our opinions and our take on things. And I just think as long as we are inherently good people, then that's all that matters. That's all that matters to me. Shalimar. Oh, where's the star? Where's the star, Shalimar? Oh, man. The universe is alive and well, watching and waiting for the right opportunity to fight on justice of the law. I hope you're right. I believe that something is coming, and but I think it'll be acted out in us, as opposed to some, you know. Yeah, Bo Witchy. They do become diluted and messed around with and manipulated, and yeah, your gut and your heart answers always. They're deep somewhere. Yeah. So, what was the brain? The human brain was thought. This is why you've got neuroscientists. They focus on the brain, but as time's gone by, they've realized that neurons, which were thought to only exist in the brain, are around the heart. You've got neurons around the heart, and then you've got neurons approximately 500 million neurons in the gut, you know. So when all three align, that's the right choice. If you ever feel like something's a little bit off, don't go with it. Just don't go with it. You know, it's as simple as that. What's wrong with Jesus? I love Jesus. Oh my God. No one's slating Jesus. No one's slating Jesus here. We're just having different opinions, different takes, different perspectives. That's all. That's all. You know. Yeah. Don't think we're like me or anyone else is jumping on Jesus. You know. Just chill. Just chill. You know. We're just expanding and conversing and sharing, and that's it. That's all. You know, wherever you get your comfort from is up to you. True book in the Vatican, all the papers they have, scriptures, etc. Yeah, I believe that they've got so much information there that can answer so many questions that deep thinkers like us want to know. You know. We can teach each other. We can learn from each other. And I think as long as you've got an innate sense of right and wrong, as long as you know right from wrong, and there is a spiritual element about you and a yearning for knowledge and the truth, I think off the back of any of these religions, you know, bar maybe a couple that are a bit extreme, right? I think a lot of people are just searching for the truth, because the truth is the truth. The truth is absolute. It's absolute. And that's what we're looking for. We're all looking for the truth. The heroic dose. Yeah, I had one of them once. Yeah. But I had some pills and a bit of cream, sorted me out. Sorry, Lily. I couldn't resist that, darling. Shalimar, sorry for the misgendering sister. Right. So Shalimar, you're a woman. I love God. Who's a man? How do you know God's a man? I know that man was made in the image of God, but it just says that in a book. You know? Again, not meant to offend, never ever meant to offend, you know? So just saying. Let's agree to disagree. I believe in extraterrestrial beings and in the supernatural realm. Sound, honestly, sound as a pound. Shalimar, you will fit in perfectly as long as you allow other people to have their opinions as well. You know, no one will slam you. No one will slam you as long as you don't slam anyone else. This is all about free speech. I'm very, very pro free speech here, you know, and it's only when people are consistently negative, and no matter what any of us do, we can't kind of bring them round to just sort of being a bit more sort of balanced. That's the only time you might encounter just being chucked out. But that's very, very, very rare. It's probably happened about 5 times in 5 years. You know, we're all open-minded adults here. I try not to trash other people's gods as it is going to bring bad vibes. Exactly. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make, Lulu. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. You just put it into better words, I think, than me. All I want is dominion, like Jesus and the prophet Elijah. Yeah, okay. You know, I know, but yeah, I know it's not one book. I know it's lots of books. The Bible is lots of books. I know, I'm aware of that. It's just my way of saying it. It's just my way of saying it, Lulu. That's all. It's not meant to not meant to offend. Yes, Terry. It's an inside job. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. So I did say in a video once that if you want me to be a conduit between you and anyone else, email me. You know, obviously make a connection in the chat, and if you want to connect with each other through me, that's not a problem. I can exchange your information. But if you've got your own YouTube, you've all got your own YouTube channel. But if you've got your own email address attached to your YouTube channel, yeah, go for it. You know, make friends. You know. Lots of hearts coming up there. Oh, I love it. I want to send you some back because I fucking love you. There you go. You're ODing on this is now how you're feeling right now. You're overdosing on love. We have got a very, very positive tribe, very positive, and I know that we all have days where we're struggling. We all have days where we're finding life just a bit too much. But sometimes just one really, really good night's sleep can fix that, you know. This is why I believe you would make a shit hot leader. You could calm down everybody and get your shit together after who knows what. Heavy is the crown. That's a very kind comment. And yeah, thank you. I don't want to be a leader, but then I think a lot of real leaders throughout history never wanted to be a leader. They didn't want that. They didn't want that responsibility. What if I ever was, I would lead the charge. I would lead by example. Always. I'd be at the front. I wouldn't send everyone forward first and then I'll be right in the back. You know, I'd be at the front, right at the front. We have to lead by example. We've got to lead by example. People will notice. They will. Especially the more desperate they get, they'll be looking around for a voice of reason. Look at all this fucking love. See, and it's real. We're all caring people. We're all caring people with a warrior heart, and true warriors have to have heart. You've got to have heart. You know, we might end up having to do things we might end up having to do things that go against our moral compass, our belief systems, everything, to obtain or to lead towards the greater good, or the true greater good. You know, the amount of dictators that have turned around and said it's for the greater good. My version is the greater good, the greater good, the greater good. So everyone benefits, you know. It's the only way. It's the only way. Oh, do you know what? I'd love just a glass of wine, you know, just a little glass of red wine. But we don't need it. We don't need it, you know, and it's just so easy to slip back into it. And like I said, when I could have really have done with a drink when I got back home after all that fucking shit. I knew I had some in the loft and I knew I could have one, but I didn't. I chose not to, you know. So there is a degree of self-discipline there. I'm drinking a beef oxo cube. Don't. That's a choking hazard, Richie. That's a choking hazard. You're meant to let it dissolve in hot water first. I remember drinking them at football matches, you know, out of polystyrene cups, an oxo drink, whilst watching the match. Yeah, good old days. Yeah, I mean, as for the Bible, I want to say Bible just so that I don't get anyone's heckles up. I have read certain parts of it, and some of it is kind of prophetic. It really is. Revelations 17 and 18. Ooh, you know. So I'm not kind of, again, I'm not. Yeah. Cheers, Lulu. Thank you for appreciating that effort. But yeah, you know, there is a lot in there. It's a decent kind of guidebook, if you like. It's a decent a guidebook on how to be a good person, and it's predominantly about peace, whereas there are other versions of the Bible. If you don't want me to say books, but it is a book. It's a book, right? There are other books out there that are all about violence. They are all about war and taking over. You know, we don't need the poison. 5 months sober. I'm marching forward. Good. 5 months. That's good going. That's good going. It is. And you should be chuffed with yourself. You should, because it's such an. We are. I've got to. You know. I think we can all agree here that we are living through unprecedented, stressful times. Very, very, very turbulent times. And it's so easy to go down the self-medication, the self-medicating route, because alcohol's sold at every single shop, every corner shop, every supermarket, everywhere you go. It's there, it's available, you know, and people just, all they're doing is just numbing it. They're just numbing it. They're just escaping reality. Whereas I think a more balanced approach is kind of not going too far into it, you know, to the point where you lose your mind, but just trying to stay down the middle of the road, because that's where the truth is. And alcohol is the blood of it's the devil's poison. It is. and it's the one of the most powerful depressants on the planet. So if you're living in if you feel like you're living in a depressive world, a negative world, the worst thing you can do is drink alcohol, because it makes you more depressed. So you start to spiral down. You have to find other ways of try and find other coping mechanisms. Yes, the Old Testament was pretty brutal, you know, but the Old Testament was the original Testament. So then they thought, oh, that's a bit rough, that is. Let's make a New Testament. So is that the word of God? If someone's just decided to change it, you can at least please understand why I scrutinize this, you know. Yeah, I was getting well pissed every night, and I was numbing myself and no energy and shit and depressed, and now I feel a lot better. You will do, because you've got a system. Your body, your brain, and your soul will benefit from not drinking that shit. And there are a lot of people, especially over the Christmas period. It's like, hey, let's get pissed. You know, we're off work for a week or 10 days or whatever it is. Let's get rat-arsed. And people drink to excess, they eat to excess, and then they make New Year's resolutions that they'll never keep. You know, it's yeah, alcohol lovely at the time. Day after, it doesn't half bring us down. Yeah, it does. Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that affected me, was the whole Christmas getting pissed thing, and you know, instead of just like keeping it to the weekends, it was every day. It turned into every day again, because everyone was getting pissed every day, and it knocks us back. Balance and moderation. Yeah, balance. It's all about balance. Again, that yin yang sign is very, very powerful when you really, really understand it. Taoism, it's just you know, there are a lot of, I believe that most, if not all, I think I mentioned this earlier on, most, if not all, seers and philosophers were empaths. And yeah, I personally believe in a grand creator. I'm with you on that, Lana. And not separate. All are connected. If we hurt another, we are hurting all, creator and ourselves. I agree. I won't harm a living creature. You know, I've gone through this in previous live streams where, you know, as long as that mosquito that's flying around doesn't land on me and try and take my blood, because I don't know what diseases it contains, you know, and mosquitoes are being weaponized, you know. Or if a dog tries to attack me, it's having it. If a man tries to attack me, he's fucking having it. He's having it, you know. But I would much prefer a peaceful, wholesome life. I don't want a massive mansion, you know. I don't want a big, massive underground garage full of, like, you know, 500 million fucking £1,000, whatever, cars. I don't want any of that. What I want in life should be free, and that's it, you know. I believe creator is beyond gender. It is, yeah. But we do need two genders to procreate and create life. There's something that I heard the other day that I've not actually researched, so I don't know. But I can imagine it's true, but I don't know. Maybe you guys can let me know in the chat, or maybe even just kind of do a little bit, because I don't want to be messing about with my phone now because I'm with you. But if any of you guys want to have a look, so the human female egg, I don't know why I'm doing that, because I mean that looks nothing like, you know, an egg in a womb, and it'll just be kind of getting at from all angles, all these sperm trying to get in there, right? And that egg allows one sperm in, one, and that the tail, which was just only there really to help it get to where it's, you know, get to the destination. And how they know how to get to that egg is divine. And then they reckon that once the sperm enters the egg and the tail is detached, there's a flash, you know, really quick. And that's known as the divine spark. So you are divine. You are divine. And all of the answers that you could ever really, really need to know are already in you. And yeah, it just depends on how deep you want to go. Sharing the circles as maybe feeling inspires. Yeah, well, I think that's what our tribe's all about: encouraging each other, giving each other a little bit of a nudge, a gentle nudge forward, and it just encouraging each other just to keep moving forward, because we need to keep moving forward. We have to. Can't go back. You know, any fuck ups you've made in the past, like I've said in the past, all those fuck ups, you know, they're just there for to learn from and for reference only. So it's all about encouraging each other to move forward and succeed and get stronger and not feel alone. The latter is the most important part for me, to make sure that you don't feel alone, because you're not. Right, I didn't know that, Joanna. But then, do we really know that? You know? Again, this is not me shitting on your belief system. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. It's oh, good night, Maria. I hope I wasn't too late in saying good night to you. Sweet dreams, and I hope you get a really good night's kip. And tomorrow turns out to be a beautiful, positive day for you. I really do, and I wish that for all of you. Consumerism is killing the world. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So consumerism and capitalism go hand in hand, right? We need to find another way, and we all know what that way is, and that's by trying to create and develop skills that are neutral to the world and benefiting humanity, you know, and it's doable. It's just the problem we've got is that there are far too many extremely rich people out there that hold a lot of power because of that wealth, and they just want to keep it. They want to keep it going, you know, especially with weapons, you know. It's one of our biggest exports, you know, weaponry in England. So fucking sad. You know, England has played a massive part in the destruction of this world. Massive part. we're not the people, you know. Oh, see, you know, I'm going to make a cuppa. Go for it, Bo Witchy. Let me know what you're having. And I'm glad you're not offended, Joe, because it's never intended to be, you know. I'll go out of my way to try and hold our little tribe together. I will. It's not a global war. It's not global warming. It's death by consumerism and overuse of raw materials for greed. I read something earlier on. I'm not even sure if it might have been a meme, but it was a powerful one. Memes have played a big part in waking people up because they're interpreted differently by different people, but the message is always the same. And yeah. Oh, thank you, Mister. I really, really, really appreciate that. And you're part of this, you know. I think live chats, especially on a really, really personal level. I mean, we're down to 16 people now. It gets more and more kind of intimate, you know. And you're part of that, because it's all about dynamics, and depending on who's listening, watching, and taking part in the chat, that's what makes the live stream, because I'm bouncing off you, you're bouncing off me, and we're all can you hear that? Yeah. Miss Hinch, what do you mean? What do you mean, Miss Hinch? What on earth are you talking about? Miss Hinch, from a woman's, right, so from a women's point of view, I would like to know more about self-defense. Being a single woman, I find men act really strange nowadays. I find lots of people are acting strange nowadays. Miss Hinch, if you can if you can let me know how old you are, for starters, I'll probably I might be able to kind of maybe lean you in one direction or another. And it's not good to ask a lady her age. You know, it's something I generally don't do, because, you know, women be women. You know, it's a touchy subject. Oh, I'm 44 now. You what? You're still a kid. Or I'm 68. Well, you've still got decades left, and an incredible amount of knowledge and wisdom that you can pass on to people that haven't got your life experience. You know, age is fuck all. But when it comes to self-defense, for example, I could do with knowing a rough age. You know, in England, the indigenous men have been indoctrinated to behave well towards women, and I'm not sure what you mean by men acting strange. I'm getting both angles of this, and I'm looking down the middle. I get where you're both coming from, but I don't think you two are getting, you two aren't getting each other. You're not getting each other. So if you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to go and relieve myself in the bathroom. Yeah, that's for all the American chicks out there that want to hear a bloke sound like James Bond before he goes for a piss. Relax, just relax. Right, I can't seem to, I've got the heating on, I just can't seem to get warm. I don't know why. And I can't find that little flat cap, Peaky Blinders styly cap. All I've got is this one. So don't be put off by it, and I don't mind if you chuckle away. I think it's called a pork pie hat, and it's got a story behind it that I won't bore you with, but I just need to keep my head warm. Right, what's going on here? Yes, yeah, feel free to email me, much joy. I might not get back to you straight away, but I will get back to you. Just bear with me. You know how life gets sometimes, and I've got a lot to sort out over the next 24 hours to try and figure out the whole car thing and blah blah blah. And then we'll take it from there. Right, so I'm still waiting for Miss Hinch to get back to me with her age, so I can maybe give her a little bit of guidance on what I think might be a good idea as far as self-defense or building up some sort of ability to defend yourself, really. But you want something that's going to be appropriate and not completely fuck you up, because some of them are really, really, really intense, and some of them are less intense but as effective. It depends on what you're after. If you're after fitness and self-defense, like, martial arts all the way, and even better if it's mixed, because you get the best of both worlds, and but it can be quite intense, but the fitness element of it. So not only are you developing a skill set to defend yourself, you're also getting fit at the same time. So you'll start to 46, no problem. But worked out and fit for my age, lifting, yeah, piece of piss. Personally, for you, Miss Hinch, if you don't want to go down the martial arts route, which is a lot more, the problem is, I was going to recommend kickboxing for you, because kickboxing is it's intense. It's physically intense, so you'll maintain a decent level of fitness, but all of the skills that you'll learn are quite simplified. They're simplified. Whereas when you go down when you go down martial arts or mixed martial arts, you're having to learn lots and lots and lots and lots of different kicks, different punches, different combinations, different methods of self-defense. There's a lot to take in, a lot. So again, it's up to you, but I think kickboxing is a good one for women, because you use it. You're using your fists and you're using your feet, but you're focusing it and getting as much power out of each punch and as much power out of each kick, and honing that and mastering that. Whereas mixed martial arts, again, it's whatever you want to do, whatever you think you'll benefit from. Yeah, either or, but I love martial arts. I love them. I love it. I just love it, but I love the essence of it. It's not about being some big hard man, walking around town asking for fights, starting fights. It's not about that. It's not about that. So, please. Hopefully Terry will get us talking. If not, keep prepping. Yeah, you just, if you find a connection with someone in the live chat, get chatting, and then if you end up kind of striking some sort of chemistry, all right, darling, some sort of chemistry there, get in touch. You can end up with it's just, we're in a situation now where we're surrounded by people that we don't know until we start talking to them. This hat makes my ears look massive. Yeah, Prince Charles came to mind then. I fucking hate that man. Yeah, so if you want to, sort of like, connect, it's hard at the moment to be around a lot of people that are on the same wavelength as you, people that see life through the same eyes as you do. We're in a tricky situation. It's not until you start up dialogue that you start to realize that someone's on, reading from the same page as you are. So, we've got the live chat there. You can, if you can start to make connections and start to make friendships, build friendships on these live chats, make these 4-5 hour live streams more spiritually profitable, Could I fire up one of those diesel heaters? Right, so let me try and make a long story short, which is fucking hard for me because I go right around the houses. I've just got such attention to detail, right? So hang in with me, Outrider. So I bought the first one. I rigged it up in the van. I got the exhaust set up. I got everything set up. Hose board for ventilation, for intake. I did everything, and the first one failed me. So the seller offered to send me another one without me sending that back. Offered to send me another one for free, which sent alarm bells ringing in my head. Why would you do that, right? And that one, I couldn't get that one going either. So then I ended up buying a third one that I've never tried out. It's still brand new in its box. That's also an import, right? However, I did purchase a fully functioning e-dispatcher diesel heater, and that's in the loft. It's not been put together, and I've got a lot. So I've got a lot of spare parts, you know, a shitload of spare parts to make this e-dispatcher last forever. And I've got plenty of diesel. And you'd be shocked. You'd be absolutely shocked at how little diesel it takes to make your home into a tropical paradise. You know, but you do need they come in 12 and 24 volt, so you need to know what you're on with. So if you end up buying a 24 volt one, you know, and you live in England, you're going to have to find a way of converting your 12 volt battery system powered by solar into 24 volt for your diesel heater. And then, like we mentioned earlier on, you can get an extension, massive extension, attached to the exhaust, and you could trail it all the way through your house if you wanted to, if you did it properly, you know, so it doesn't look, you know, ugly, and then have the exhaust bored through a wall. It's completely doable. But what happens when we run out of diesel? I'm glad you're here, Jenny. The jabs destroyed the VMAT2 gene. This is the gene of spiritual connection and spirituality. I think that is right. You know, they're not there. There's no. You have to look at their motives, right? So they call it gene therapy, right? It's all about the wording, and the wording helps with acceptance. So if a proper GP had used a decent moral GP that turned around and said, right, are you sure you want to have this jab? It's not actually a vaccine, it's gene therapy. In fact, I'm not sure, but I've had a lot of people that have had a lot of problems of having this that I wasn't aware of. Now I'm aware of it. Are you sure you still want to have it? Most GPs aren't going to say that. This is my first point, because it's so fucking lucrative. They get a chunk. They get a massive chunk paid out for every jab. And Lisa Sheridan, can you remind me of the amount that each GP got paid for each jab in Ireland? Hey, much joy. I thought about stand up, but I think I'd die on stage, because it only takes one bad joke and a lack of reaction, and I'd sink. And I don't really yeah, I don't think I'm funny, you know, but then some of the funniest people I know and some of the funniest people I've met are funny when they don't realize they're funny, you know. But yeah, I think stand up is it's not my path. But if I can keep everything light-hearted and keep you chuckling periodically, then I'm more than happy with that. You're very welcome, Miss Hinch. It's so prim, Miss Hinch. You sound like a really good girl, but I bet you're not. I bet you're not. But yeah, again, if you want to know, if you want any more information or any more advice, Miss Hinch, on maybe learning a bit more about, you know, self-defense, just email me, you know, or have a look around, and there'll be a lot of clubs probably around where you live where you'll get the first session for free. Get a feel for it. If you don't like it, if it's not for you, don't go back. And you've got a free fitness class for nothing. Try another place until you find something that does suit you. Going back to Lisa Sheridan's point, they wouldn't have. We know that it's gene therapy, right? And they use the word therapy because it sounds nice. You know, it's like, oh, so therapeutic. The word therapy comes from therapeutic, you know, or vice versa. It sounds so lovely and fluffy, you know, when we know it's not. So with gene, I prefer the term gene manipulation or gene altering, right? Because it's gene altering technology. What genes would they, you know, why would they plow God knows how much into researching how to change the certain specific genetics of a human if they didn't know exactly what genes to affect, you know? So I think there's something to be said in Lisa Sheridan's comments. Anybody got any? Yes, anybody got my email? Let's get a huge prepper group going. No matter where we end up after this situation, we all know who's into this situation. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I think there's a way of kind of doing like a mailing list and kind of like getting everyone, so you know, we can put something out, or maybe even I was going to say a WhatsApp group chat, and I don't think that'd be a bad idea, but we've got to be careful of infiltrators, you know. This is how it's got us, where we're paranoid. And I did do a video, and I can swear that some of you will have watched that, where I said that paranoia can be your worst enemy, but it can also be your best friend, as long as you have control over it and it does not have control over you. Paranoia is a very, very, very powerful survival tool, as long as you've got a handle on it, you know. I could make this group happen, but again, it's a risk, because yeah, most of us here are pure bloods. Much joy. Most of us, I'd probably say about 90% of us, but we don't have any issue with people that have been jabbed in our little tribe either. And you can look back as far back as you want through the last kind of 4 or 5 years of putting out content, and you'll never see me hammering anyone for getting jabbed. Not one single person, not once. I did have a fucking issue with masks. If you were a mask wearer, you were a slave. If you're a slave, you don't belong here. So fuck off, you know? And that will never change. If they end up throwing another pandemic at us and I see people walking around with masks, on their face, you know, symbolic of slavery. I've got no time for them. They're lost causes. We've got a certain amount of energy, each of us, and it's where and how we apply that energy without completely depleting ourselves. And applying that energy to people that wear masks is pointless energy. It's pointless. They'll have learned nothing after the last 5 years. So focus on those that are coming around, or people that you know that are of a similar mindset to yourself. Yeah. Generate and push your energy in their direction, but don't deplete your own. It's not selfish, it's being self-full. It's about shared knowledge and support. Yeah, it is. That's what our little tribe is all about, and that's what it's always been about. And that will never change. That if anything, that will just become richer and richer, because I don't think anyone that's not like us would kind of fit in or feel the vibe, if you know what I mean. So I think that makes us very very unique, a very, very special group of people. Wow, Lulu, no childhood jabs as well. That's impressive. So I think you're a bit younger than I am, but not much. And that, again, that's not meant to offend. I've just never seen you. I've just heard your mouth on protests and doing, you know, citizen journalism and stuff. So I don't know what you look like. I can only imagine that you're a bit younger than me. So to avoid childhood jabs would have meant that your parents probably had an issue with that. So they would have. If you see me shaking around, I'm just scratching Zephyr's arse. I'm not knocking one out. There we go. Look. So your parents would have had an influence on your perception of life, and in general, you would have been given a good start, like an eye-opening start. I'm assuming. Ah. Right. Well, you're still a feisty fucker, because I've seen your videos. But yeah, I mean, but you know, when I was a kid, it was just, you know, it was rubella, I think it was, for the girls, a couple of other things for the lads, but I think there was like 3. I think I had 2 of the 3. But I'll never have anything injected into me ever again, ever, you know. And yeah, I fall under the category of pure blood. Yeah, I do. And your blood is valuable. You know, people are paying top dollar now for unvaccinated blood. You know, so there's another route you can go down. But then, you know, you kind of look at the moral. Yeah. But then, is that an extension of giving something of you, giving something of you to save someone that might be like you? If that makes sense. So is it immoral? It's down to interpretation. I'm thinking about It would be good for us to do. It would be good, mister. But again, we've got to be careful of infiltrators, you know, fakery. And there are things occurring in the world, in the UK in particular, that could change everything for the better. But I can't talk about it because it's still in its relative infancy, and they're nervous about infiltrators. They've got to get it on. They've got to get fully up and running and then driving forward. So watch this space. Who would infiltrate? Well, look at it from my perspective, right? Because I've never monetized the channel, I've got nothing to lose. So unlike a lot of other channels that avoid using certain words, they'll bleep them out, or they'll use another word, you know, as a surrogate, you know. I don't know if that's the right word. They'd use different words to use instead. Whereas this, you know, I'll speak freely, especially on live chats. You know, I'll speak freely, and I hope that you do the same. And that could put me in the crosshairs, because I am openly anti-establishment. I am anti-authority. I've openly admitted that I am an anarchist, and I do believe that we can police ourselves. I do believe that we can take care of our own communities. I do believe that going back to being tribal is the only way, and I believe that the only way we can do it is by overthrowing our government. And because I've made that very clear in so many videos, that could put me in the crosshairs. I need to quit smoking next. If I can do it with ale, I can do it with smoking. But it's like a fag now and then, you know. And the 77th Brigade is like it's like an octopus, you know, and it kind of, on top of the fact that everything that I say is being recorded, it might not be being recorded by a specific person, but everything I'm saying is being recorded by data harvesting algorithms. So I know that everything that I've said further down the line, I will come up as on a list of as someone that is a risk to their agenda. And to that I say, fuck you, you know, come for me, and it will be the worst day of your fucking life. I'm prepped in so many ways that I can't, and I've said it before, I can't tell you. Yeah, rhesus negative. Yeah, I don't know what blood type I am. It's something that a lot of us don't know. But there are some rare blood types out there. And so if you're a rare blood type and unjabbed, your blood's worth a fortune. You know, you can sell it privately. You can look into it. So, you know, as long as you don't end up like a bag of bones for the sake of supplementing your income, and you know, end up like a skeleton in a flesh-coloured plastic bag. then it is a possible, you know, and then there is that moral aspect of it, that you'll be giving your blood to someone that might be thinking along the same lines as you, you know, an awake person. So there are lots and lots of different ways of looking at that. People were bullied big time. Yeah, they were. But I wasn't. And most of you guys weren't. We weren't bullied. We went against the herd. We went against everything. We stood completely alone. And that takes bollocks. That takes courage, you know. It's a reflection of your authenticity. Being authentic is incredibly important. And yeah, you're just incredible people, and you should be proud of yourself for managing to get through that. And that's another point. If you've managed to get through the last 5 years of going against the grain and being ridiculed and disowned by your family, disowned by some friends, alienating work colleagues, you know, I've had it all. And I never gave up. Never gave up. And neither should you. Yeah, it's just lefties and Marxists or government. I think I've hold on. Yeah, was just wondering who the lefties or Marxists or government. When you say who, what do you mean? As in, yeah, give me a little bit more context. Lulu. And I'm so glad that you've joined our live chat, you know, because you're one of these. Yeah. In the restroom at work during lunch, my workmates, I like the fact that you've found out I didn't take the jab. They told me to fuck off outside. I replied, if you replied that if you mean you are all vaccinated, what are you afraid of? I've used that so many times. It's such a powerful comeback, you know, that it leaves them speechless, because there's no comeback from that. It's like, if that vaccine was so effective, how can I be a threat? You know? I've had some fun with that one. So nice one. Good on you, Outrider, for using that one, because it's a good one. It's a good one, you know, it's effective. And it's safe. Truly safe and effective. I'm a story in resident chime, and they treat you like a leper. Yeah, they did. Yeah. It was shocking how we were both treated. Absolute demons. It's fucking madness. You know, so again, reverting back to how inverted the world is right now, is that we've gone from being, well, not gone from being, we are the voice of reason. We are a voice of reason, common sense, and sanity. You know, yet we're seen as nut jobs, but we're being seen as nut jobs less and less and less and less. You know, as long as you keep talking to people, don't give up on people. Don't give up. Again, they're all about division. We need to be the opposite of that. And I know it's tiring, and I know it's I know it takes time, and I know it takes patience and strategy. I get all that. But we have to be the opposite of what they are. I never wore a mask either from day one. Good, Miss Inch, neither did I. And I had to go and visit my wife while she was dying in hospital, where they generally would never let anyone in without a mask. But I knew I went in there armed with law, and they had to fit around me. They had to work around me, you know. And I never gave up, even though I knew that the palaver that I might have been causing at the time may have been causing Sal a bit of stress, because she just didn't need that shit. But she also knew I was a man of principles, and she respected that, and that was one of the things she loved about me. So it was tough. I won't bow to no government. Don't ever change that, no matter what happens, you know. Because we are, in a sense, we are trailblazers. We're in a minority. We are in a minority at the moment. But we are trailblazers, you know. We need to lead by example, so people will see that we are hurting, you know, that we are challenged, that we are struggling, but we're still sticking to our principles, because our principles are correct, right, and just. And people will notice that, you know. So you go from being feared to being revered unintentionally. It's just human nature. I don't speak to what is left of my family. A bloke I work with blamed people like me for spreading COVID when I announced I was unjabbed. A lot of people went through that. You know, a lot. But Sally, so everything's the other way around here. So Sally, there, part of her job was recruitment, and they changed the application form slightly, and saying, "Are you jabbed? Unjabbed?" Click, you know, yes, no, blah blah blah. And that made a big difference as to whether or not you gained employment working for this massive organisation. But she also told me that there were not a lot, but there were a few support workers that refused, that were established. I think once you've been in England, employment law, once you've been employed for 2 years for you know, employed by the same employer for 2 years, you have a lot of employment rights. And these people have been working there for years. So, but they knew their shit, you know. They armed themselves with law and knowledge of law, just the basics, the bits that they needed to know. And MenCap knew. I'm not sure if I should have mentioned the name, because it's a good organisation. It is. But yeah, they fell folly to the narrative. But yeah, this organisation knew that they couldn't sack these people. They just had to redeploy them somewhere where they weren't a risk. So they'd be sat doing an entire shift in some back room, near, you know, in an office block, shredding or doing risk assessments or support plans, or, you know. And that lifted my spirits, knowing that there were people like me that were still working for this organisation that I gave up nearly 17 years of my life, you know. And I would have been one of them. I'd have been like, oh, I'm not jabbed, no. Or I would have probably have said something along the lines of, that's information that is privy to my doctor and myself, because it's against the law for you to ask me that question. And that's the law. Although it brings my soul hurt, I sometimes look back and celebrate and normal people who went crazy unless you masked or vaxxed. Yeah, people again. Everyone went with the herd. No one stood as an individual. You know, they just went with the herd. What everyone else was doing. How can so in the average workplace? So you'd have let's just pluck a number out of the air. 50 people, and 5 people were unjabbed. So that other 45 people would be thinking that the unjabbed were wrong, because how can 45 people be wrong? And that was all part of it, you know. And but it's all coming out in the wash now, bit by bit by bit, you know. And this is what we need to be pushing on our fellow human beings. And yeah, it does take courage. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So even though your family disowned you, I've always said that although blood is thicker than water, people are people. You know, whether they are family or not. Have they still disowned you? I mean, is there any comeback? Because you could do with, you know, there is power in a family unit, and maybe you can find another way to kind of get into their minds and point them to the truth. Hope so. Much joy, you know. And the fact that you've got much joy as your username on YouTube probably says a lot about your mental attitude, which is good. Wait till food and water is in trouble. That's just around the corner. There are so many things that I said were going to happen that didn't happen, but it's quite possible that I predicted all these things, you know, way in advance. So I'd never put a prepping tub together in my life, you know, of shelf stable foods that I knew would be okay for a minimum of 10 years. I'd never done anything like that, ever. Yet my first prep food tub sealed, I put a label on every single one of the tubs. I just wish I'd itemized what was in there. That was my mistake. But my first prepping tub was June 2019. I knew something was coming. I just didn't know what. So putting food aside, especially now, because inflation is going to go through the ceiling, you know. So we're moaning about paying £3 for a Fray Bentos pie now, when in 6 months, a year, 2 years time, it could be £10. You know, you'll have saved an absolute fortune. Yeah, thanks, Miss Hitch. It's yeah, it's I'm pursuing a little bit of assistance with trying to come to acceptance, which is the final stage of grief, the final stage. And I'm not quite there yet, but they're dragging their heels. But then, having said that, I think that grief counselling, off of the back of everything that's happened, they're going to be overrun. You know. Yeah, the whole granny killer fucking hell, you know. Like I said before, you know, we've gone from we need to do everything we possibly can to save Granny. Now it's fuck them, let them freeze to death. You know, mad. Yeah, I did. Yeah, but I do think that we again reverting back to a little bit of a chat that I think we were having earlier on about the fact that we've got the 5 known senses that can be explained away using science. You know, they can be scientifically explained away. You know, your sense of your sight, your smell, your hearing, blah blah blah. Right. Well, there are senses that we've got. We are highly evolved humans, highly evolved beings. Highly, we've got senses that that we've just lost touch with because of the way we live. You know. But I do think that the more open-minded you are, the more open you are, and the more open you are, I think it's easier to revive those other senses that can't be explained by modern science. And yeah, but you've got to be deep, you know, and that comes with a price. Storing food is a guaranteed investment that will pay off big time. The best investment. You can't eat gold, you can't eat Bitcoin, you can't eat silver, you can't eat cash, you know, you can't eat a Rolls Royce. And because we are witnessing, we think that, I mean, what they say is the official inflation figures, and what they really are very, very skewed. You know, another lie, one of millions. You know, and you know they're saying like 7-8%, whatever, 10%, when it's nearer 25-30% inflation, and that's going to go. That's going to be on steroids soon. Seriously, get as much food in as you possibly can, and keep going. And when you think, oh no, you know, I can't move, then that's probably when you've just make sure you've got at least 2 rooms that are completely free and livable, where you can make it into your own little oasis, your own place of peace. And one of those needs to be your bedroom. The other needs to be maybe just one room downstairs where you can just relax. That's clutter free. You know, there's no such thing as buying too much food. It's all about what food you buy and how you store it. And I've done loads of videos on it. Just flick back, and if there's anything you want me to kind of go through or explain, I'm gonna say this half now. I'm getting warm. And I look better with a slap head. Anyone remember Benny Hill? He used to go around. I mean, how sexist was he? You know, and scantily clad women running around, and then he'd find this little slaphead guy to go. Anyway, which I did for a long time and tried to tell my family. They literally thought you were crazy. Yeah, they would do. Yeah, my own dad did. I'm very lucky with my siblings. There's 6 of us, and out of all 6 of us, there's only one that's jabbed, and she's the predictable one, the most predictable one. You know, there were a couple that maybe did it just because they just weren't sure, and then I've definitely got 2 siblings that are very switched on. So I'm very, very fortunate with that. Other than that, you know, I've got friends that that didn't go down that route, and yeah. I'm going to stock up this evening on some extras in prep for inflation. I recommend. I've never lied to you guys. Never. I've always been honest. It's always been from the heart. Always been truthful. And I'm telling you, if ever I could give you a bit of advice right now, that would be to just keep buying food. Just keep buying food. Keep getting it in. Keep getting it in, and keep getting it in. And don't tell anyone. You know. You've got to be. Again, this goes back to the whole kind of moral. We're good moral people, you know, coming from a good place, and but we need to hold back. We've got to hold back. You have to be so discreet, so that you're in control of who you allow into your circle, who's going to be useful to you, who's going to benefit from you. You can benefit from them. I hope that makes sense. So you're in control, because food is, you know, is sustenance, and you know, I mean, I mean, I don't know if, you know, if you look at my art, you know, I mean, this is just a small part of it, really. It's very, you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. My front room, you know, and it's full of African art. You know, I love the Africa. I love Africa. I love it. Never been. But they're eating. They are tracking, shooting, killing, and eating elephants, rhinos, wildebeest, zebras, anything. And I said 3, maybe 4 years ago that it could get to the point where our wildlife in this country could be completely decimated out of desperation. And we're seeing that happen in Africa, and there's nothing to say that that can't happen here, you know. So don't and when the shit truly hits the fan, and I've also said in previous videos that if anyone is desperate enough for food, they'll just take it. They'll take it. So whatever money you've put aside means fuck all. It means nothing. You know, you as a law-abiding citizen, you go into a supermarket where everyone's just taking everything, and you go in there with cash. Cash means fuck all, nothing. You know, there's an analogy where some guy rocks up with a wheelbarrow full of cash, where inflation has just gone warp speed, and they've nicked the wheelbarrow. I've set a warning to say that my connection is not very good. If it goes down, can you please let me know? Because I'm relying on you guys to let me know if you can see and hear me okay. But yeah, so if you are fully stocked up, you know, with food, then you're not going to be part of that chaos. That chaos has to happen. And then when all of the food's gone and all of the supermarkets have been stripped bare, their anger will turn towards where it deserves to be turned to, and that is Westminster. and that's when change starts to happen. But it's going to get brutal. I can't see a really, really beautiful, peaceful way out of this. So prepare yourself up here. You know, imagine the worst case scenario and prepare for that. Or be discreet. Be discreet. And if you've not been discreet, then backtrack and just say, oh, I've used it all up. It all went out of date, so I have to start using it all up. I've got fuck all now, or something like that, you know. And then work on your home defense and your own fitness, and take it from there. I know this all sounds a little bit apocalyptic, but you know, it doesn't take an Einstein really to look at the way things are progressing, you know. Sorry, I've kind of I lost. It's going to be one hell of a bumpy ride, Lou. Extremely bumpy. But I think we're all realists here. I do think we're all realists. I don't think any of us are optimists or any of us are pessimists. We're just realists, and that's the best place to be, middle of the road, because you get the best of both. You get balance, you know. I'm going to get back to that, Lulu, because that's what I don't have. Yeah, much joy and Mister. Figure that out between you and communicate in the comments section so you can exchange emails. And if you can't do that, if your email's not up on your YouTube channel, then both of you email me if you want to get in touch with each other. Both of you email me, and I'll give you each other your email addresses privately. Yeah. Spent years watching zombie films. I love zombie films. Oh my God, I was obsessed with them as a kid. You know. And yeah, George A. Romero. Well, I'm sure you know who he is. They're coming for you, Barbara. Yeah, fucking great film. I love zombie films. Hey, Matty's in the house. And Abigail. And Lily's still with us. This is lovely. Lily, the whole Discord thing. This is not paranoia, but Google just wouldn't allow me to get back into my account. So I tried another one, and it wouldn't let me set up an account for Discord, because it's owned by Google, you know. So yeah, that's not really an option for me. Don't forget. Yeah, keep getting your seeds, guys. Yeah, whatever you can grow. I mean, I've got loads of red peppers upstairs that are growing on the windowsill, and I remember to water them, but I keep forgetting to harvest them. So I need to bring them all down. Some of them are only little, and they're those long, sweet ones. I love them. I've got about 7 or 8 on there, you know, but only a few of them, like, you know, a few of them about that long. The rest are quite small, but they're all ripe. They're all ready. Common carp and bite. Yeah, I've got loads of fishing gear, but I don't know how to fish. But I've got a brother that is a master at fishing, and he switched on. And he lives a lot nearer to me now than he ever has done. That's probably why they eat dogs in Korea. Yeah, I don't think they get I don't think they grasp the concept of man's best friend. You know, I don't think they grasp the concept of just how beneficial dogs are to us. Yeah, I've got a big fucking issue with that, you know. Has anyone ever seen the film Alpha? A-L-P-H-A. It's virtually no dialogue in it, because it's based on sort of Stone Age man, and it's possibly quite a highly likely example of how man and dog first connected. You know, early man, wolf, amazing film. Let me go back up, because I think I've missed a bit. Yeah. People eat anything when yeah, they do. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, cannibalism. That's kind of worst case scenario. I don't think it'll ever come to that. I really don't. Not in fully developed countries. I think eating each other is I don't think that will happen. You know, I have thought about it, but I think we're all right with that. But yeah, the decimation of our you know, people. Again, so I've got 2 dogs, and they're my early warning system. You know, they're so fucking sensitive. They get praised when there's someone around the house for losing their shit. They get so people could end up thinking you're struggling to feed yourself, but you're managing to feed 2 dogs. I'm ready for that as well. I'm ready for that. I've got all the Matty. I've got all the gear. I've got all the equipment I could need, and then some for fishing. And I've caught 1 fish, and I mean, let me try and get it into the. It was about that fucking big, mate. You know, it was a sprat, and then I felt dreadful because I just impaled this little fish with a hook, and then I had to go through the But my brother is a very, very, very accomplished fisherman, so I'm all good with that. He can, you know, I've got skills that he hasn't got. He's got skills that I haven't got, you know. And he's a big lad, and he's brave, and yeah, my brother will be a very, 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 very good asset to me, and me to him. That's probably why. Yeah, exactly, Lily. You know, I can't honestly. So you know, you can try and grow whatever you can. You know, try and grow whatever you can, but developing your foraging skills is so important. You know, because it's going to be supplementary and organic. You just got to know what you're looking for and how to process it. If you need to process it, there are certain berries out there that you need to cook first before you eat them. You know, otherwise you'll have liquid coming out of both ends. You know, there is a lot to learn, but all you need to know is, you know, just what's in your area, in a radius of where you live, and what you can pick. And even in cities, you'd be surprised at what's available in cities. You really would. I've lived in cities, you know. Again, there's very little that any of you guys have experienced that I've not experienced myself. I'm telling you. So foraging skills are unbelievably important. You've got to try and get out there. Get yourself. There were really just trying to. Yeah, I mean, even on a budget, don't leave. Oh, get out. Even if you're on a budget, you know, I've got 3 of these books. I've got one at the caravan. I've got one in the camper van, and one here. And it's a very, very cheap book. And every single type of food in this book is available in England or in our hemisphere. But everything I've looked at in this book, I can find in England. You know, there are some things that are, you know, if you live nearer the coast, you know, you've got stuff like samphire and various plants that grow near the sea and only by the sea that are edible. But there's loads and loads of stuff in there. It's very comprehensive, very easy to follow. It will show you other different types of other species that look similar that you might not want to get down your throat. You know, it's an amazing book which will cost you, I don't know, 4 or 5 quid delivered now because it's such an old book. Food for free. Yeah, Collins Gem, food for free. You know, just that one little book that you can put in your back pocket and then go out for a bit of a walk. You know, there are apps that, if you want to use current technology, there are apps on your phone where you can download it, and just remember, if it's free, you are the commodity. You, right? You can download it. You can take a photo of something, or you know, like with, you know, take a photo of something, and it'll usually come up with what it is, and then you can reference that in your book. So you're using tech and books in symmetry, and you'll start, before you know it, you'll know what that is. You'll know you can eat that. You know you can eat that. You know you can eat that, and that and that. You know, and it's all free, wild, organic food. I can't push that enough. I can't. Yes, you can raise quail inside, Lily. Yes, you can. Yeah, and the cockerel is so quiet, so you've got a constant source of meat and eggs without anyone knowing. No nasty stench in your house. They take up so little space, and they're so placid that they don't really kind of, they don't kick off or attack each other or anything like that. There's nothing like that. You might get 2 cocks fighting, you know, a cockfight, but even then, you know, it's like, it's not like you know, what you see in these pits where they get to, you know, blood sport type things. Nothing like that. I would highly recommend quail or rabbits if you've got the room. But it's the slaughter aspect that you're going to have to get past. Where are we? I'm surprised there's still 16 of you that are still watching with what we are now. This is the longest live stream we've done so far. So I know it's personal, but you have heterochromia brown blue. It looks like you're like me. I don't understand that. Yeah. Can you elaborate on that, Mister? Because I don't quite understand what you mean. I'm just listening whilst making elderberry syrup. I've got some elderberry tincture in my freezer that someone made. I've got my own elderberry. I've got 2 elderberry bushes, but I never harvested any of the berries. You know, and I've got no rational explanation as to why I didn't. But yeah, elderberry, I'm telling you, you know, it's a hardcore bush. You know, it's really, really tough. I mean, it can be obliterated with heat, drought, extreme colds, flooding. You can throw anything at elderberry and it'll keep going. And the berries are unbelievably good for you, especially the tinctures, especially the alcohol-based tinctures from elderberry. Where are we? Yeah, Miss Inch, I do think they're going to try and throw lockdowns at us again with bird flu or something similar. And I would like to think that people would be seeing through that. And again, we need to be the voice of reason to say, look, it's a load of bollocks. You know, don't be a twat like you were the last time around. Because if you are, fuck off. Straight line thinking. Yeah. It's the only way to be, you know. Let's not, you know, swivel around. But then having said that, it's nice to get other people's input as well, because it can kind of give you more ideas. I've learned so much shit from you guys. So much, you know. This is definitely a give and take, mutually beneficial setup, you know. It really is. I've never actually tried quail's eggs, because I'm a fussy eater, and if it's not come from a hen, and even then I don't like to think about how it came from the hen, even though we raised our own hens and had our own free range eggs. You know, it took a while for me to kind of like take an egg from the hens when it's still warm, fresh out of its thing, you know, and then bring it into the house and make an omelette and eat it. It kind of messes with my head a little bit, but that it's a good thing that happens, because we've disconnected away from where our food comes from and how it's processed. You know, anyone with half a brain knows that pigs are very, very intelligent, as intelligent, if not more intelligent than a dog. Yet we send them to slaughter day after day after day after day. You know, so you know what separates us from the Koreans and the Chinese, really, when you think about it. But this is all about preparing ourselves for the interim of what's coming, a buffer zone, so that when we get to the other side of it, we'll end up setting up some sort of like loads and loads of. We've got loads of farmland. We've got loads and loads of everything. All of the infrastructure is still there. It's still there. You know, we're just going to need to utilize it and find the right people for the job, and go back to you know, cooperatives and you know, utilizing our own little patches and encouraging our farmers to grow organic food again, you know, but new farming practices. You know, they keep turning the soil over and turning over again when they're ploughing it. It's not good. There are other ways of doing that. We need that permaculture, because that's what puts the goodness into your vegetables and your fruit, but mainly your vegetables. There's a lot that needs to change, and again, we're looking at the biggest change, the biggest spiritual and societal change in recorded human history, and we've got front row seats. But you just need to make sure that you've got a really, really decent, comprehensive buffer zone, and you're discreet about it. The main narcissists, you know, I fucking hate narcissists, you know. Me, 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 me. You know, me, 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 me. Absolute, complete polar opposite of an empath. But the good thing about narcissists is they're very easy to spot. Psychopaths are more difficult, you know, but not when you know what you're looking for. Dawn of the Dead. Oh, I love it. Yeah. But you see, they went and took like slow moving zombies, this traditional zombie, into like zombies that can run faster than you. You know? Kind of, yeah. Some things you don't need to bring into the current day, you know. Keep traditions alive. And you know, I can't remember, but this is going back easy 5-6 years ago. And there was some sort of kind of training thing that was leaked, but I do believe this was leaked. Training soldiers in certain units for, I can't remember how it was termed now, but it was along the lines of a zombie apocalypse, you know? So I'm wondering if that could be when certain frequencies, shall we say, is passed through graphene oxide and various other elements that are floating around in a lot of people now, turning them into zombies and easy to control and herd, and we will see, won't we? Oh, I've missed something there. I think someone's lost a dog. I don't know. I'm sorry to whoever that is. It's like losing a member of family. Westies, there they are, darlings. Yeah, Westies are darlings. I'm so sorry, whoever that is. Still miss. All right, Abigail. Yeah, you're gonna miss. It's still grieving. It's still grieving. Same thing. You know, the family. But unlike a lot of other family members, they give you unconditional love. Unconditional. You know, they're pure. So in many ways, we miss them more. You ever read Brave New World by Huxley? I haven't. No, I'm not a reader, and that's a shame, really. You know, I've still got this to go through. And various other books that people have given me, and I don't read. You know, I'm an observer and a listener, and but I don't mind. I can handle reference books. You know, like this food for free. You know, and all of these books down there. I've got loads of prepping books and hacks and stuff like that in a grid down and blah blah blah. But they're just there for reference. Whereas I would, you know, I quite envy people that read, but we all kind of take in information and learn in our own unique, individual ways. And unfortunately, mine's not reading. But I have watched a depiction, a televised depiction of Brave New World, and it's horrific. It's horrific. I need to go for another week and a top up. I'm prepared to carry on if you are. Okay, just know that. No, you're not going out again. You don't need to go out. You've just been out. Bear with me a second. I'm on cranberry juice now because I can't be asked to keep boiling the kettle. It's good for the bladder. You know, I keep looking at my glasses. It looks like one eye's going into the shop, and the other one's coming out with change. Oh dear. No, we never do this. Never do this. Ashes are here at home. Sky's ashes are with me. Sal's ashes are with me. Yeah. It's just hard to let go sometimes, you know. Yeah, damn, you watched a movie only had 5 people in it called Survivalist. It's actually good. Man on his own, If you haven't seen it, watch it. Low budget but good. There's been a few very, very low budget films that have been made over the years that have just kind of rocked. If you're into films, I love films. Unfortunately, now I'm looking out for subliminal messages and wokeism and shit like that, you know. But because I'm aware of it, I know what to look for, and then I think I'll overlook it. I'll have my little kind of 15-second fucking rant about it. So you couldn't resist, could you? You had to put a fucking tranny in there, didn't you? Hey? And then I'm over it. And then I'll carry on watching the film. But yeah, a lot of great films were low budget, you know, and it's all about the writing, you know. It's all about the writing, the storyline, picking the right cast, and having a decent start, a decent middle, and an amazing ending, usually with a twist that you don't see coming, you know. So I'll look out for that one, mate. I will, because that does sound rather interesting. Where are we? There is a few good foraging books about. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. But this is one of the reasons why I push this one. You know, I'm not making any money out of it. You know, there are loads of different sellers on eBay or Amazon. You know, loads. Just pick one. It's just the amount of information that's relevant to my country in there is amazing. It's an amazing book. I've learned a lot from that book. Where were we? Oh shit! There's loads of loads of comments that just appeared. Sea buckthorn is full of vitamins. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone prior to that. You know, I am not the most efficient live streamer, but I'm giving it a go, and I'm trying my best. Hold on. But yeah, I mean, it's also again, if you can try and accrue. Again, this is the importance of live streaming and of networking. It's trying to enrich your circle of friends so that you end up with people that are going to benefit you and you're going to benefit them. So you'll have a skill set, they'll have a skill set, you know, and then Frank will have a skill set, and Lisa will have a skill set, you know. So as a collective, you work as a unit, and because the whole lone wolf thing moving forward in the real world, it's not going to work. You know, initially, I'll do all right. And you know, if anyone tries to fuck with this house or my girls or me, they'll be seen as a threat because I will have broken no laws, you know. So because I know that I won't have broken any laws, I will see them as a threat, whether they're in uniform or not, and a threat to my safety. And I've got a right under common law to defend myself, you know, no matter what. No matter what. I'm pretty sure I'll die in this house, but in a blaze of glory. But I would like to get my girls to safety first. So they'll have a warning. I got well off topic then. Much joy. Bear with me. Soil is shit, and mass production and hybrid produce is rubbish for us. It is, yeah. I mean, there is a lot you can do with your soil. Where I'm growing, I mean, I've got loads of beetroot. I need to bring it in before it starts to get really woody and fibrous. I've got loads of beetroot out there, but it's a hardy plant, you know. So I'm not too worried about it at the moment. We've not really. It's not been an extremely harsh winter. It's just been wet, you know. But that stretch where I've got those fruit trees and I've planted a lot of garlic and a lot of beetroot. I've done a lot with that soil, and I've made it into unbelievably like proper prime quality soil that self rejuvenates, and all of that goes into your food. You know, all of the vitamins and the minerals, all of that good stuff goes straight into your food, and then it rejuvenates, ready for the next year to go into your food, and again and again and again. No digging. I just reminded myself of White Chicks, which is one of Sal's favourite films. You know, where it's okay for two black guys to dress up as two white chicks, but you get two white guys to dress up as two black chicks. Oh no, that's racist. Fucking bastards. But anyway, there's a bit in there where he was kind of like, he was having an oyster, and he was trying to, you know, impress this chick, white chick, that was actually a black guy. And he eats this oyster. He's like, I'm sorry, I've got a very long tongue. Oh, sorry. Let's get back on track. Yeah, I again, you know, the whole and again, I know that this isn't going to be applicable to everyone, but there is land out there that you can stealth farm on, as long as you plant stuff that's just kind of, you know, just looks like anything else. No one would really look at it and think, oh, I know what that is. You know, just be discreet. Be as discreet as possible. Just try and grow stuff wherever you can. And only people, you know, only you'll know. hopefully, usually root vegetables, because the bit that you really want is underground. It's hidden away, like Jerusalem artichokes. It's hidden away. The whole thinking outside of the box thing, I'm just glad that everyone's starting to really get that now, and the importance of that, because it's maximizing discretion, and you can that can filter through to every single aspect of prepping, from food right up to defend and your home and everything in between, everything. Yeah, Harari. Yeah, he's another one. He's another one I would love to get alone. Not for 10 minutes, half an hour, 2-3 days after I finish with Bill Gates. Yeah. I'm not an evil man. I'm not. I'm a very caring, loving man, who gives a fuck about good people. But I think we've all got a really dark side, and again, the yin yang, and the things that I would do. I think punishment has to be proportionate. And when you think about the damage that these men, especially Gates, has done, where do you draw the line with punishment? The answer is you don't. Hey, Lisa. Hope you're all right, chick. Yeah, Drag Queen Story Hour. Where will they be in the final days? Probably under my patio. Some of them. The rest will be under someone else's patio. A lot of them like daisies, so why not just be in a position where you're pushing them up? Too much of the agenda pushing on TV and movies. Yeah, but as long as you know what you're looking out for, Miss Hinch. If you know what to look for, it doesn't necessarily have to ruin the film. You can. It doesn't help, but you can overlook it. You can overlook it if you know what you're looking for. And we're all, I think most of us here, hopefully, out of all 16 of us, I would say all of us are heightened. We've got a heightened sense of awareness. And because of that, we are extra vigilant. And the more heightened over a prolonged period of time, the more heightened and vigilant we become, the more we just do it without even realizing it. So it's not actually taking any of our extra energy away from us. It's not doing that because it's just happening naturally, if that makes sense. So I love films. Films are my escapism, like books are to many of you. Films are to me. But I know what to look out for, and I'm just thinking, yeah, there's a box ticked, another box ticked, another box ticked. Shit actor, but because she's a certain, they've picked her for the part. Shit acting, but the rest of them kind of make up for it, and I know what to look for. So because I know what to look for, I try not to allow these things to affect my appreciation of a film, because I love films, but good films are hard to come by now. God forbid you're under threat. I'd stand with you, but it's going to take. Yeah. Yeah, I think Castaway. Yeah. But you know what? As much as when I first watched that film, Matty, I thought this is great, you know. But you know, the more I know about him, I can't bear to watch any of the films he's been in, and he's been in some amazing films. Let me just close this door because all I can hear is lick, 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 lick. Because he's you know, he was a regular guest on a certain island, you know. So yeah, we know, and he knows that we know, you know. So it's just a matter of time, you know. All of these people will be brought to book, and they'll realise that they're kind of their safety net is gone, because they'll all throw each other under the bus, and we'll be the bus. Too much. Yeah, again, Mr. You know, we are all in contact, but we need to, for the time being, just do it through live streams, and maybe at some point I'll kind of figure out some sort of mailing system. I've seen other people do it. How hard can it be, you know? But I do need to get a better camera, or do I? It'll add fucking 20 years to me. Oh dear. Where are we? If you can't get good seeds from good descendants, yeah, this is why I seed save. So a lot of my seeds are 3rd, 4th, 5th generation from my own garden, from the original top-notch, original quality seeds, and they're perfect. They come back every year, and now I've got new ones to add to that. You know, I've got so many seeds now, all stored away and ready for next year. And if or when the shit really does hit the fan, you'll have seeds then to turn around and say, right, you need to start growing some food. And to go, well, I don't know how to. You just turn around and say, we fucking learn. Put it in the ground, put it in the soil, stick a cane in there, make sure you water it regularly. It's not rocket science. Start to grow your own food, and it will grow. It will grow. But this will all be in the aftermath, you know, when society's when the dust is starting to settle. And anyone that's not prepared to help themselves are probably going to be useless to you and a drain on you. Fuck them off. I think we've all of us have got big hearts, you know, but we're gonna need to be tough and make some seriously tough decisions to make sure that you and those that you care about get through, you know. Or you can just give them a massive kick up the arse and say, look, you either You either crack on, sort your shit out, earn your keep, or I will fuck you off and you will die of starvation. Just be dead straight with them, you know. Again, it's going to be there are a lot of people out there that are just kind of. I've managed to find that line, right? Because anyone that's in my life, anyone that that I care about, and they'll know I care about them. They'll know I would take a bullet for them. I would. I'd shield them from a gun. I would. I know I would. But I think that they would do the same for me. And that's what you need around you. People like that. And if you currently don't have anyone around you that are like that, start networking. Start finding local groups. If you want to get in touch with anyone and they want to get in touch with you, you know, if we're doing like a live stream, you know, try and just let me know. Email me. Both of you email me and I'll swap you your email addresses so you can get in contact, you know, or maybe even kind of drop down your postcodes, see if you've got anyone nearby. You know, it's all about networking. We need to, again, there are millions of us, millions, bigger than any army on this planet, but we're fractured. We need to come together. That's the challenging part. Oh, look, I love the old text abbreviations of old school people. Lily, be right back. I bet she says it like that as well. Heritage and heirloom seeds. Check out Real Seeds catalogue. There's a few out there now, mate. Because a lot of people, again, where there's a vacuum, where there's a problem, and where there's a vacuum, that will be filled. It will be filled. It will. You know, there's always, whenever there's a demand, there will be supply. And you know, I could be a producer of heirloom seeds, but on a very, very small scale, because I'm eating the vast majority of what I'm growing, and then I leave them to go to seed so that I can collect the seeds. So I can only supply so much, but I know that they're good to go. Charles Dowding is a no-dig expert. I save seed too. Yeah, Joe. I hope you don't mind me saying Joe, you know. No dig. Yeah. It's so important. That permaculture is so important. And that's what mass scale farming is missing. That's why you're getting no nutrients. You can eat as many fucking carrots as you like, you know. But if it's been grown in shit soil and been artificially supplemented to make it grow, like they pump steroids and water into chickens, it's the same thing. It's just with vegetables, you know, with God knows what sprayed on them, you know, and then kind of look into that don't really have that many pests, you know. And garlic. Oh my God! Don't get me started on garlic. All right. The medical benefits, you know, the health benefits from garlic alone, and the fact that it will grow anywhere, and it's so tough. I mean, you plant these things in October, for Christ's sake. You know, so just as they're starting to kind of like, you know, find their way to the top, they get hit and smashed up by a British winter. But they're like, fuck off. You know, and then the following year, you've got loads of garlic. And if you don't pick it, it just separates. And then grows and separates and grows. And garlic is just ridiculously good for you. I mean, not just for your body, but for loads of ailments, and not just ailments for yourself either. There are certain conditions that your pets can have where you can apply garlic, not orally. Too much garlic in a dog can be bad, but residual garlic, you know, it's not bad for dogs. Not bad for dogs at all. They're mammals, you know. They can have there are certain things that dogs can't eat, you know, that it fucks them up, you know, that we can eat, like tomatoes and chocolate and onions. Those three things are not good for dogs at all. It can fuck them up. But yeah, we do need to continue down a holistic route, and that Green Pharmacy book, I can't speak highly enough. It's blown my mind what's in there. You know, the amount of conditions that you would just automatically assume could only be sorted by a GP. You know, when in actual fact you can grow your own stuff that can, especially if it's a recurring thing, you know, if it keeps coming back every year or whatever. Ocean spray. I could sell so much shit, you know, like all these other channels, because I know I can sell. I've been a salesman, you know. But I think that if you've got the gift of the gab, you should use it for good, you know. Like those, like I watched that cast iron frying pan video the other day. Just watched it. Just, I don't know why. And I thought, you know, if I was a cast iron frying pan salesman, I would have made a fortune out of that. But I just put the information out there so you could find your own seller, you know, buy from whoever you wanted, because it's for you, you know. Wouldn't say those things, but let's be honest, people here trying to set up a prepper group, and where did that go? And I gave you an email address to contact, but clearly it wasn't enough. I think Terry. Sure. My advice, Mister. I've forgotten your Christian name, mate. I'm shit with names, as you'll know as we move along. I've made that point quite a few times. Settle into the tribe a little bit, and then we'll probably progress a little bit further down the line. Just settle into it first, mate, you know. We get so many words to talk about anything. I think you might be getting lost in a bit of translation here, matey. No offense, but yeah, just settle into the tribe, get to know people a little bit, and then we'll find more and more solutions as we move along. We will. It's inevitable. Because as a collective, we've got a lot of knowledge. As a collective, we've got a lot to share, And but we just need to be, I think we just need to be careful to some degree about kind of sharing information and stuff. But if if you connect with someone in the chat and they connect back with you, if you want to email me, my email's available on the the YouTube channel in the description box. And if you want to use me as a conduit, it's not a problem. I think that's the safest way of doing it, And maybe, at some point during this year, if it's unlikely, because this is going to be a pivotal year. This is going to be a head fuck of a year for everyone. No matter how resilient you think you are, it's going to affect you. But you will get through to the other side. You will. It'd be lovely if we could, arrange some sort of group and all kind of meet up. And I can't imagine anything more amazing than that, But we'll see, Let's just see how it pans out. I mean, look how the year started off. Fuck me. Right, okay, let me just get back in there. See, I can read it from here, but I'm just so used to going right in there like that, to the point where you can see literal hair follicles in my head. Oh, garlic from China, probably cross-pollinated like tomatoes and broccoli. Yeah, totally agree. But all of the garlic, I'd say probably 2/3 of the garlic that I grow in my garden is from previous garlic bulbs that I've grown in the garden, and it just keeps coming back and keeps coming back and keeps coming back. Garlic's just so easy to grow. It's unreal, and that mixed with coconut oil or olive oil, and you rub that onto your skin, and you've got a completely natural insect repellent that's just second to none. Instead of all these chemical sprays, jungle spray or whatever it, fuck knows what's in that stuff. Your skin soaks it all up. It all goes into your bloodstream, So as natural as we can get it, that's the way forward. But yeah, I get you, Lulu, and I agree. Just got fucked or whatever. I actually gave out my email to them thinking they were honest. Prepper Mr. Don't worry. Don't take anything to heart. We're all going through stressful times. You've kind of you're a relatively newcomer to a very, very established little tribe here, and you've been welcomed with open arms. Try not to expect too much too quick. Be patient, and patience will pay off. It will. It will. You've got to ease up, brother. Just ease up. Just ease up. I promise you. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. You're all right, mate. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I've heard the same. That garlic and onions can do that. Yeah. Again, nature provides an answer to everything. Everything. It's got an answer for everything. There's nothing that nature can't take care of. We are outside of nature. We need to get back into nature and then find some sort of balance, some sort of equilibrium between and I think who was it earlier? Who said it earlier on? I think it was Lulu. Without going back, consumerism is fucking everything up, along with capitalism. So capitalism induces consumerism. Consumerism induces capitalism. And as a result of that, we're ending up in a right fucking mess. And we know where we've gone wrong. We know what we need to do to put it right. It's just getting there. It's the getting there bit. That's going to be the challenge. But yeah, so Mr. Look, just relax into the tribe. Just relax into the tribe, and then get a feel for it, and you'll get it, and then we'll take it from there, mate. And I'm telling you, you'll love it. You'll love it. The lovely people, lovely people. But I just think you just need to kind of just make a steadier, kind of slower, easier, more mellow approach. That's all. That's all, mate. And you'll be all right. You'll be all good. I report love, joy, and all of a sudden I am on the juice. Maybe you guys are not so nice. You couldn't get us wrong. You couldn't get us more wrong. I don't understand how that's happened, or how you got that impression. No, you've already mentioned that you're dyslexic, so people have taken a proper wide berth of that. You know, people are the people in this tribe are very accepting, Mister, and I think you've taken offence where it's not really warranted. I think I think most of this is maybe in your head rather than what's actually happening. You know, we're a very accepting little tribe. You know, just chill out, mate. Just chill out. Just chill out. Whereabouts are you from? Where do you live? You don't have to tell me your address, but I would like to know your bank account, sort code, security number on the back of your card. I'm just fucking with you, mate. Whereabouts are you from? Come on, let's talk. Let's sort this out. Are you English? Are you from England? Yeah, if you ever to sort of pick a fight with anyone on here, probably the worst person to pick a fight on with is probably Lulu Shiraz. She's a very no nonsense woman, and I think because you've misinterpreted, I do think you may have misinterpreted a few things here, and misunderstood. Again, communication is 90% non-verbal. So when I'm talking to you, you can see my facial expressions, my hands moving around, my tone of voice. You've got all of that from me. You've not got any of that from the chat. Just letters, and that can be misinterpreted. And I think you've misinterpreted a lot, Mister. Don't worry. Just chill out, mate. It's all right. It's all good. You know, just relax into it. Relax into it. You know. Otherwise, other people will start thinking. You know, other people will start getting a little bit aggy towards you, and we don't want that. I don't want that. You know, no one wants that. It's about a collective level of common sense and togetherness. You know, some semblance of unity, coming together, moving forward, and keeping everyone positive and uplifted, but staying realistic at the same time. And that's quite some fucking balance, you know. So yeah, just chill out, mate. Just chill out. Just go with the flow. And once you've got a feel for the tribe, then you'll understand. You'll get it. It'll make sense. It's a good place to be. Accept that's what I thought. I'm sorry. I'm reading. I'm reading. When I read, I speak. So bear with me. Accept that's what I thought. I love this channel. Some people said I was drinking. Then someone asked for my email. I tried to be so good, but everyone hated me. Why? No one hates you. No one hates you. I just think maybe just take a step back. That's all. Just take a step back and just relax. Where were you from, mister? Where are you from? You know? So let me put this, because I don't want to pussyfoot around either, because it's 1:30 a.m. here, right? I don't want to pussyfoot around either. So let me try and meet you in the middle. Everything was flowing, and now everything is getting a little bit aggy. And that's off the back of your misinterpretation of people's interpretation of you. So this has happened as a result of you misunderstanding other people, which can easily happen in text. And I'm determined not to leave this live stream on a fucking negative. So please try and do your best to bring this back. So that, you know, I hope you understand what I'm saying. We're a positive, realistic tribe living in a world of insanity, craziness, and negativity. And we need to make sure that we maintain that in this little tribe at all costs. So we understand that you are dyslexic. You said that very early on, and everyone has read that. Everyone understands that. So please try and bring this back to a positive, chill out, and let things flow, you know? Otherwise, you know, it's not going to work out, is it, mate? You know? You know, we're not here to fuck about. We're here to keep each other up. And this has gone down a bit now, and I'm not happy about that. See, look at these messages. If that's not inclusivity, then I don't know what is. You know? We're very accepting here, you know, but just be part of it. Be part of it. Can't spell chill out, or people will hate you. Yeah, it takes me ages to write anything. Don't rush in writing anything then. You know, just take your time in writing. There's no rush. No one's rushing you. All we're asking you to do is just chill out. Just chill out. Don't be irate. Don't be stressed. You know, just chill out. Just chill out, mate. Chill out. If I was to give you any advice right now, it would be maybe go and have a brew, or a little toddy or something like that, you know, something warming, you know, and get yourself to bed, and then rejoin us in the next one. We are all loved, mister. We are. Look at these comments, mate. You know, now you've got a rough idea of what we're about. if I was to, if you've only just gotten to know me, but if you'd have known me over a few years, like a lot of these guys have known me, you'll know that this advice is from the heart and it's sincere. Get yourself to bed, mate, but join us in the next one. You know, get a good night's rest and join us in the next one. And there's no negativity here. No one's kind of, you know, no one's coming at you. Nobody's coming at you. Don't be so defensive. You don't need to be. I'm trying to think of a fucking dad joke now that I can. Because I want you all to go to bed on high spirits, and I'm determined to do that. You know, if I have to stay up until 6 a.m. to put this fucking right, I will. On a plus, we've exceeded our previous record of 5 hours and whatever. It's now 6 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. 4 threes. Oh my God. Am I a Mason? Whoa. Does that make you feel uncomfortable? I'm just fucking with you. I'm pretty sure that you've all got my sense of humour by now. It's not probably not everyone's cup of tea, but you know, you're here because you fit. I tried to find a meme earlier on that I posted. Oh, because I've posted so much in the community section over the last couple of years. Well, 4 years in the community section. I only just started utilising that. It's way back, and I don't know how to find it. But it's a wall. It's a meme with a wall and lots of lots of round holes in this wall, and you've got all these people with their heads in this wall, and all of this entire wall is just full of round holes, and you've got loads of people with their heads in them. You've got this one person with a square head just stood there. You know, that's us. We don't fit into this madness because we weren't designed for it. We were designed for something way better, something way more important, and that's where we're headed. But I wanted to re-up that. I wanted to repost it just to remind everyone that, you know, it is absolutely imperative that we stay different, that we remain unique, and I'm not sure. I think she's gone now, but I think that there are certain words, because as you know, I love English. I love it. I love the English language. There are certain words that I think are just used so flippantly, you know. And one of those words is authenticity. Authentic. It's not just something that someone. It's not just. Don't you dare let my bullshit stop your very great stream. That's not going to happen, mister. Don't worry. It's all good. Everything's balancing out again. You know? It's all balancing out again. So the word authenticity is, I think a lot of people kind of have a misinterpretation of what that actually means. It's a profound word, you know, to be authentic is to be completely and utterly unique. And over the last 5 years, we've managed to recruit some of the most authentic people in the world in our little tribe. How amazing is that? You know? And I get to be part of it. I fucking love it. I love it. You know? And yeah, I really don't think that that any of you give yourselves anywhere near the amount of credit that you do for being able to get through half a decade of madness. Half a decade. And you've managed to hold on to your authenticity, your humanity, and your sanity. You know? Seriously, put that into perspective. Lesser people with the same amount of knowledge that we've got now, and the amount of effort that we've put into researching, the time that we've put into to kind of trying to find the truth, is an unbelievable energy drain. So the average person, and I think I tried to kind of put this across in a kind of a relatable term. If we were to download what we know, or let's say an average of, because there'll be people in the chat, there'll be people in our little tribe that know way more than I do, you know. Well, there'll be people in our little tribe that know a lot less than I do, and everything in between. So imagine me or people like us kind of downloading what we know and then transferring it into someone else's head, a normie's head. Their knees would give way. They'd be on the floor and possibly never recover. You know, that realization of the actual reality that we're living in. They'd be on their knees. You know, some of them would be declared clinically insane. Yet here we are. Half a decade of insanity, still going against the grain, still going against the narratives. You know, it takes fucking balls to do that, and you've all achieved it. You've all achieved it. Now, I'm a little bit of a gamer now and then. You know, I like to have a little bit of a, you know, on COD. It's just it's escapism. I don't do it very often. I don't go on there very often, but it's escapism for me. You know, bit of a shoot 'em up. But I think most of us are of a certain age, at a certain age, where we can remember on video games, arcade games and stuff, where you'd go to a boss level, yeah, and you got to beat the boss level. 2025 is boss level. I fucking love analogies. I love them. It's just I can't read, but I want to be involved. It's frustrating. You are involved, mister. You are involved. Don't worry. Don't feel like you. Just take your time. Take your time in typing. And even if it comes up with spelling mistakes or whatever, no one cares about your spelling mistakes because they read between the lines. They're all smart. We're all smart. We can read between the lines. We know that you're coming from a good place. All we say is just chill out, just relax into it. No one's judging you, okay? Nobody. So, in fact, be part of bringing the vibes back up. Tell us a fucking joke. Tell us a joke. The shitter the better, because that's how I roll. My jokes are fucking terrible. In fact, I'll tell you a really. Do you want to hear a really shit joke? And I can almost feel you saying, no, I don't. I'm going to tell you anyway. So, bloke's on his way home, New Year's Eve. He's fucking smashed. You know, he's been the last man standing, bless him. So he's walking home. And he's decided to walk in the middle of the road because he's thinking, I'm so smashed, I can't walk in a straight line. I'll be taking people's wing mirrors off. So he's walking down the middle of the road. It's dark. It's pitch black. No one else is awake, you know? And all he can hear is this bang, bang, clatter, clatter, bang, bang, clatter, clatter. And he turns around and just in sight behind him, just in the mist, there's a little bit of a mist, glowing mist in the street lights. You can see this casket, bang, 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 coming down the road, following him with the lid, clatter, 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 clatter. So he's thinking, this is weird. And he's starting to sober up a little bit, you know? So he keeps going and he keeps going. And this fucking thing's this casket is just closing in on him. He can't speed up quick enough. This casket with the lid, bang, bang, clatter, 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 keeps going, keeps coming towards him. He's like, what the fuck? Now he's really sober. He gets to his front door. It's almost on him. You know, he gets to his front door. He's fumbling around with his keys. Opens the door. He tries to slam the door behind him. The fucking casket smashes through the door. He runs up the stairs. He goes into the bathroom. He closes the bathroom door. He's like, and all he can hear is it coming up the stairs, this casket coming up the stairs. And he reaches into he's looking, oh, what can I, he reaches into the medicine cabinet and finds a bottle of night nurse, right? This casket smashes through the bathroom door and he throws this bottle of night nurse at the casket. It stopped the coughing. It's even sadder when you laugh at your own jokes. I'm so fucking sorry. But I just had to leave it on a positive. I had to leave it on a positive. It's all about balance. So I am prepared to go to 2 o'clock, which is a bit of an ask because I am knackered. Can't read or spell, but I can make as a bunker and make as much black powder as you need. We are preppers. I know how to. I'm telling you, mister, you are an asset to anyone that's in your life with those skills, with that skill set. I can't do any of that shit. You know? It's amazing. I think I'm just getting the responses now because of the time delay of just how fucking shit that joke was. But I did warn you, you know? But I will never leave a live stream on a negative. I can't do it. I can't do it. Okay? So yeah, that's you know, that's my I was sitting in traffic for half an hour today. I almost got run over. Almost, you know. So going back to me when I was going back to that car with the hazard lights on, you know, it's kind of almost, it's what ifs, you know, what ifs can fuck you up, you know, but we don't. Hey, mister, we are a tribe of, you know, again, I don't want to keep, like, you know, parroting on and repeating the same thing over and over, because I know it annoys people, but we're all very unique people here. Oh, I don't know, Lulu. I won't mind a bit of dynamite. I could do wonders with that. Wonders, you know. But I can be a bit clumsy, and I would run the risk of blowing my own head off. But I'm a prepper. I do think that I would be able to locate my head again and put it back on and staple it and sort my shit out. I'm like, right, fucking hell, that was rough, you know. Oh dear, this is bewildering me, and I like it. Got no doubt in my mind. But honestly, take that advice, my friend, my brother, and maybe not kind of, you know, not tell too many people about it, because yeah, it's like that the part of prepping is discretion, and you know, I wish I had your skill set, you know, I really do. And if I was to try and look it up online, I'd just be halfway through and there'd be a knock on the door, you know. Right. So why are you looking at explosives and how to create explosives, Terry? And why have you got Guy Fawkes as your alias? So yeah, I would probably keep shit like that to yourself, brother. But yeah, preppers be preppers. But even though we're preppers, we're still very, very different. We're all different. We're all individuals, and yeah, we're all different. We're all unique, and we need to accept other people's opinions, especially if they're appropriate and valid. We are all about acceptance here, and we need to stay balanced, and bear with me a second. What I've done is I've put you in timeout, brother, because I think you need timeout. So I've removed him for 24 hours because I am trying to make sure that I maintain balance. I don't fucking like doing shit like that. I don't like doing stuff like that at all. Because now I'm thinking he's probably going to spend in a quite a dark place, you know. But I can't allow, I fucking tried, One thing that I am good at is moderating. And yeah, I gave it all I had, And there is just definitely lots and lots of cross wires and miscommunication and misinterpretation, and yeah, I cannot leave this on a negative, and I couldn't see. You can't have words like that on your channel. No, I know. But having said that, Lulu, it's got nothing to do with me. That's someone else's words. No, I know. I get it. And what's made it worse is that he's left it. His final message was, "Love you all." I've got a heart, but I've got to think about our little tribe, and I can't allow us all to end this conversation, this live chat, this monumental, coming up to 7-hour live chat on a negative. I can't do it. I can't allow that to happen. And we were getting nowhere, really. It felt like I was getting nowhere. I tried all of my, I gave it a go. And we're now on 13, unlucky 13. Does anyone believe in any of this like numerology thing? I think there's something in it, I don't know why the computer's going blue, 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 blue. So I'm all about flow. So even when I'm driving a car, and I'll get another car. I'm just hoping the insurance pays out, because it wasn't my fault. And I've got lots and lots of information, very well documented information as to the scene, how it was, no signage, all of that. So I should get a payout in theory, which will go towards another car. But I'm just kind of, we need to try and make sure that we keep ourselves middle of the road, and just not let ourselves slip unnecessarily. And unfortunately, every now and then, yes, Miss Hitch, I in astrology too. See, I did have you pegged. Fucking told you, didn't I? I had you pegged. That I don't know if you remember when I said that I had you profiled. And no nonsense, and I've not seen any evidence of you not being a no nonsense person. None. I just picked up on specific vibes about your comments, what I'd kind of seen in your videos, blah blah blah, and I think I had you pretty well pegged. I'm quite impressed with myself, and yeah, you're welcome for this free of charge psychoanalysis that I've got of you. The next one is 50 quid. And I will fucking invoice you. Where's the webcam? Oh God. But you know, on the flip side, we've managed a nearly 7-hour live stream. You know, no one's going to watch this back. Nobody's going to go and think, right, I'm going to sit through a 7-hour pre-recorded live stream. No one's going to do it. So this was all down to us and our interactions. We will be the only people that got anything out of this. The only people. So even though it will go into, you know, there for anyone to watch, no one will watch it. No one will watch it. This was our little journey together. And, you know, some people have kind of jumped out, new people have jumped in, people have jumped out, people have jumped in, and that's how it's been, which is understandable for a 7-hour live stream, you know. I don't think that many people do live streams for this length of time. But then we're not an average, this isn't an average channel. It's very different. We're very different. We're all very, very different. You know, we're the future. We are. And China news, new pandemic, just watching now. I'll have a look, Miss Hinch. Again, I believe China is behind most of this because it does seem to add up. You know, you look at Klaus Schwab's admiration and literal arse sucking, as gross as that sounds, of Xi Jinping. That's Schwab. You know, the ultimate Bond villain sucking up to China, right? You take that into account. You take into account that Trudeau also said that he respects China. There are a lot of leaders around the world that have alluded to their respect for China. And they have a heavenly mandate. And Xi Jinping is absolutely determined to fulfill that mandate. So, but again, you know, I'm just a fucking conspiracy theorist. That's all I am. But then there are other things that don't add up, you know. I think that is definitely an aspect of this that we all share, and why you're still listening to me, you know, is the fact that we've got such critical thinking minds, you know, that we scrutinize so much, and that gets easier, you know. Again, I don't know how many of our because, you know, there were people that started out at the start of the channel 5 years ago that are no longer part of this, and then but there are some that are, and then there are lots of new additions that have made this so much richer, you know, different angles, different perspectives, and that's good, you know, because that enriches us. We have to maintain an open mind and allow stuff to go in there and just kind of float around, and it will make a natural connection with other pieces of the puzzle. Naturally, it will, without clogging your brain up. And as time goes by, I do think that your brain becomes used to it. You become, you know, you start to build up a tolerance for it to the point where it starts to happen naturally. So it's not actually draining on your energy anymore. Does that make sense? MI5 might watch it. Yeah. Well, MI5 are traitors. And I don't allow traitors into my house. I know. I do think I did the right thing, you know. But then on the flip side, I'm thinking I don't want him to go to bed in a dark place, you know. So yeah, I've got that kind of, you know, going on in my head. I don't want anyone to leave a live stream, you know, a live stream rich, like a rich tapestry of fucking amazing free thinking people, to end on a negative. So I just had to do that, and that's why I looked a little bit preoccupied, because I've never had to eject someone from a live stream before. So, but I knew it was doable. But I just feel bad, you know, because I think his heart was in the right place. It was just, he needed to get a feel. He wasn't reading the room, you know, which I think is something that we can all do quite naturally, or at least most of us, we can do quite naturally. We can read the room, and he never gave it a chance. He never gave it a chance. He was just, I think he just felt like he was being attacked, but he didn't read the room. He didn't read the room. You got to read the room. And yeah, but it is what it is, and I'm hoping. You see, I can even say words in the chat, and I can still kind of picture a scenario, which cracks me up, you know, just words. So from Lana, demanding bad vibes, you know, like, I want fucking bad vibes, cunt. Sorry, darling. Oh, I just shit Zephyr up. I do apologise for saying that word again, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a word I use frequently. But yeah, that was what I got from Lana's comment, you know. I had to build it into a scenario. I can't help myself. Oh my gosh, what a night. Hey, what a night. What a week, you know. Look at everything that's happened over the last week. You know, mad. And again, they've taken advantage of that kind of that period between Christmas Day or even Christmas Eve and New Year's, of people's kind of like bewilderment, like, you know, and just put loads of shit in there. And I do think it's I do think that's the case. I really do. I do think that they've studied us, and they know that we're in a certain kind of mindset that's just, you know, reflecting on last year, what can I do better this year, whilst being in a pissed up stupor at the same time, and they've taken advantage of that. But again, as long as we're aware, as long as we see, and again, I think even the toughest of empaths, like you, Lulu Sherez, still has a big heart, but just your kind of your bullshit and bollocks tolerance level is way lower than mine. You know, you'll go straight in for you'll give it a chance. You give them maybe you'll give someone maybe a couple of chances, and then that's it. You know, you're like a lioness with a fucking gazelle. But yeah, I do feel quite bad. Is anyone, because we've for some bizarre reason we've still managed to maintain 13 people at 2:10 in the morning. So if you want to carry on, I'll carry on. But I do need to keep rehydrating, you know. I was just thinking maybe I shouldn't join again because I can't tolerate it. No, Lulu, I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking I'm going to make this bitch a fucking moderator. In fact, let me just pour a drink first, and I just need some liquids, and I'm going to make you a moderator. You'll be the first moderator, the first of many, because I'd like to meet you all moderators, just so that you can kind of deal with shit on my behalf. You're just being kind, like an empath. Well, yeah, I am an empath, you know, and I can't help it, but I know where the line is drawn. I do, and you know, but then it's taken years of you know, to get to where I am. It's not been an easy path. Let me just get some more cranberry juice, and I'll be right with you. Stay with me. And my slippers are falling apart, so they're a trip hazard. I've just found my flat cap. I've run out of cranberry juice, so I've had to top it up with tonic water. And I need to see if I can try and get my distiller to work tomorrow, because I don't want to be using my Berkey filters up. I really don't. You know, they're too expensive now. They're so expensive. It's fucking ridiculous. A wise person once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so use them proportionately." I like that. That's very philosophical and good. Who was that wise person? Let me put you on the spot, Joe. Who was it? Was it you? It wouldn't surprise me. Marie, hey, you've kept quiet tonight. Hubst, Marie Hubst. Have I pronounced that right, or have I butchered it? I do apologise if I have. Yeah, and Lulu's just put Maria who? So even Lulu's thinking, I can't. This is not us taking the piss out of you, by the way. This is just our collective sense of humour. We just like that. There's no malice involved. Yeah, seen him on other channel. He's autistic. That makes sense. If that's right, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but absolutely brilliant. He really can do amazing things. Can't talk to people, which upsets him. But now I feel even worse now. Fucking hell, no. You know what? You know. I had to bring balance back to the chat. So it wasn't an easy decision. It wasn't an easy decision. You know, I don't want to kick anyone out. You know, because I think everyone's got something to contribute, and I think people that are on the spectrum, people with autism, have got incredible minds. You know, I've gone through that in previous videos where people have gone to another country, non-verbal kids, and they've looked at a building, they've come back and they've drawn that building just from memory, and it's been to the finest detail. You know, so yeah. So Marie, what other channels have you seen him on? Can you elaborate a little bit on that for us, just so that we've got a bit of a bigger picture? Because I don't really want to. I've not kicked him out. I've not banned him. You know, from our little tribe. I've not done that. I've just put him on a. I'm not sure what it's called now. Let me see what it's called. I'll go on Lulu, so I can put her on the naughty step. Managing. Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in. There you go, Lulu. You're a moderator. But all I ask of you is to give people a chance. Give people a chance first. I like your style of straightforwardness. I do like that. All I ask is that you just give people a chance. So you are the channel's first ever moderator. But yeah, just give people a chance, you know, because there's always more to things than meets the eye, as we've just been allegedly told. So you can't mention, right? No, I know. But you see, people with autism, they don't have the same filters as we do, you know, which yes can make it very, very complicated for someone else's channel. But on the flip side, they can also kind of give us a different insight, you know. So it swings and roundabouts. As a bit of me being on the spectrum will take the role seriously. Are you Lulu? So, general question: Are you on the spectrum? Yeah, and he is in timeout. He's not been kicked. No, I wouldn't. Unless someone is being just non-stop abusive, you know, and just giving out shit. And no matter what I say, no matter how hard I try to mediate the situation and try and kind of talk them down, turn them into a friend, and nothing I've done has worked, then they're gone. You know, they may Oh, Lulu, you are a fucker. Yeah, no matter what I do, it doesn't make any difference. You know, it's consistently negative, and I can't have that because that's not what we're about. We're realists. We're not pessimists. We're realists. And I think the possibility of him going away and like mulling this over, he'll be mulling it over in a different way than we would. If you know, if what Marie is saying is correct, then he'll have a completely different take on it. And I'm just hoping that he doesn't go to bed in a bad mood or stressed out, or you know, because I don't like that. Real fact: people have been jailed for such comments. That's a good point. But that's not me, you know. I think comments are the onus on comments are on the person that's making the comments. So that's something to take into account, Lulu, just for future reference as a moderator. That you know, it might bring heat on the channel, which it is not wanted. Which is why I've managed to fucking swear so fucking much, because the fucking algorithms fucking hate fucking swearing, and that's why I've kept everything small, you know, and intimate. So I don't want any extra heat on the channel. However, he could bring something entirely new to the table. You know, that's how I'm thinking. So, yeah. No, he's not. No. Again, you've got a very straightforward bang, you know, perspective. Yeah, of course it will. Yeah. I think everyone who's gone to sleep feeling negative, when you go into sleep mode, you go into repair mode, and that repair mode is literally full body, including the mind and the brain. So it'll be a case of going to sleep and hopefully just reflecting, and maybe even kind of watching this live back again from when all that conversation was taking place, and plus the conversation that's taken place post him and kind of, you know, just put out of the live stream just temporarily, and maybe he'll come to his own kind of conclusion on that. Because I did say, just chill out, mate, and just settle in. You're new to the channel, settle in. And everything was just kind of getting lost in translation, and there was everyone else's input as well, where it just got complicated, you know. And life at the moment is far too complicated already. But then I think, you know, how complicated that must that be for someone on the spectrum, you know, who's in full realization of what's happening, you know. How much more impactful might that be for him? Again, you know, being an empath, you know, it's a head fuck, because you've got this really kind, patient, understanding nature, but then on the flip side, you've got to find that fine line, and that in and of itself is a bit of a challenge, for me anyway. He will be get into Terry's tribe. Yes. That's perfect, Lulu. Absolutely perfect. I couldn't really explain it. But then is that kind of, you know, if you haven't got our mindset, fuck off. It's more than that. It's more than that, because it is a vibe. You know, we are realists. None of us are everything's going to be all right, everything's going to be fine, you know. None of us are like that. But none of us are all kind of defeatist, negative fuckwits either. You know, we think from a place of absolute logic, you know, and because of that, we've created a very, very, very rare vibe as a collective. And yeah, we can't risk losing that, because it's taken so long to achieve it. So I get your view. I get your point. Yes, you are, Lulu. You are an empath. You just don't fucking realise it. Of course you are. You've got a big heart. I know you have. You're an armadillo. I'll tell him, but he just wants to tell everyone everything. Not first time I've had to apologise for him, but it's true. He's lovely and clever. Yeah, that was what I was getting from him, Marie. You know, but it was just the way it was. Just he couldn't find a way in. You know, a neutral way in, and it was misinterpreting people's comments, even though everyone here is really accepting. You know. Marie, are you kind of like are you a little bit of a kind of like a minder, an online minder for him, because he seems to know a lot about him, and why you don't need to apologize. I'm trying to work out what your connection is with him, because I think there's a connection there. I just hope you understand. Ah, that makes sense. So Marie, just know that we gave him every opportunity. If you watch the last kind of hour of this live stream, maybe an hour and a half of this live stream, you'll realize that we tried. You know, we really did try, and it just wasn't working. It wasn't working, and I've got to think about everyone else, you know, and it just didn't work out. But I knew you were connected. More, you know. Can you just let him know that he's not been ejected? He's not been banned. If anyone can communicate with him best, then it's you. You know, we just try and explain to him that he can't talk about firearms. He can't talk about certain aspects, because even though I won't become a cropper, but he might. You know, just tell him that he is very, very welcome, but he needs to just ease into it. Just try and use your words, use your ways. You're his older sister, so you know, if anyone can talk to him, you can. You know, I try my best. I've worked with people with autism for nearly 2 decades, and I failed, but you won't. So yeah, he got our echoes up. Yeah. So what Outrider's just said there is pretty much the gist of it. You know, what we've got has taken a long time to get, and We can't risk losing that, you know. But we've got no bad intentions towards him or anything like that. We're not a malicious tribe. We're the opposite of that. I work with a guy with autism. I got to know him, and he wasn't easy. We rubbed along together and got on well. Yeah, you know, once you found your way in, and once they've learned to trust you, and they get their take on you, it can be amazing. It can be amazing. You know, the talents that some of these people on the spectrum have got is fucking mind blowing. I can remember going to I supported. I'll read these comments. Well, let me just explain this to you. Just one of many experiences, but I'll just give you one. Right. So there was a Christmas kind of gathering. This is when I was working for MenCap. A Christmas gathering, and I was sat there, and I was a support worker for two people that were present. And all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I'm leaning to my right, you know, but to you, it's to whatever. This is so fucking confusing for me. I'll get used to it. And this really, really tall, imposing guy just appeared from nowhere, you know, just there. And he looked really fucking angry. But that's just the way he was. He just looked like that. And it wasn't a, hi, my name's whatever. It was a, what year were you born? And I told him, I said, 1972. He said, what day? And I just said, the 10th. And within a split second, he told me what day of the week I was born on. You know, in a fraction of a second, he'd made that calculation in his head. What the fuck? So there are people like Mr. and I'm sorry I keep calling him Mr. Marie, because I know you're his big sister, but I've forgotten what his name was. I'm shit with names. Makes me sad. He's crying because he can't belong to anything. He can belong to this, but he needs a bit of guidance, Marie, and maybe you're the guidance that he needs, you know, because we can't risk 5 years of building up what we've got. We can't risk it. I hope you understand that, you know. It's not a cold children thing. It's not like that at all. Not like that. We're not like that. None of us are. None of us. Tony. I know he meant no harm. I know that. But because we'd gotten like 7 hours into a live stream, I couldn't allow the live stream to end on conflict in the chat. And I know you understand that Marie, you know. I just couldn't allow that because I tried everything I had, all the skills that I had from my experience of working with people with autism, and nothing I was doing was working. Or maybe it did, because the last thing he said was, you know, pretty much along the lines of "love you all." You know, he left it on a positive, and I ended it on a negative. So maybe get him to watch this section of the live stream when he's in a better place, or when this has ended. Get him to watch this bit of the live stream and to know, just for him to know, that there wasn't any hard feelings. It was just a case of he needs to understand the way that this particular channel works, and that it's important that we maintain what we've got, because it's took a lot for us to get to where we are. You know, it might be a tiny channel, but it's it's a very, very important one and a very unique one, and it's important to me and everyone that's part of it. So there aren't any, there's no bad feelings whatsoever. I just had to just kind of get him to move out of the chat just so that we could leave it on a positive without any confusion or any complications. That's all it was. Yeah, I agree, Lily. Yeah, I think you're right there. I think he was excited. He's probably not seen this level of kind of connectiveness and, you know, and because you can pick up a lot from a chat. And he might struggle to read and he might struggle to write, but he would have picked up on the positivity in our little tribe and felt, you know, and which is a good thing. It's a good thing, but it's just a shame it ended the way it did. But hopefully not ended. So it's on you, Marie. As is, yeah, I can tell. Yeah, left on a good one. It's down to you, Marie, to get him sorted, get him straight, and then come back in. But if unfortunately, I've got to be honest with you, unfortunately, if it's a consistent problem with him mentioning kind of explosives and stuff like that on the channel, unfortunately, we just can't have that. And I'm really, really sorry, but it's just the way it is, you know? And it guts me to say that, but it's just the way it is. So if you can get him to come back in with a kind of a lower level approach, you know, a steadier approach, which I know is probably quite difficult. You know, it's easier said than done. I get that. But unless he's able to do that, then it's going to be, it's not really going to be possible. Yeah, I'm just being honest with you. But if you can come in at a little kind of a less kind of impactful way and just kind of get a feel for it, maybe with you sat with him, this could be good for him. It could. Yeah, I know you're not Lulu, but just remember, there's, you know, books and covers. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, just for the time being, just so he's got a bit of a break, you know, so he can just chill out. I know where I'm going. I've not heard of that film, Lily, but I'm liking the sound of it. And we think we know where we're going. We think lots of rhinos out there. Oh. Do you know what, Lily? You're so lovely. You are. You're so lovely. Marie, like I said, you know, you're welcome back anytime. But if you can try and kind of just get him to comprehend what this is a bit more, he's more than welcome to come back. He's just been put on a 24-hour call-off period. That's all. It's just a setting on the channel, and I looked through all the options and I just pressed on 24. So in 24 hours he can rejoin us, but maybe have a word with him. But if you think it's going to be if you think that this might have a negative effect on him long term or moving forward, or a negative effect on us moving forward, then that's on you. And all I can say is that much love to you, honestly, Marie. You know, you give a fuck, and that's admirable. And yeah, you are definitely welcome back here anytime. And if you can bring a little bit sort of like, if you can kind of give him some sort of rationale, which I can imagine isn't easy for you, because you're his older sister, and so you've kind of known him since he was born. And yeah, do what you can do. Do a check in his channel, please. See what date he joined. I was thinking about that, but I can't do it on the desktop. I don't think. Let's have a look. Bear with. But I'll tell you what, I'm just so chuffed that he's got such a lovely sister. I really am. You're to humanity, Marie. I hope I can come back from this, because I've gone into his channel now. Yeah, I think I can. And I'm hoping you can still hear me. I'm just having a look now. July 2021. Yeah, so he joined YouTube in July 2021. So relatively recent, really, you know. And a lot of us have got most of us have got very, very established channels, even if we don't utilize them, you know, just it wasn't meant to offend, Marie. I think we're just trying to be careful. That's all, love. That's the honest to God truth. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of them things. Yeah, just one of those things. But no, I can't leave it on a negative. So what do I do? I'm thinking, I'm trying to think outside the box. Literally outside the box. And that's by showing my arse on a live stream to see if you can see the grid of the burn mark. I've got to leave it on a positive. I just can't leave this on a negative. And after 7 hours and 42 minutes, you know, I can't do it, you know. What have you just bought, Lily? What have you just bought? You should do a like a prep haul video on your channel. I love your channel. I love your voice, you know. You've got a philosopher's voice. When you talk, you sound like a philosopher, you know. You could talk, this is to you, Lily. You could talk absolute bollocks, like mind-numbing bollocks that means fuck all to anyone for hours, and I'd still listen to you. I would. But you don't talk bollocks. Just want to confirm that. Jesus, I'm trying to protect my brother. I know you are, darling. I know you are. I'm off, but you guys are vindictive. We're not. We're not. You've gotten heightened off protecting your brother, and that's what's happened there. You've gotten heightened, and we're not vindictive. Far from it. If ever there is an insult to the channel, not happy about that at all, you know. Vindictive. Marie, we do. That's part of this channel, is prepping our hearts, you know. Don't be too hard, Lulu. Let's just move on, chick. Bear with. I feel bad, but I've just had to do the same with Marie. You know, she's just looking out for her brother. I'd look out for mine. I would. But I've had to bring an end to this. Oh, you're very discreet, Lily. Do you think? I never thought to look that up. Are you sure? All those red flags. Hey, look, you know, I've had a very, very challenging few days, and maybe I'm kind of a little bit off my my radar might not be functioning. Right. No, I don't need to look. I believe you. I know I've got some very, very shrewd. There are some very shrewd and very eagle-eyed members of our little tribe. So I don't need to look. I believe you. I believe you. Which that's taken away my guilt now. My guilt's gone because I don't like deceitful people, and that's deceptive. So all done, finished. Especially if for Lana to say, yeah, I mean, Lana was the one who tracked down my address to the point where I got a beautiful Christmas card off her, just from little bits of a video that she put together in her mind, you know. And Lana, your handwriting is stunningly beautiful. I suspect that is true. Wants attention, detailing a pleasant combo. Yeah, yeah. It was a tough one. Yeah, it was a tough one, Lily. But sometimes needs must. You know, we have to preserve what we've got here at all costs, and you know, being slated for being what I think is a very real, very true, very honest channel. That did piss me off. That was an insult that got under my skin. So thank you for, thank you for kind of doing a little bit of sleuthing there, you know, on my behalf, on our behalf. Oh, fuck me. It's 10 to 3. And coming up to 10 to you know, the best part of 8 hours live stream. And there are still 12 people prepared to go the whole hog, the whole shebang, you know. But I don't want to go to bed when it's just starting to get light again. Because is it your circadian rhythm? Circadian rhythm? Guys, just want to say it was because I was worried about things given away in his part. Lana, you don't need to explain. You don't need to explain. You don't need to explain anything. You really don't. What you did was a great thing, and I respect and really, really, really appreciate you for that. You know, you've got no idea. And it was lovely. It was actually lovely to get a Christmas card from you. You know, I'm just pissed off that I didn't get the time to send one back to you. You know, because you left your address on a gold sticker on the back of your envelope. You know, so there was a return address, and that was, I think that was your way of affirming trust. You know, you don't need to explain. It's all good. It's all good. You're a very, very, very valued member of our little tribe, of which there is no leader. You know, we're all leaders. I think most of us. I'm glad, Joe. Good. Because the essence of this is good. You know, there's no malice, nothing. Yeah, exactly, Lana. And that's exactly how I interpreted it. But I mean, that could have been anyone's address, but I just knew it was yours. I just knew it was a knowing. So yeah, all good, mate. Don't worry. That was not. I don't know how you interpreted that. Me saying that, but it appeared to kind of, just know. I trust you. I've got a very, very I trust my gut. But I look after my gut as well. Yeah, to Lulu and Lana for some good decent sleuthing there. You know, I kind of just got lost in a moment of guilt, and that guilt's dissipated now, because just, you know, when I said to you earlier on that there are mad scientists that are on the spectrum that are fucking this world up because they're not really thinking ahead. They're just thinking, what can I do? What can I do? You know? So people on the spectrum there are people on the spectrum that have changed this world for the better and brought wars to an end, you know, and also have created weapons that can end worlds. So it's a challenge, really, to kind of understand and accept the fact that they do have gifts, but unfortunately, in a lot of cases, some of the powers that shouldn't be end up finding people that have got these incredible gifts, and they take advantage of them. You know, like they're a utility when they're a person, a human that will probably never have a normal, you know, a normal life. So yeah. Yeah. And generally speaking, Lulu, my bullshit radar is highly calibrated, generally. And yeah, that one got past me. Yeah, that one did sneak past me. So I titled one of the most recent videos, "Tribe Together Strong," which kind of, you know, all of that, you know, makes sense. Because together we are strong, you know, we bounce off each other. We've all got different insights. We've all got different perspectives, opinions on stuff. Got a storm whining. I don't know why she's whining. I don't know where she is. Oh, hold on. All she needed to do was just nudge the door. Hello, Baba. Just nudge the door with her nose. That's all she needed to do. You know, she shows incredible signs of intelligence, and then yeah. Yeah, Lulu, just it's I think with live streaming, you're taking on a lot of responsibility, and that's why I picked you. and I think that I think you might benefit from moderating these live chats, because it could quite possibly bring out that softer side of you. Good night, Lulu. And honestly, I would love for you to get your channel back up and going again, even if it's just from scratch, you know, because you're just so lovely. You're so lovely. You are, you know. I've watched all of your videos, and you're lovely. You're just lovely, you know. You've got this kind of endearing element about yourself, and the world's missing that. And so yeah, just consider that. Just consider it, because yeah, you bring a lovely, chilled, calm, innocent vibe to the world, in a world of absolute chaos, and we need more of that. So just consider it. Just consider it. You know, we'll all support you. You know, and all of your previous subscribers. You know, they didn't subscribe to you for nothing. Just thinking, fuck it, I'll just subscribe. You know, so just think about that. That sounds like a very, very interesting night ahead, that, Lulu. Lulu Peppers Padamine. A bit lost as to what's going on. Yeah, you missed a lot. It got very interesting unnecessarily. And I've just seen Lana's message above that. Hey, look, if I was ever to get some sort of mad, as you put it, mad stalker type, yeah. I don't think I'd mind you stalking me. That would give me one hell of a challenge. Yeah, it would be like a game of chess against a proper fit bird, you know. But yeah, Lulu, just you know, that sounds like a great night in, and I need to. Yeah, much love to you. Much love to you too. Good night, and yeah, watch some zombie shit late at night. That'll help you sleep. Because yeah, I think it helps me. Yeah, I watch some mad shit to chill out. People that wouldn't normally chill out to the stuff that I would chill out to. But we're all, like I said, we're all very, very unique here. All of us are very unique people, you know, and we've managed to hold on to our uniqueness. In fact, if anything, build on that uniqueness for the last half a decade, you know, honestly, credit where credit is due. I can't push that enough, you know, and I'm not a blow a smoke up people's arse kind of person. I'm not, you know. I will try and make a friend out of an enemy, but I'll only give it so much. But we've assembled some amazing people in our little tribe. Amazing. It's like proper fucking beautiful people. And we've all got something different to bring to the table. So it's a collective, you know. It's just a shame that we don't all live in the same town, because we take over it and make it better. We would. We would. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I think we would take over and say, right, and literally point out to people where everything is broken. This is broken, this is broken. You're paying more for that, but you're getting less, blah, 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 blah. We know how to put it straight. Do you want to step aside and let us take over? No? Okay, well, we're going to do it. We are going to do it. And we can, again, what was his name? The guy with one eye. He has this kind of imaginary kind of place called Bizzleswick or Bizzlewick. And it's all nailed. Everything's perfect. And it's completely achievable. So achievable. And I think when people start to realize that there is another way, that there is a way of not only surviving, but thriving, you know, better than we have for 60 years, you know, maybe longer. We've put some really, really sinister fuckers in power, and we've allowed it. You know, that's got to change. It's got to change. And we hold the power. We just need to get other people to realize that and understand that we hold all the power. And once more people start to realize that, and last July was a good example of the potential of us, you know, going around smashing up local businesses and setting cars on fire, people's personal cars on fire and stuff like that. Sort your fucking heads out. We need to get organised and do this, hopefully, in a peaceful manner. And take it from there. But we are the power. We are. I just don't think everyone realises it, you know. And I mean, Lily, I mean, you live in a country where, you know, most states have a right to bear arms. You know, we've had that stripped away from us. All of the Five Eyes, one by one, apart from you, apart from your country, apart from North America, has had that stripped away from us. And the last country to have it stripped away from us, from them, was New Zealand. And that was a planned, you know, whenever. What's the best way we can get the people on side to take away their arms? And a school shooting of innocent children will win every day on the minds of the weak. So in our constitution, Lily, we still have the right to bear arms. Again, this is why I'm not a fan of Paul Thorpe, because his handle on the reality of England and common law, which underpins every law, he's got no fucking idea. He hasn't got a clue. He hasn't got a clue. I'm not going to just subscribe to someone just because they've got a massive following, thinking that they must be useful in some way. I'll subscribe to channels that have got a few hundred or 10 subscribers because they are telling the truth and they are informed and they've done their research. So yeah, you still have your right to bear arms in many states, Lily, and never let that go, because it makes you formidable. The founding fathers fucked off from England over there. So fuck this. I can see how this is going. Let's start our own thing. We want freedom. We want everyone to be able to prosper, given the opportunity to prosper in life, made their own way in life. And they knew what they were talking about. They were very, 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 very wise men. And I wish you the best of luck. Again, deep and profound. I don't want to leave it like that. I will fucking show you my arse. I'll show you my fucking arse if I have to. Just to leave this on a positive. I'm having none of this bollocks, none of this negative deep shit. I was going to say it's Friday night, but it's not. It's Saturday morning. And to any of our lovely, beautiful American cousins out there, look up the film Saturday Night, Sunday Morning. It's a 1960s film, and it was based around Nottingham, as it was and as it should be. And I had a job before I left school. I played truant to go to work. And one of the pubs that's in the film, Saturday Night, Sunday Morning, was quite close to where I was working, because you could lie about your age. It was one of the pubs that we'd go and spend our wages in, because we cash in a brown envelope. None of this kind of king for a day, come for a month malarkey that we've got now. Where the pub that we'd go to after we got paid was in that film. We need to regain our identities again, and make sure everyone else gets their identity as well, as long as it's not conflicting with everything else, because then that's not balance. We need balance. So any kind of anything that goes against every single positive quality principle of mankind moving forward to advance spiritually and in every way, it needs to be eradicated. And that in itself sounds like tyranny. And I'm listening to myself. I get it. But when you've got something that is a threat to the potential, a threat to the potential of humanity moving forward, then it makes sense to eradicate it. It doesn't mean eradicate the people, it means eradicate the problem. That's all. So, I don't know what your views are on that. Do we get a prize for longest live participants? Yeah, you do. Yeah, yeah, of course you do. I'm not a fucking monster, you know. There, Lana's just giving it you. She's thinking ahead. That's what she does. oh my God. Yeah, I'm feeling you, Lulu Shiraz. I am feeling you, and Maurice just. I don't know how you guys find these emojis so fucking quickly. Is emoji envy a thing? It is now. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna slow down on this cigarette. It's gonna be my last cigarette of the night. And it's gonna be like you know how they used to have candles that had that were incredibly well-made candles. So it would literally be a time elapse candle. So so they had to get the science behind getting the thickness of the wax to the thickness of the wick ratio to make it work perfectly. So half an hour would be half an hour lined on that camera, on that candle. So bringing that into the modern age, but without kind of any of the science behind it, this cigarette will be that that indicator of time out and let's go to bed. You know, there's 10 of us still going for it, and we've passed the 8-hour mark, an 8-hour and 15-minute live stream. See, look, you know, straight in there, Maria. Like, what the fuck? How do you do that? How do you do that? You know, I say candle, brr, candle emoji. I'm going to smoke this fag, brr, smoking cigarette emoji. You know, how the fuck do you do that? And I see people texting, right? So, a 50-word text sent or typed out and then sent within 30 seconds. What the fuck? A 50-word text for me would take about 4, maybe 5 days. I'm so slow. But I think that deep down, hello, Baba. I think deep down, I just think that I know that it's just not it's not important. It's not relevant. It's not helpful. It's not good for us to be that connected to technology. We need to be connected to each other in person, face to face. I think that's what's important, and I think my brain operates that way. So I just kind of discard things. I also I discard, you know, like, again, remembering names. I think in my brain, to some degree, I'm the oldest. You are the oldest. Does that mean you're the wisest? Does it? By default? I don't know. You've definitely got more life experience. time-wise than we have, Joe. Same, but surrounded by 6 dogs. Just tell them to go home, because you're the prettiest one of the lot. Or do you mean actual dogs? I know what you meant. I'm sorry. Oh, it is getting late. And I do feel like I'm cheating by letting this go out and then relighting it. Same book. Take me seconds long. Yeah, I bet it does. I love that, Lorna. You see, that's what I'm saying. The way your mind works, I fucking love it. I love it. I love it. And I feel like I could kind of express my appreciation towards you if I did it in a Scottish accent. But because you're in the middle, I don't know whether to do Glasgow or Edinburgh. And then I don't want to put myself on the spot and put myself under that kind of immense mental pressure to do that. So I'll just do it in a Nottingham accent. You are appreciated, and I fucking love your sense of humour, and you're smart, very smart. I still think you should start your own channel, Lana, and showcase your talent and encourage people, because it would encourage people to get into art. And art is just so therapeutic. You get lost in it. You get lost in it. You know. I love surrealism. I'm a massive Salvador Dali fan. You're welcome. It's true. It's true, Lana. Yeah, I'm a Dali fan. I'm not a fan of Dali, but I'm a fan of the concept of his art, because you can't copy. No one can copy what's inside your head. You have complete and total artistic license. Hey, Joanna, you have the energy of a teenager. What if, because I'm assuming, are you single? What if you ended up with a teenager that was horny, you were horny, would you be able to keep up with them? But then, having said that, the bloke has to put way more effort in than women. So, Mr. I've never been able to kind of really pronounce your username very well. I've never been able to do that, but you've never known that. Hello, back at you. We've gone back up to 12 people now as we're trying to wind down and fuck off to bed. Sal Misra. That sounds almost Egyptian, you know? Whenever anything ends with Ra, I think Egypt. Well, they knew so much shit, you know. They knew so much stuff. And Salmis Ra. Thank you for breaking it down for me, Salmis Ra. I've finally been able to kind of nail it in my head now that it's been broken down into syllables. You know? That's how I work. I need things breaking down. Kinda. It's a character out of David Eddings' books. Wow. Who the fuck's that David Eddings? I'm so sorry. That's not meant to sound insulting. I don't read. Yeah. Anyone else heard of David Eddings? Anyone else a fan? I do like a bit of fantasy, you know, that's proper escapism, you know. And again, it kind of the imagination. I think if I was to read books, it would be either a biography of someone that I really, really like and respect, or it would be fantasy or sci-fi, something that's like proper escapism. If I was a reader, and I'm not, I wish I was. I feel like I'm missing out. I really do really feel that way. That's why I watch films, because you kind of, yeah. What do you think about Bitcoin? Well, I had a conversation with a friend whilst I was at the caravan. He's got a static caravan there. It's the poshest static caravan. Mine's a Tourer that's in bad shape when you look at it from the outside. Needs cleaning up, but on the inside, you wouldn't know. It looked like that on the outside, you know. And he put things into a very, very unusual perspective about Bitcoin. But bearing in mind, it was a bit of a surprise, I've got to admit, because the guy is he's given up alcohol, he's given up smoking, he's given up anything, everything, anything and everything. So when I kind of was out on the kind of the field where around the caravan, I didn't realise he was there. And he came out, and we like hugged it out because he's switched on, very switched on. And he says, "I'm on a trip." And I thought, all right, so you're just kind of stopping off here on the way to going north, or stopping off here on to going south, or, you know. He says, no, I'm on a trip. So then I understood. So he dropped acid, and he said, but he's found like a profound explanation for Bitcoin. And he was very insistent. He is subscribed to this channel. So if you're listening to it, mate, look, this is just my synopsis, my personal take, my opinion on our very deep conversation, because they're always deep. And he said that he thought that Bitcoin was possibly divine intervention to break away from the slave system. But I'm still not convinced. I'm not. And but then, you know, I brought up the whole, well, what if we end up with a CME or an EMP, or you cannot access your computer without your digital ID, whether that be kind of an iris scanner, or a fingerprint, or a breath, whatever, to access the internet of all things. And then you've got to try and access your Bitcoin. So then he said, well, if it gets to that point, then gold and silver will be fucking pointless, because everyone, the only asset that anyone could own is their health, their food, their water, their knowledge on how to get more food, and their knowledge on how to get more water. So he did make a fair point that I couldn't argue against. And I like a fucking good argument, me. Not an argument, a debate. I like a debate. But he stumped me. Because he had a point. So I don't think that Bitcoin is, again, we don't know who brought this out. You know, there's no one person or group of people that have turned around and said, we did that. Nobody. So it's a mystery. So that could be, again, it could be a psyop to get everyone to put all of their hard-earned wealth in whatever form that is into Bitcoin so that they can then own everything? I don't know. It's a tough one. Ask me when it's not fucking 3:30 in the morning, and I might give you a more I might give you a diverse and intricate answer to that question. But I'm flagging now, and I've got an everlasting cigarette, and we've still got 13 people. How many are from England? Not many, I don't think. So that's my take on Bitcoin thus far. Watcher 123, and I'm hoping that you're not going to be one of these people that kind of goes into like live chats and tries to rip people off and scam people, because if you are, fuck off. If you're not, stay and continue with the conversation. Yeah, Ray. Hey, welcome back to the party, sweetheart. You've clearly rejoined the party because you've missed us on a deeply kind of profound and spiritual level, because we make each other whole. You know, it's that simple. And I love to see you coming back in. In fact, the worst thing you can do is get back onto social media when you've been drifting off to sleep, because it just wakes you back up. You know, blue light, OLED, LED, you know, it's kind of not good for you. That's not true if both partners are willing. Yeah, sorry, I've forgotten what I said. It still takes more effort on the man's part, you know. But you would never get that, Ray. Sorry, Joanna, you would never get that because you've never been a man, I assume. So you can never see it from a man's perspective. You know, we have to pump shitloads of blood into a certain part of our anatomy in order for us to perform. And you know, it could take one thought that can drain all that away. You know, one realization, or you know, just something like that can drain all that away. Whereas a woman, once aroused, remains lubricated. You know, I didn't realize or think that we were going to go down this path of conversation, but that's the danger of live streams. First time seeing you properly. Great to chat with you. Oh, you know what? I never thought about that. The other than that video that I did in July, where the whole country seemed to be kicking off, and I showed my face for the first time, it felt really, really appropriate and necessary for me to do that, to try and kind of not that anyone needed, you know, it's hard to explain. I just felt like I needed to be with you, and showing my face was necessary in that particular video. But live streams, yeah, you know, you get to see this all the time. You know, this is it. You know, it's kind of what the fuck's going on here thing. You know, if any of you can plait a beard properly, I'll pay you. I'll pay you to plait my beard. I will. You know, and if you can master it, that's a sideline, because there are plenty of warriors out there with long beards that look like me that will fight for you. Bitcoin is the new world order's next step, but I hear you can buy mushrooms on Telegram with it. Oh, that's a good point. And not just Telegram. You'd be amazed at what you can buy. You know, you can buy a Glock, you know, with as many rounds as you want, you know, a proper decent Glock with loads and loads of rounds. It's mad. This is one of the reasons why they want to shut down Telegram and lots of other platforms, because, you know, again, the whole knife crime thing, which is prevalent in all massive cities in England. It's gun crime in America. In England, it's generally knife crime, and it's because if you're going out and you know that there's going to be someone out there that's got a knife, you're going to carry a knife. See, you know how to. I can deal with a man with a knife when I've not got a knife. But most people haven't got that. Most people don't know how to deal with that kind of situation. And that's why I keep pushing for training. You know, you'll never look back. You can't lose, but it's just the cost. It's the cost of it. But then if you've got a partner that you can get enthusiastic about it, you can practice on each other and learn from, you know, videos on Facebook and YouTube. You know, and then practice on each other and speed up. You know, get better at it, speed it up. But if someone came at me with a knife, I wouldn't feel. I'd be in the zone, and I'd deal with it. And I'm telling you now, I wouldn't get stabbed, and I feel confident enough to say that I could disarm them and put them out, ready for the police to arrive, and only their fingerprints would be on that knife. So that would be my get out clause in a court of law for them being in whatever condition they're in. But it takes training. You've got to train. You've got to train. There's still 12 of us, you know. It's gone 3:30 in the morning. What the fuck? 8 hours and 35 minutes. That's not true. First time, yeah. Bitcoin, yeah. Oh, I've not pressed that down button. There's going to be a fucking shitload. Oh no, it's not too many. It's all right. Oh, there is. You are your own bank as after World War. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we can. There's so much that the average person doesn't know, but should know, because you can only benefit from it. You know, once you know. Once you understand English law, common law, all other acts and statutes and all of the fucking bollocks that they've piled on top of it, a lot of that becomes irrelevant. You know, you move back down to common law again, and common law, it's the law. That's the law. That's the law of the land. You know, we live under maritime law, and we're not. We don't. You know, we're not on boats. We're on the land, so it's not applicable. You know, a policeman arresting you is assault. It's assault because they've got no right to. They've got no right to lay hands on you because they're part of a corporation. They work for the Crown. The Crown is a corporation. The Crown Corporation. So if a police officer lays hands on you, that's assault, and you should be able to deal with that assault accordingly. You know, I could reel on and reel on and reel on, but we'll do it in bite-sized sections. I'm sure a lot of you already know. I deleted to correct my spelling mistake. Fuck me, Joe. Hey, don't go there with spelling mistakes on the way that this live stream's gone. You know, just don't worry about it. We'll read between the lines. It's fine. Good night, Lily. I hope I didn't waffle on so much that I missed that. I hope you get to hear me say good night to you. And the fact that you're serving up dinner as we should all be in bed, sleeping, sleep, very, very important for health. But you're on the other side of the planet, you know. But I hope it's a good dinner, and I hope that whoever you're serving up dinner to doesn't end up with the shits tomorrow. I'm sure you're a very accomplished cook. Yeah, Joanna, I'm a little bit the same, you know. I am, because I love the English language so much. Grammar and stuff like that is important to me, and it makes more sense to me when I read it. That's why it's there. That was why grammar was invented, to make sense. You know, pauses and points, and you know, it's a beautiful language. And yeah, I do struggle sometimes with poor grammar, but I also don't think I'm not fucking reading that. You know, I'll just try and figure it out, make sense of it, and then put it across in my interpretation of it. Oh, got all this fucking love. All this love makes me want to fucking throw up. I bought 2 cream donuts, 2 cream scones with jam and fresh cream, massive. They're in the fridge. You know, this is more sickly than that. It's not. I love it. I love it. I love to feel the love. I love to feel the love of what we've created over the last 5 years. You know, what we've accomplished over the last 5 years. You know, it's very, very special what we've got here, and we should never let it go. Never let it go. And yeah, like I've said before, I think the only way that they can kind of what's the word? I can't think of a posh, educated word that really fits. But yeah, the pen is more mightier than the sword. It is. Yeah. But again, you know, I know someone in our little tribe that goes to a group of allegedly open-minded people, you know, that are kind of allegedly a little bit like us. She's not like them. She's more like us. The group that she's with aren't good for her, because she'll kind of start to speak her mind, and then there'll be some twat turning around saying, no, what you're saying is that it's your spelling. You spell. It's a spell. You're casting spells. Fuck off. You know, I think everyone in our little tribe is smart enough and intelligent enough to understand and interpret what people are saying and not know that they're not having a spell put on them. You know, there are people that have gone far too far the other way, and that's what we're up against. So we've got the sleepy people that are fast asleep and will never be woken up. You've got people that can be woken up further down the line, right? Then you've got awake people, and then you've got super awake people, and then you've got completely conscious people. And I feel quite, my heart goes out to her because she lives in a small town in Ireland. So that, from what she said, her version of what awake is in this group is nothing compared to this, nothing compared to us, you know. I think, what time are we on? I think we do need to bring this to an end, and it's sad because I'm loving it. But this is going to impact your following day. It will. So anyone that's in England, we've all got crowns on our heads. Yes, we have. Yeah. And when we are born, our birth certificate is created, and they take a print of your baby's soul. Good night, Sal Misra. I love that. Sal Misra kind of just rolls off the song. Sweet dreams, sweetheart, and sleep well. But yeah, there's so much trickery in I Saw Those Love Arts. You are appreciated. There are so many tricks up their sleeves, and as long as we know what those tricks are and we share them with each other, then we can use their own weapons against them. You know, start putting your homes into trust and, you know, stuff like that. It's incredible. All we need to do is do what they do, and then start forming our own parallel societies and communities. You know, and people will catch on because they'll start thinking, hold on, I'm being ripped off to fuck here, and I'm risking losing my house, but he told me that if I put my house in, and he's comfortable and happy and confident, you know, that's what I'm saying. We need to get some momentum going here on what our rights are, and our rights are not dictated to us. We know what they are. We should never be dictated to. This is why these people are called dictators, because they dictate. Fuck them. Fuck them. So I think I've left that on an empowering message, because I've got to go home. I've got to go home. I'm already home. See, I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. But I am so chuffed. We've almost come up to a 9-hour live stream, and I think that is pretty impressive, you know. And most of you guys looking in this chat have gone through nearly 9 hours with me. And, you know, just yeah, Lou, yeah. Yeah. It can be hard sometimes, but we've done that. Because I will never leave. I will never leave a live stream on a negative. That is my promise. Never. Even if it means showing you my arse and a grid, which is possible, you know. So you need to mentally prepare yourself for something like that happening. Okay, you know. I agree, Lulu. I agree. So on that note, I'm sending you genuine love, you know. Again, you know, you wouldn't really think about it, really. No, it's fucking happening, Marie. You know, at some point it's inevitable. If I can't think of anything else to make sure that it ends on a negative, if my arse ends up being that, then so be it. You know, I'm prepared to make that sacrifice for you. Much love, Lulu, and thank you, and yeah, much love. Yeah, honestly, thank you to those of you who have managed to stick out nearly 9 hours of a live stream with me. Just know that you are appreciated and that you matter, because you really, really do matter. So sleep well, everyone, and I'll see you in the next one. Much love, and ciao for now.